Yo, what is up? Look, before we engage on this endeavor together, I want to give you some tips to make this as effective as possible so you can succeed. Okay, it's a long video, yes, but we have some incredible tools at our disposal to help you learn this the most effectively and efficiently so you can actually build better systems and apply these systems to your business, or you can give these same videos to somebody on your team and they can use it to apply systems to your business. The point is, there's a whole transcript. If you go into the description and you hit show transcript, you can copy the entire transcript of this conversation, plop it into Claude, and ask questions that you have for Claude as you go through the video. That's going to take now everything that I'm showing here and everything that AI has to offer and put it right in your hands to take immediate action. Okay, that's how I learned all of this stuff. It was just when I started, no YouTube videos. It was literally just me and Claude going back and forth, learning together. So you are in the same position where you can now take action to learn. But I have given you a step-by-step breakdown of how to build a fully automated retail calling system for your CRM and for using inbound calls with variable values and triggering outbound calls automatically and tracking all this back in your CRM and updating Google Sheets and setting up databases. Okay, it's all in here. So if you go step by step, you will have one of the most powerful systems for AI calling in your business that's ever been built before. Okay, we do have a whole training program where this is just a snippet of the value that's offered inside of our training program, because it's not just about building the best systems in the world, but it's also about understanding how do these systems impact real businesses. How does this deliver a result that actual people care about, right? We want more money, we want more time, and we want to be able to live an experience that aligns with our values. And that's the core purpose of these systems. It's really awesome, processes and tech, but what's even more cool is being able to build next to people who are also inspired and driven to make a difference in the world and a difference on the people that they work with. So if you're interested in building alongside people who are incredibly inspired and excited to continue growing and leading the future of business, join the Infinite X training program. I'd love to meet with you, talk one-on-one, and see if it's a good fit. I am also looking for a COO, so just putting this out into the universe. We are growing rapidly, and it is time to get a bit more structure in place so we can continue to serve the market and take over the world with love. So COOs, love you, come apply. Businesses looking for better systems, training, join the program. Agencies looking to understand how to position their offers, actually sell something that makes a difference to clients, and put it in a way where you don't have to keep doing demos. You don't have to keep doing MVPs and proof of concepts. You don't have to keep having technical sales calls. You can genuinely just show up, care, and authentically come to a solution with your clients so everybody's aligned and making money together. Okay, long-term partnerships with mutual vision, so powerful. Never before seen business model. It's been validated by the top experts in the space, bro. I mean, people love what we're doing, and it's because it's different and it's real and it's actually having an impact. We're here to change the world together, and I'd love to invite you to join the programs and hang out. Really, just mutual growth is what we're all about. Now, when you're getting ready to watch this video, again, take the transcript, take your time. This is one of many deep technical dives, but also we make it practical and we go through step by step and we have fun while we do it. So if you want to have some fun, watch the video, take your time, really digest this one, because the next ones that are coming up this week are also going to be literally life-changing. So I'm here to show you how to really make this stuff happen. Like, it's not just theoretical, like this is a cool system, or like maybe this works, maybe it doesn't, or I'm just going to show you the big picture without going into the details of how you can actually do it for yourself. No, we're literally handing you the keys to the kingdom in this video and on this channel and in our program. Okay, if you want to be able to grow with other people who are aligned and excited to grow, if you want to make a difference in this world, if you want to feel like you have real value to share, and if you have your own passions, own excitements, own concerns that you want to be able to pursue and genuinely make progress in, that's what we're here to support you in doing. So thank you for being here. I'm excited. I love you. Enjoy the video. All right, we're hanging out. We're doing retail stuff. What's up, everybody? Let's do it. All right, Matt. We're just gonna keep hanging out. We don't have to act like we're on video. Just whatever.
No worries. Are you want to share your screen? Are you want to get the API docs up, or are you want to like show people retail in general?
Uh, I'm kind of gonna let you. I'm gonna let you kind of steer the ship for the first like 5-10 minutes and just kind of show me around. Honestly.
Let's go. Okay. So retail, I'm just going to describe this like for everyone so that you obviously know what I'm going to talk about, but whatever. Retail, pretty similar setup to Vapi. You have agents, knowledge bases, phone numbers. You do have batch calls, which is pretty cool. But we will be doing that obviously with our end-to-end and GoHighLevel workflows. So probably not need to know about this if you're using Trajan's system. If you're not, then definitely check it out. It's pretty cool. Call history, billing, API keys, webhooks. Not 100% sure what this does. I've not really used it yet. Um, Configure your webhook URL to receive. Okay, seems pretty cool. And then similar to Vapi, just get billed every month based on your usage. Retail does have a higher concurrency, so double what Vapi does, which is pretty pretty sick.
Yeah.
Um, you can switch between workspaces similar to Vapi, and yeah, the kind of UI is pretty similar. Same goes with the agents. We have our list of agents here. Um, in retail, you have different types of agents that you can make. So you can obviously attach your own custom LLM, which I haven't done because I don't have the technical expertise to do that. You have multi-prompt, which is essentially you have the system prompt, which it has in Vapi, but then underneath that, you can create like conversational branches to help guide the AI on the different steps of the conversation. So similar to what you'd have in a single prompt, where you might go steps or stages, you can basically define them a lot better with this multi-prompt feature, which I'll show you. And then you also have this conversational flow agent, which is in beta, but I have seen a lot of people using it and it is pretty cool. I tried to use it, and to be honest, it's hella confusing. And whenever I was using it, the conversation was quite restrictive. I thought the agent flowed a lot better with a single or multi prompt, but you can have a crack at that. There's some YouTube videos online already, which are pretty decent.
Yeah.
But we'll just jump.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but I clicked on it for a second. The conversation flow agent, that's kind of like the voice flow style, right?
Yeah, we'll just jump into it. Let's see what the real estate lead qualification
Like
looks like.
it's like conversation pathways. Like it's like not flexible, but it's very much like if this happens, go this way. If this happens, go that way, and like not really any that right.
Exactly. I'm getting a phone call from this number in Glasgow. I'm meant to receive a phone call from the private hospital because I've got an appointment. Not today, but like, can I just answer this
Yeah,
for
yeah.
2 seconds? Or-
All right, cool.
Okay, so yeah, the conversational pathways, it's basically predetermining everything that's going to happen in the call, pretty much, like creating a very structured script, pretty much. This is a glorified script. Um, if you don't know what you're doing, it can take a while to get a hang of it. I've spoken to people who have done this really well, but watching them go through the process, it is extremely tedious compared to if you know how to single or multi-prompt well, and you can give the AI like good instructions, but also give it a little bit more freedom to, improvise, I guess. Um, I much prefer doing the single prompt stuff, but yeah, the conversational pathway is essentially you have like each state, they call it states or stages, and you can put in a static sentence, so a specific thing to say, or you can give it a prompt. So you might have like at this specific stage, this is the task, this is your objective. Once you get to this objective, transition to the next state, and you'd like name the transition something like um clarity, something like that. So
Okay,
then if you want,
but if so now if people are not if somebody's like trying to just like far left field fuck with it or say something that's just like really not expected, what is it going to do to handle that?
it's rubbish at handling that.
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought.
It's like your prompt in here is very good, and you have like, but then again, you then just need to prompt every single state, like every single little box. Obviously you can copy and paste prompts over, but like it's very tedious in my opinion, and you can get just as good, if not better, results with a single prompt.
I noticed that a lot of your agents were like multi-agents. What's up with that? And that's what kind of got my attention when I was like just looking at Retell for a second was I liked kind of what the multi-agent or the multi-prompt style looked like because it looked like it was still our typical like single prompt but broken out into a way that you can get a bit more fine-tuned and it's the structure I think I liked.
Yeah, so these are all I just set them as multi, but I mostly just use this prompt. Like
Mm.
for this example, I didn't even use the multi prompt like at all. I just set up so that if like when I'm fine tuning, right, if I'm speaking to the AI and it's struggling to, you know, grab the concept of when's the opening, when's the middle, and where's the end. Like if it's getting caught up asking too many questions, or if it's not moving on, I can basically just come in here and be like, right, okay, um, this is the opening. So sometimes you might find that your agent isn't building enough rapport, right? You might think, oh, it's just jump and dive in straight for the jugular. So you might come in here and better explain what the opening is. So the opening includes asking a couple of questions like this, and you can come in here and put a couple of question examples to build rapport, and then you can say, then transition into a new state, which would be potentially qualifying questions. So qualifying questions. And between states, you can set up like rules, or I don't know, they're called like conditions, I think. Um, yeah, so edge. Then you have a path condition. So you basically describe to AI, what is the situation where you would come down this path, right? Let me actually just show you an example of something I've already built out to make this make more sense. Estate agent demo. Okay. So this is an inbound lead qualifier for an estate agent. Come into here. Here's what that multi-state would look like. So it's extremely simple, right? But it helps the guide the AI to asking different questions. So instead of having if else statements in
Yeah.
the prompt, where it's like, and it makes the prompt really, really long and then confuses the AI, we can basically break down the prompt in the multi-prompt. So greeting,
I like
understand the reason
I
for the
like that.
call. Yeah, understand the reason for their call. If the caller is a tenant or looking to rent, come into this prompt. If the caller is a buyer or looking to buy, come into this prompt. Obviously, I didn't set up a prompt for that one, but then this prompt is, what is the task here? Okay, qualify the tenant. What's the rules? Here's the steps. Here's example questions. Da, 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 da. And then between states, you can actually pass down dynamic information. So this we want to pass down what is the caller disposition. I know this looks a bit different to Vapi. Like in Vapi, it's just property and description. This is one downside of using Retell. You need to basically set up this like these JSON schema this way. But have a custom GPT which I can give to people that does this for them. Um,
Can
Pass
you
down what.
tell me a little bit more about what that means? Store call info as a variable. What is
So when it's passing information between states, you don't want the AI to forget, important information that it might need to use further on. So for example, if you're collecting details about the person and then you want to use that dynamic information when you go to book the appointment. So for example, if at the start of the call, you just get your agent to say, can I just take your name, please? You don't want to then ask that again when you're booking the appointment. So you can pass that information down through the states just to help the AI remember stuff, to be honest. You don't need to. I've seen it work without it. Um, but yeah, it's kind of just being able to pass information down through the states so that it doesn't forget.
I
You
dig
obviously don't need to pass everything down, it's just important stuff.
I like it.
Yep, next state, and these prompts can be pretty detailed because if you think about it's kind of like Vapi squads. like it's chunking the prompt up into different states, right?
But it doesn't have that
Uh,
like weird transfer, right? It's not like transfer.
exactly. No, it's not nothing at all. And I'll come on to this after. Next prompt, collect personal details, and then conclude the call. Um, so once the caller has given all their personal details, come into this bit, right, and then politely conclude the call. So that's pretty cool about the states. I wouldn't go like pure complicated here because that's when it just starts getting confused, right? We want these to be like pretty general, because it does use this prompt, but it's also using this prompt as well.
Mhm.
It's like super smart. And then when we come to
So
actually,
let me ask a quick question. When you're from your experience so far, this prompt over here, is this like just your general system prompt for the entire call that just kind of outlines, hey, these are the expectations, and then inside of the actual like I'm gonna call it the conversation tree is I think probably how I'm gonna refer to
yeah,
it. Oh, prompt tree. Yeah, that seems pretty accurate. The prompt tree, it's just where you're getting like fine tuned on like okay at this specific stage of the conversation. Here's just a little bit more detail. Um, have you seen that those two prompts like clash at all?
no, because in all honesty, I haven't tested it out enough. Like what I was thinking about doing another test is like having this prompt be as detailed as it needs to be. If it were just a single prompt, then test the agent, see what it sounds like, see like where the errors are, where it gets confused, and
Ooh,
then try and solve those errors by initiating or building out the prompt tree and see if it does clash. That's something cool that you could do for a test, which I think I would probably do this week. Um,
yeah, that's
yeah,
exciting.
because for example, if I look at like a single prompt, right? Um, this is my inbound. I've got tasks, specifics, and then you can see obviously that my conversation flow here is very detailed. Like I'm telling it what to do, when to do it. I've got if else functions, yada yada yada. But if you go into this one for the conversation flow, I've literally just got these 4 points, and these 4 points relate exactly to the prompt tree. So I'm kind of my initial test was like, okay, I'm going to use this. We'll call this like the general prompt, and the general prompt is going to then prompt the AI to use the prompt tree, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
So it's like I'm trying to link these together pretty much. And I got like a pretty good result. Like when I was testing it, and this is another feature that I want to come on to is the text testing, which is fucking insane, by the way. I can test this agent and speak to it, and it will show me when it's transitioning to the next state or the next part of the tree. So actually, when I was testing it, right, it wasn't moving from welcome to qualify. It was just asking the qualified question, but I could see that it was still in the greeting state. So then I knew that the questions that it was asking weren't going to be the predefined qualifying questions that I needed it to ask. So then I had to go into the prompt tree and better prompt this stage to say, um, determine if they're a buyer or seller. If you're unsure, ask them to define it clearly. As soon as they reveal this, push them onto the appropriate state. And then I could see in the chat, okay, now it was working because it was showing me when it was moving between the states. It was so
dude,
cool.
hype. I like that. I like that a lot. You should
I'll
keep
show you what it was
like
now.
threading together.
So, hi, welcome to Feeling State. Jody, how can I start you? Hi, Jody. How are you? So I'm not saying what I am yet. I'm doing very well. I need your help. I'm not saying what I need, but still ambiguous. See? So now it's saying, well, you need somewhere to live, but do you need to rent, buy, or something else? Rent, probably. I'm poor. Boom. Transition to qualified tenant. No worries at all. Blah, 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 blah. And now, like a tenant, sorry for anyone that doesn't know, a tenant is someone who rents. So now it's asking all the questions in the renting state. And then I'm not going to go through the full thing, but yeah, you can see it acts as like a tool call when it's transitioning. It's pretty cool.
Well,
So
on that note, it'll also show you tool calls.
exactly. So you can actually test
Sick.
proper tool calls in the chat. Like it will actually book into the calendar and everything.
Sick. Hey, do you know if they have also like a chat feature, or is this purely just for testing? I'm just curious.
This is just for testing. This isn't like a chatbot feature.
I wonder if they'll. I have a feeling like if you already have this testing thing that works like this, I have a
I
feeling
know.
that they'll eventually like kind of release a chat model too.
And another thing about testing with retail. So see if you were to test like an outbound agent in Vapi and you wanted to test like is it pulling through dynamic variables or what does the agent sound like with dynamic variables in the prompt?
You have to do it real quick.
You can do that very easily. So you come into here, or you don't even need to test, you hit here, and you can basically
Mhm.
it'll already populate all these because it's looking at the prompt and seeing where are the dynamic variables, first name, model, area, address. So if I come in here, they've already populated here, and I just put in the value that I want for that specific dynamic variable, and it will do it. So then if I come into here and test audio, it has all the dynamic variables, or even test LM, it has all the dynamic variables.
Yeah, that's cool.
It's fucking sick. What else? What else?
What's going
Um,
on the right side here in these tabs right there in the middle? Yeah.
okay, so this is one of the drawbacks about retail, in my opinion. Essentially, this is their tools, but it's called functions. Vapi used to call it functions, and they changed it to tools because they're annoying. But when you're creating tools in Vapi in retail, sorry, you need to use the schema thing. So essentially, in Vapi, we literally just put the name of it, we put in the URL, which you also put in here, we put in a description, and then boom, we're ready to go. Whereas in retail, we have to basically put in the JSON. You need to put it in JSON format. So type, it's always type. Properties is the property name. So obviously this name has to align with this name. We have it type, so exact same as Vapi. Is it string? Is it a selector? Is it Boolean? Whatever. We put the description in here as well. Obviously, we put a shorter description. So I use the description here as like a one sentence description, but then in here, I use this almost like a prompt to like tell the AI when to use this function.
Gotcha. Yeah.
And then we can like see if it's required or not, similar to Vapi. Um, but I have a custom GPT that can like write these for you. You literally just come in and say, these are the properties that I want the function to pull. These are the ones that are required, and then it'll just write this for you. So it is a pain in the ass, but we can easily fix it.
That's cool. That's super cool. So
And then obviously speed.
the downside is just that it's like JSON format, and that's a little annoying. But like functionally, it's still cool.
Oh yeah, function it's still fine. One thing I did find though was like the webhook responses were a little bit slow, a little bit slower than Vapi. So like if it was checking appointment availability, it'd be like, okay, let me just check that for you. And it was a little bit longer. I don't know if that was maybe to do with like from the automation side of things, because the JSON payload that comes from retail is a lot bigger than Vapi's.
Mm.
So like the modules that are running to like find the slots or whatever, it might. I'm not sure if that's why it's taken longer, but there was just a like a little bit more delay. But in terms of like conversationally, it's not too bad because a human on the other end of the phone might say, "Okay, give me 2 seconds, let me check that," and then they're actually going away and
Yeah,
checking.
and it's taking like 30 to 40 seconds usually for like a person
Yeah,
to check calendar. So yeah, it's not bad.
the line is obviously silent. It's not like the person's like going, "No, I'm just checking," like a normal person, like a human would, like, that bit there. Like it is dead silent. Um, but yeah, speak during execution, similar to Vapi, you can put in, check that
This is something that I
or
wish was a bit more natural. Like instead of having to write in a specific sentence for like speaking during the break, if like, you could just prompt the AI to be like, just check in and let the user know that you're still working on it, and just kind of
Yeah, I know it would be good.
that would be cool.
Do you know what the feature is like if you could upload like an audio example, so that you could upload an audio example of you going like, mm-hmm, or just like singing a wee tune or something like that would be funny. Um, yeah, speak after execution as well. Obviously, if you're executing a task like booking an appointment, um, you will get the webhook response, which will speak for you. So I'm not actually sure what happens if you tick or untick this.
Yeah, it seems like that's just like when whatever your action is doesn't actually need like a confirmation that it was completed. There's no information to respond with. It's just like, okay, yeah, the action is logged, whatever.
Yeah, yeah. Knowledge bases. Actually, the knowledge bases in Retell are pretty cool. You can upload a website link. So you can upload a web page and it will basically crawl and sync all the information from that web page as a knowledge base. So if you update the website, the knowledge base is updated. You can also upload like files, same way Vapi does, and then also upload like just manual text. So you can literally just write your knowledge base like that. Why anyone would do that, I don't know. What are the benefits of doing that, I don't know. But yeah, that's the different ways that you can upload knowledge bases.
And if you've tried the knowledge bases, I don't know, but the Vapi knowledge bases suck. They don't work. Not good. They break the functions. Have you tested these ones to see if like they break functions, or if they're accurate when they're pulling information?
Accuracy of pulling information was pretty good when I tested it. I did quite a thorough test with this Prime Valley one. Basically, they have like a couple of different services, different prices, different times of how long the service takes. And every time I asked it, it was able to pull all. I mean, there was only four, so like it's not that hard. But it was pretty accurate. Definitely more testing needed to be done because knowledge bases in general are just dog shit on every platform. But for the small testing that I've done, it was pretty decent. Um, Phone numbers. So connecting phone numbers on Retell is a bit of a fucking pain in the ass. I can't lie. Um, I've got an SOP on how to do it, which I can give to you. But essentially, what you need to do is you need to connect it via SIP trunking on Twilio. It is a bit annoying. Um,
But the benefit of that is that it's not restricted to just Twilio or Vonage, right? You can connect any SIP, right?
yeah, yep.
So pretty fucking cool.
Because yeah, Twilio's good and stuff like that, but it's hella expensive, and there's other providers out there that are good. So, but I'm not very knowledgeable about that stuff, so I just use Twilio. Let's carry on with the settings then. Functions, we went through that. Knowledge base, went through that. Speech settings. So they have a couple of different background noises. So we have coffee shop, convention hall, summer outdoor. Not actually listened to most of them because I just thought like summer outdoor and mountain outdoor would just be retarded to have on a voice agent. Like, but I'm not. You might it might be.
A brisk walk through the meadow. That's all.
Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, I'm just working, answering phone calls while I'm out for a walk with my dog. Not really realistic. Anyway, I always had background noise on none. I don't even like, even on the Vapi one where it was like
Oh,
as if you're in the call center. It's like all the clicking and shit. Like I just didn't like that. Responsiveness, obviously, always have that at one because we just want the agent to speak as fast, not speak as fast as possible, but respond as fast as possible. Interruption sensitivity. So obviously in Vapi you have the amount of words or the amount of seconds that the person is speaking to. Vapi's settings for this is better. This sensitivity is a bit like what's good, what's bad. You need to kind of fuck around with it. It's not as clean cut as two words, but hey. Back channeling. This is just as dog shit as Vapi's. It's absolutely overkill when you turn it on. Not good. Boosted keywords. This I've not fucked around too much with. You can tell it, what specific keywords. I don't really know how that works because I've not tested it. I know Vapi has a similar thing. If you go into like the back end API stuff, if you're building out your agent, do you have any more knowledge about boosting keywords, Trajan?
Barely. You put in the words that you expect the AI not to know, and you just give it those words so that when somebody says something that sounds like it, the AI is more likely to recognize it as the word you typed there. I don't think it
Yeah,
improves performance much though, from what I've tested.
yeah. Enable speech normalization, so it converts text elements like numbers, currency, and dates into human-like spoken formats. So
Yep.
this is you can turn this on, but it will still fuck it up sometimes. So like it's a mixture of turning this off and having smart prompts. So for example, for this one, I had to write in the notes. Was it this one? Maybe it was the outbound one of the same example. Essentially, I had to write in the notes like you need to pronounce the currency this specific way. Yeah. So in the knowledge base, I had like this type of valley is 20 to 30 pounds and it takes up to 30 minutes or something. But when the AI was speaking it, even with this call normalization on or speech normalization, it was saying the service is £1.20 to £1.30. And I was like, for fuck's sake. So I had to then come in and rewrite them as 20 to 30 pounds and then say in the notes when discussing the prices, say the currency after the numbers. So it's not super useful, but I always just turn it on. Um, Transcript formatting, again, is getting confused sometimes with phone numbers and different stuff like that. It kind of works, it kind of doesn't. Similar to Vapi, you just need to have a better prompt and instructions in the notes. I didn't have any issues with it when it was turned on for this test, as you can see, because I don't have any additional notes. But I have tested it before where it's getting confused and stuff like that. But hey, um, reminder messages. This is obviously just if the phone goes like dead or whatever, the AI is going to say like, "Hey, you still there?" after 10 seconds, and you can
Yeah.
say how many times you want it to say that. So every 10 seconds, say that. And then, you might have in your call settings the timeout to be 1 minute. I set it to 1 minute. So it will say, are you still there? 6 times with this default setting, and then it'll hang up.
It's
Um,
super normal, right? I do the same thing every 10
yeah,
seconds. Just check back in.
yeah, yeah. It would be good if you could like prompt it to mix up the messages because I think sometimes it just says the same message over and over again. But you know,
Have you tried this
pronounce
pronunciation?
pronunciation.
That's pretty hard.
This is cool, by the way. So when you're testing an agent, right? So for example, I've built agents before where the agent is saying the word leads, like, do you have leads? What's happening with your leads? And then the AI will say lead. What's happening with your leads?
Yeah.
Are you converting your leads? I'm like, fucking hell. And I had to write in the prompt, pronounce, or sorry, pronounce leads as leads. That's how I fixed it. And it was just like, this is so retarded. But with retail, they have this feature. Basically, you know how you get like the phone alphabets where it's like Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, blah, blah, blah. You have the same thing. Like the same thing was created when like automated voices first came out. I think it was in like the 70s or the 80s. So they've basically got like a pronunciation alphabet. So if you go online, you type in like IPA or CMU pronunciation alphabet, you can then find like it's almost like the syntax of how to pronounce a word.
Yeah.
So if your AI is saying obviously leads or sorry, if we go or just say leads. Leads, I can go IPA. So like this looks absolutely fucked. But you can just go and chat GPT and just be like, um,
How do you pronounce leads in IPA pronunciation?
yeah, Liz leads in IPA pronunciation. Come on, chat. Okay, there we go. She leads the team.
Yeah, got it.
Yeah. So then you literally just copy and paste this. Oh, sorry, into here and hit save, and it will fix it.
And that's
It's it.
like I guess business names, right? Because some, I mean, for Infinite X, like they I just know what Infinite X is. It's not a real word, but that's what I get.
Yeah, it's good. You do need to play around with it. And don't get me wrong. If you put in leads and then you enter this and like it's still not doing it right, you're like, oh well, it doesn't work. Like you need to play around with it, just like anything with these voice stuff.
Right on.
You'll find what works. Voicemail detection. This is pretty good actually. Because we have the GoHighLevel flows where you can leave voicemails, I don't leave a voicemail. So I just hang up if it's reached the voicemail. This I would put down to like 5 seconds because whose voicemail is longer than 30 seconds? You know what I mean? Yeah. End call in silence, 1 minute. You have this all in Vapi. Max call duration, 5 minutes. Pause before speaking. This is actually really good, and this is something that Vapi doesn't have as well, which is if you have an outbound caller or even an inbound caller, you'll know yourself from testing that when you answer the phone, there is a time delay from when you answer the phone to when you put it to your ear. So if the AI, if you, as soon as you answer and the AI starts speaking, when the person puts the phone to their ear, the AI is going to be halfway through the sentence. The person is going to be like, "What? What did you say?" And then that might then fuck up your whole. If you hard script your agents, that might fuck it all up. Whereas you can set a delay so that like the AI doesn't say anything until 0.6 seconds, and then it starts speaking, and that's something that you might look as okay, that's a bit insignificant, but when you're actually building stuff, it's really useful.
For sure, 100%.
Post call analysis. So this is structured data
Now this is
similar
a
to
big difference. This is pretty much for me. This is one of the pieces where this is not in place. I would never switch. So tell
yeah.
this is this locked in?
This is more than locked in.
Okay.
So with structure, so like they don't have success evaluation or summary.
Mhm.
So you have to put that in yourself as like a field. But with retail, you can put in the description and then also put in examples. So for example, if you wanted to cipher between the address and the postcode, you could put in address. This is the user's first address line. This doesn't include their postcode or post/zip code. So you treat the description like a prompt. You can use prompting techniques in here. So like could go like this, um, anything. And then you come in here and you go onto Main Street, 100 Maple Street, whatever. All examples of the address without the postcode. Then we come into here, we go text, we can go postcode. This is the user's post/zip code. Do not include address line. Only output or only capture postal/zip code. We come in here, we go D11. Another example. I know US has like something like this.
Yeah, that's much better.
Yeah. So then like I don't know what US postal zip codes are like.
What do
But
you
yeah, that
G1?
yeah, that's what it's like in Britain. Or sorry, G's Glasgow. That's where I live. So yeah, having the ability to put examples as well as a description, bro, the output is so much more accurate. And especially for, you can put like transcript examples. So let me show you something that I built out that was actually good. Like really leverage this. So if we go lead qualifier, come in here, prompt, literally prompting the one specific structured data point. Trajon, I know you're looking at this, like eyes bulging because if people haven't, tried to pull structured data before or like really tested it, they know how fucking frustrating it is. So if you when you can give like one specific structured data point this level of detail and instruction, the accuracy of the output is so much better.
Dude, I'm kind of mad at you for not not making me ask you to do this like a month ago. Honestly, this is sick. This is super sick. I'm now
Yeah.
I'm holding on to all of my excitement until we get through the API documentation. At that point, I'll
Yeah. And then obviously you can put like transcript examples of what that would look like, and then give it, okay, that would be the output, that would be qualified. That would be this situation would be not qualified, not qualified. So yeah, absolutely game changing stuff on the post call analysis side of things. Um, Security settings, similar. You can set fallback voices. So if like 11 Labs wasn't working, you could basically just put in a fallback voice for like Retell's
that's
voices.
so cool. They make that so convenient. That's pretty dope.
Yeah, it's really good. I've not had to use it yet, but yeah. And then webhook settings. So you can set an inbound webhook URL to pull dynamic information for inbound calls. So, for example, you could connect this up to a database, and similar to what you've done with the search for contact in N8N for GoHighLevel, similar concept here. You can just plug it directly in. I've not used it a whole bunch because I kind of learned the way that you taught me with the workflow stuff. Um, but I can imagine it's very useful because I've seen other people using it. And then agency webhook is just the messaging server that we use in Vapi. So like where the end of call report goes to, pretty much. Um, One thing about retail as well with the end of call reporting, um, this webhook is actually going to receive three different messages. So it receives a message when the call is started, it receives a message when the call is ended, and then it receives the end of call report, which they call is it's called the event is called call analyzed. So when you're setting up your automations
You need a
after
filter.
output to the next module, you always have to put in a filter to only pull through call analyze because that's where all like the juice is really. But there is obviously applications where if you wanted to record, which calls have started and what and when they've ended. So if you could like if you wanted to go all out, right, and you wanted to create a dashboard where like clients could see
Real time.
when the actually on the phone with people
Yeah.
and it could say in progress, you could do that with this webhook because it sends the post that ended and analyzed. So
Hey, do you know if it sends a so sometimes we'll try to trigger a call and it'll just error out for some reason. Does it send any sort of like will it still say call started if there was an error?
I'm honestly not sure. I've not tested it enough.
Yeah. I think that's one of those things that's harder to test because like you don't know what's gonna error out. Like you just kind
Yeah.
of get lucky.
Yeah. um, and then obviously retail is a bit cheaper, so this price never changes. So you can actually make this prompt as long as you want, and the price doesn't change.
They don't have that hard 5 cents, do they?
No. So yeah, it's pretty good.
Hey,
Um,
okay. Yeah, batch call would be cool if we needed it, right? But
yeah. Yeah.
I mean
I
that's
think
fine.
it is.
You can trigger
Yeah.
calls from here and still get all of your end of. You can trigger calls from here and still send all your end of call reports back to the CRM, which might honestly be kind of
Yeah.
easy.
You could actually, yeah. It's just about feeding the leads through. Like you need to come in here and create batch calls and then upload the file. Whereas with GoHighLevel, I guess you're kind of doing the same thing, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean you have to drop the CSV and then add a tag to trigger the calls. But it's just
Yeah,
like one less step that could potentially. So see, the problem here is you can't do like automated batch calls, right? You can't like do like, oh, if they don't answer, call them again tomorrow, right?
exactly. Yeah.
But
Um,
if they built that in somehow, that would
they do have a cost per dial as well. So like even if they don't answer, there's a cost.
What is that, like half
So
a penny?
yeah,
Yeah. Okay.
look after the pennies, and the pounds will look after themselves.
That's a bit of wisdom. You read that in a fortune cookie or something?
It's a very British saying.
Well, it's good. I liked it.
Okay. Right.
API.
You want to take over this point because you probably know what you're looking for. But
I'm
yeah.
gonna share my screen and Matt, thank you for
Was
that.
that
No,
a good breakdown?
that was really good.
Good. I'm glad.
Yeah, I'm excited. You got me pretty hyped. Like I earlier, because I knew we were gonna talk. I did log in at least and poke around just a tiny bit. Um, like I was just checking out the different types of prompts and the custom LLM. So I do want to check out the custom LLM a bit more. I don't really understand it quite yet, what the difference is, but because it's a bit more than just plugging in your own model. But we'll get there eventually. Um, like literally, I barely did anything yet. Um,
You can get rid of me in the bottom right, so you can
yeah.
see the full. Yeah.
Um, I'll go through this kind of one by one later. I won't necessarily bore all of you with this, but I do really love some solid documentation. So I'm gonna actually go through this whole thing step by step. But let's skip to the API. Oh, also channel logs. This is just such a good idea to have like regular updates of what's going on with the platform. I do like that about Vapi, but let me stop getting distracted. API documentation. So obviously we're gonna need to create phone call. Um, I see. Okay, they do have metadata, which is what I was talking about with you earlier, Matt. This is where we can just pass additional information into the call, just so that
Yep.
it's there at the end of call report. So that's how we make sure that's how we're passing like the custom field IDs that we're updating. We're using uh, to update custom fields and GoHighLevel with
Mm.
like the call outcome and stuff like that. So we're just collecting custom field IDs so that the AI has those. Override agent ID for this override agent will be used.
That's so. See the custom variables in Vapi, and Vapi uses override agent.
Yeah, assistant
You
override.
don't you don't need to do that in retail. They have like underneath that they have like the dynamic variables,
Oh,
so
gotcha. Gotcha.
you don't need to mess with the actual agent slash prompt. It's just like here's the variables. They're already in the fucking prompt. Just put them in.
That's actually really convenient. That's
Yep.
cool.
Because I remember Vapi in the early stages, if you were doing the assistant override, sometimes it would fuck up like, the knowledge base that was attached to the agent and like creating calls. It was a fucking pain in the ass.
So this seems a little well, but I guess that's everything you need, right? From number to number. No Twilio information here, so you have to have the number inside of
Yes.
retail to use it.
Yep.
Okay. So that is one thing. Metadata though, dynamic variables, and since you can put the voicemail detection inside, like you can do that on site inside of the actual dashboard. You don't need to necessarily attach it here, which is cool.
Yep.
Because we usually put voicemail detection, just like attach it inside of the triggering the call with Vapi, but that's convenient that you don't need to do all that. Create web call. Now, does does this mean you can also embed retail on websites? And why would you may or may not know this, but when would
I
you
do not know
create
this.
create okay, I'll have to look into this use case. Like why would you be creating a web call using the API? Maybe it's like click a button and it asks for permission, just like to open up the call on their web browser.
Maybe it's retail's version of like Vapi's demo page.
Yeah, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Well, we'll see eventually. Create batch call. Obviously, we got that, but I still don't really get the point of creating a batch call when you can just like create, just send a bunch of one calls regularly. Like if you're already using API, you can automate.
I think it's like a user-friendly way of someone being able to do batch calls if they didn't know about like GHL and all that shit.
Yeah, I guess so. But if you're playing with API, then you at least should know like make or something. Like some sort of automation that can do this. But that's I guess that's cool. So this is yeah, this is kind of what I want to have a bit better understanding of eventually is what are these retail LLMs? No prompt. Like this is gonna probably take me at least a day to kind of play around with and understand. Well, I mean, an hour or two, but we won't do that now. But I think this they wouldn't have a whole LLM section if it wasn't something like useful. I imagine. So I will let you know what I discover after I play with that a bit. But anyways, I saw the create call, which we needed metadata. That's in there. That's cool. Create agent is another thing that we would need, which I imagine is still response engine. Yeah, this is talking about the LLM thing again. I don't know off the top of my head, but we'll figure it out. Do they have anywhere where we can build you can build the API out? Oh, try it. Yep.
Yeah.
Look at that. So I wonder if this is just it's obviously required, but I guess I'd have to look at an example that's
Yeah.
built to know. I can probably find that on the dashboard somewhere what the LLM is. Voice ID, that's obviously just a voice. Agent name is the name. Ambient sound, this is like background noise. Yeah. And all of these are just the details from the dashboard.
Yep, pretty much. It'd be good to know about the if you can create functions from an API because when you did that with the Vapi
It was cool, wasn't it?
agent, it was pretty cool. Like you set up the tool and all that already. That was sick.
It might actually be in create agent because that's where their function creation is. So let me scroll down and see.
Yeah, that's true. They don't have like a functions tab.
Yeah,
Same way that.
exactly. Then not. Maybe I skipped it. Oh, you can change the volume. That's cool. Voicemail responsiveness.
It looks like it's in alphabetical order, so it might be up F. No, they don't.
Not seeing it. That does make me a little sad, but it's not the end of the world. Like,
Yeah, setting up a tool is it's not too bad.
but it does make it way cooler when you can automate literally everything you need to automate.
Yeah, that's
Which you
true.
asked me earlier why I liked Vapi. It's because like what first made me fall in love with them was I had full access to their API and I could do anything. Um, and just with that mindset, I was able to like push the boundaries and just try stuff just for the sake of it, and it got me really comfortable with API documentation. Like that's why I'm able to build like the crazy automations using all of the GoHighLevel API and all of the automations on and any HTTP request I want because I spent the time to understand how it worked on Vapi, and it's just like opened up that whole door to really understanding how to be able to make like any platform connect to anything else. Just API documentation is so cool.
Hmm.
I'm just gonna kind of scroll through a bit quicker, but that would have been cool if they had the functions that you could build. I'm meeting with somebody from their team tomorrow, so literally I'll probably also try to meet with their support team to see if like uh they have like requests, and maybe I'll ask them if they have any plan to.
Yeah,
So
got a bug
this one
as well. Building out like some cool stuff with retailers, so like I can connect you with them if
who
can help.
who'd you say?
Like I know a few people that have been building out like quite cool stuff with retail. To
Yeah,
what scale? I don't know how much they've automated. Like, see if you can speak to them.
for sure, dude, definitely. The other thing I'm looking for is there's this cool new feature on Vapi called an enable. What is it? Enable code switching, and that actually allows the AI. You can only use it if you're using Deep Grammar and 11 Labs, but what it means is the AI can actually switch languages, and it's a bit more than just the multi selector where the AI can speak English or Spanish. It's like the AI can speak English, Spanish, French, German, Korean, whatever, all
Yeah,
in one
that
conversation.
that Gurdeep guy did that on like the tech call like 2 weeks ago, and it was pretty mad.
He did it on retail.
No, sorry, he did it on Vapi.
Yeah, yeah, I did it on. Yeah, I did it. I was playing with it like while I was in Thailand still. So yeah, it was like 3 weeks ago. I was testing it out, and it was sick. Uh,
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
but most people don't need all of those options. It still is nice to have though. Phone number. Yeah, and then we would need this one, right, to create a phone number because in our automation, I'm also doing this one automatically. So I'm just trying to think about the things that I'm doing on autopilot with our automation, right? We're creating agents automatically. We're creating phone numbers automatically. We're creating tools, which we just realized we can't do, but it's not horrendous. We do have metadata, which is necessary. Um, we're triggering calls automatically, which is obviously here. We're getting end of call reports still. Uh, I'm gonna figure out what's up with this LLM stuff because I think that might be something cool eventually to know. Maybe it's like we can
Yeah,
fine tune a bit further and get like the brain of the AI working even better.
yep.
Um,
One thing which is quite crucial is the ended
yes.
reason the call ended. That's like something that I've still not worked out because it's like a bit inconsistent. Maybe it's my testing that is shit. But in the end of call report, I think the event is called like disconnection reason.
Hmm.
If you go into where would it be? Where would it be? Where did I find it?
I
Oh,
usually just use that for transparency. It's not like super required to know the ended reason, but I like to be able to see it just for
I've
ease, I guess.
seen for the DHL stuff, like if the call was answered or not, they carry on down the nurture stuff.
Yeah, well, we still use a call outcome for that. So ended
What,
reason, and, huh?
or like a dynamic variable. Sorry, the like the post call analysis thing.
Yeah, phone call analysis, call outcome, because it'll say DNA or voicemail. Well,
Um,
if it doesn't say DNA or voicemail, we know it was answered, right? So I put those in there just to catch, if the AI can determine it did not answer, then it'll still pass the call outcome and everything will work fine.
You know, that stumped me for like half a day. I was like testing it, going through the documentation, like, where is the ended reason? I can't, like, retail doesn't have one. I was fucking raging. But I didn't even think that you could do that with fucking, damn it.
Yep, yep. Register a new phone call for custom. I don't know enough about what it means to register a call, but so what I'm gonna do after this now is I'm literally just gonna take this entire API documentation and drop it in the Claude and ask questions about the things that I don't really know. So, well, pretty much I'm gonna go through this entire documentation here to see if I can understand the stuff I don't know already, and then I will also copy all of that, copy all of this, and ask Claude to walk me through some of the stuff. LLM WebSocket. So this would be like if we wanted to run on the client side, like if we had an app that we were running this in, I think, instead of like a server, but I don't, maybe I'm wrong. I'll have to check that out. But my point is, after doing a review of their API documentation, it does look like we can use Retell for our call systems in the same way that we're using Vapi, with I think the only difference being the tool creation, but we can just get a something that you can just copy and paste into the dashboard. Um, Also, something else I noticed about Retell is they have, which isn't crazy to me, like it's not like doesn't really make a huge difference, but they do have built-in calendar integration
Oh
with.
yeah, I forgot to mention that. It's so good.
I'm just not a big fan of cal.com because they have you have to pay to pretty much use any more than like we just that was how they were doing calendar integrations like at the very beginning when I got in like 2023, and Cal was super buggy and it was just really hard to manage the Cal calendars. especially if we were using GoHighLevel as our CRM. It was just like, okay, so we're going call to Cal to Google to GoHighLevel.
It's good for a beginner to get like a quick win
Yeah,
with like prompting an agent, but in terms of its actual use, it's pretty shit.
yeah. But this is going to be
That's
cool.
what,
Let's press digit the IVR navigation.
yeah, that is pretty cool as well.
That's super sick. Vapi also has that, but it's not something that's just already built in, and it doesn't. I heard it works like 60% of the time. So I'd love to
Yeah.
check that out some more too. I'm gonna have a lot of fun with these custom functions.
The end call function in retail as well is a lot better. It's
Is
a
it?
lot more accurate. It's sometimes a bit too abrupt, like thanks for calling back, like so you need to prompt it a bit better, but
Yeah.
it's pretty good.
Dude, I think it's past my preliminary tests. So what I'm really excited about is honestly this multi-prompting thing. I think that's gonna be really cool. I do like that we're not paying that 5 cents. I'm not usually a big stickler on like I'll pay Vappy what that 5 cents. I'm like, okay, thank you for giving me a platform that I could build a career off of, but doesn't mean I'm loyal. This is looking pretty cool. This is looking pretty cool. Matt, I want to
Um,
thank you for spending the time to kind of show me and anybody else who ends up watching this maybe kind of what's going on in the background. I feel like I'm gonna have a better insights to like start my own testing now rather than just like jumping in with really no context.
yeah, for sure, definitely. Like this is all stuff that I just had to learn just by doing, but obviously with the knowledge of Vapi, it's easier to pick up. But now that you've seen it, you'll hit the ground running. You'll be able to work out pretty quick.
Cool. Um, Anything else that you would say? I guess if you could sum it up in like a cool paragraph at most, if you were to put Vappy and Retell side by side, just a quick little overview. What do you like about each of the platforms? What do you dislike about each of the platforms? And if you had to pick between one or the other, what would you pick and why?
I would choose retail over Vapi for sure, and the reason for that is like the settings and the customizations that you can make in retail are a lot more aligned with you being able to create a better experience for the person on the other end of the phone. So stuff like the multi-prompt where like it's moving through the stages at the right time, at the right pace, it's asking the right questions. The test feature, I don't know how many times before when I was starting this journey and I'd be in a cafe doing some work and I'm like, I need to test an agent, but oh shit, I use Vapi, so I need to be like in the corner of a cafe, like, yes, I'd like to book an appointment. Like, fuck that. The text thing is honestly so good. Like it's that's such a stupid thing, but it's honestly
It
such a
makes a huge
massive thing
difference.
as
Yeah.
well. The dynamic variable thing, huge. Yeah, it's just like from a builder perspective, like testing and prompting and stuff like that, so much faster, so much easier. And the settings that they allow you to change allow you to create agents which are, they just sound better.
Yeah. I think what you said at the beginning of that really made a big difference to me. Is they are building with the end user in mind, and by the end user I mean the person who's actually talking on the phone.
Exactly. Yeah.
And
Yeah. Yeah.
it's
That's what
like
I
the
meant.
most important piece out of anything, and that's
Yeah.
actually huge.
That's what we want as well. We're trying to build stuff that's for the end user. Like the Vapi's like, oh yeah, we're developer friendly, but it's like, well, cool, developer friendly, but the developers aren't the one that's fucking speaking to people, speaking to the AI. It's the customers that you're selling this to. So I think like retail is just like they understand, you know, who we're selling to, and since we're there, the customers, they're also selling to them. So yeah, just better for that.
And I guess yeah, let me know more about what you've heard about like their enterprise level solutions, maybe from some other people. Because that's really where my biggest concern is does it scale or does it break? Uh,
Yeah. Enterprise pricing, I know they're better than Vapi. Like Vapi are like it's this much a month, you get this many minutes, like da 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 da. Whereas I think the people at Retail are a lot more like wanting to work with people and build partners. Like they have multiple partners. Like for anyone who's on that Bonanza, voice AI Bonanza, they like partner with people like Trajan. Like Trajan's got that deal with not deal with Vapi, but Vapi partner. Like Retail have partners who are essentially YouTube creators, but people who have been doing this stuff. Like there's guys called like Terrell and
Terrell and
someone
Lenny, bro.
Terrell.
I love, dude. I love those guys.
Like
Go back.
yeah, Retail has YouTube videos on their website. Like they're very seem like very collaborative people.
Dude, you're
So
talking
yeah,
to a future retail, two future retail partners right here. What do you mean? Behind the scenes. This is the start of something
let's
special.
oh
I think I like it. Yeah. Actually, one of the reasons why I got excited today was also you just mentioned their names, but Terrell and Lenny. I I knew them when they were first getting into like starting to do the voice AI stuff, and we spent like hours on calls together on Vapi because the founders at Vapi also knew them. So Jordan, the founder of Vapi, recommended me talk to them just because we were working on a custom project, and then I met with them, and those are just such cool dudes. But they have a Terrell especially has a really deep understanding of the tech. So as soon as I saw that he had kind of made the switch, I was like, okay, this is another very technical minded guy who's made the
yeah,
switch. Matt's also been like, hey, consider making the switch. Other people have been asking me about retail literally for like 8 months. I'm not gonna lie, I just have been like, well, yeah.
yeah.
So
Well,
that
I
was
was
just
similar
me
to
sharing
you.
stuff, but
I was similar to you because we'd built out the stuff, or you'd built out the stuff, GHL and Vapi, and I was like, I'm not as technical, so I was like, I'm just gonna trust Trizion and like just keep going with Vapi. And then I joined that Voice Pioneers, and they were like retail, 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 retail. I was like, for fuck's sake! And then I tried it, and I was like, fuck, I should have tried this earlier.
yeah. Yeah, I think for me it was a bit of I'm not gonna lie, a bit traumatic to be in this space so early because it meant we were on Synthflow, Simple Talk, Air, Bland, Vappy, Thoughtly, bro. It was like every week there was a new provider coming out and we had to test every single one. So eventually once I found Vappy and it was actually working at the production level, I was like, okay, it works for production. People are happy. It's able to do its job. I'm just gonna like focus on this lane, um, which I don't ever really like to do. So I'm really glad that we kind of broke out of that shell and that mindset because we have to continue to be like flexible and adaptable in the space. And I think being able to do that with some of the other tools we've used, right? Like we're building text AI agents with NADID, and I know other people using voice flow and voice glow and whatever the chatbot builder AI and all this other stuff. And I think I'll be honest, I got a little bit too uh what's the word? Too particular about only using Vappy. I'm not gonna say that I'm completely moving forward yet. We'll give them both a solid go. But out of all the platforms
Right.
I've seen, um retail right now is definitely the closest to making me think, okay, I might be willing to make that switch.
Yeah,
So this is cool.
yeah, yeah. I'm glad I could bless you with that.
I appreciate it gladly. I'm actually like I have the same kind of excitement that I had like way back like 13 months ago. That's why I couldn't sleep. I was like, all right, Matt, let's go on a call because I want to see what's going on. Like literally 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm just like, oh, what voice AI platform should I use? Oh well, retail seems kind of cool. I feel like I'm like dreaming about some girl that didn't text me back or something. It's like, oh okay, I'm just up at late fantasizing, just waiting. Um, this is hype. I'm excited about it. I know
Yeah,
you got some stuff.
I'm ex- yeah, I'm excited for you to do your research, and then we can get set up on it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we have a client to onboard later today, so we can probably
Yes.
if you're sold on it, regardless of whether I decide to switch the whole program over. I mean, I'll definitely have to do some really thorough testing before I do that. But uh, at least I know functionally speaking, we can use this. So if you're locked in with retail, we can set your systems up with retail
Yeah,
today.
I can be the guy.
Yeah, you can be the guinea pig and we can test with you. And if it looks good and we kind of put them up next to each other, then we can make the switch. And it'll be pretty much the same in it in automations. Like at the end of the day, it doesn't really change what anybody needs to do. Our innate and go high levels are the exact same. We're just
Yeah,
changing the API call instead of going to Vapi. The API call is going to Retell, and everything else will just kind of be duplicated the same way. So
yeah, for sure.
easy stuff. Thank you for your time. If you guys do end up watching this video, thank you for being here to hang out with me and Matt for an hour and 5 minutes. I hope this was enjoyable to you, and look out for the updates of if we're gonna use Retell moving forward. We'll let you know.
Cool.
Right on. All right, I'm gonna end the video. All right, so picking up on our conversation from earlier today, much earlier today, uh, we are actually going to go ahead and set up Matt with using our NADN workflows for Retell, and might as well record this for everybody. I'll put it in the co-build section so that you guys know what we're doing here and how easy it is to switch stuff. So I'm going to pull up our uh I'll, we shouldn't need to change the text webhook, so I'll leave that the same. That process will still work the same way, but the end of the call, the trigger of the call, and the call webhook we need to make new versions of. So I'll share my screen too. I know you're setting stuff up, so Matt, you can keep going, but do this.
So when I pulled through the snapshot, the custom fields and custom values have come through. So there's 53 custom values, just like you said, and 79 custom fields. But the operations haven't come through.
Just refresh your thing.
Ah, there we go. Well,
This is the Infinite X AI call webhook. We're gonna put Retell.
okay. I have the sub account ready. I have my NAN up.
This actually might make sense to just do it straight on your anything.
Okay.
Do you think you could add me as a team member to your NADN instance? I've never tried to do that, so I don't know for sure what that looks like, but I'm sure we can figure it out real quick. I think if you go down to your NADN overview section and maybe
What's your email?
so this will be like literally my second time looking at their API documentation, but I feel confident.
Okay, I invited you as a member.
Maybe let me check. Sure, that's the one. Um, okay. Yeah, that should be fine. I'll just use the same. I think you're gonna have to add me to specific because I don't see anything. So
No. Um,
I'll look at that too. I don't even know how you added me as a team member though. Settings probably. Yeah. Settings, users.
I already have you there.
Yeah.
Users.
Can you see if there's a way to like there might be another option once you add me to select specific options.
No, it just says member. I'll show you.
Can you change me like an admin or anything like that?
I don't know if I can with like my version of NAN. Just says your account plan packs license for this feature.
Uh, try to switch me at the bottom right. Hmm. Hmm. Can you click on the three little dots next to my name? Nope. Uh, unlock
What
event.
can you?
Nothing. I can't see. Here, I'll show you my screen again. This is what I have. Here, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try creating one, and maybe you can see it. I'm just gonna tag it as me real quick.
Oh, wait. I know about it.
Share your screen so I can see what you're doing.
Okay. Google Meet, share. Go entire screen. So it's coming in,
Yeah.
dots, share, users, Trajan, save,
Yep.
share, use, Trajan, save.
All right. So to add me to the workflows, all Matt had to do was go to the workflow, hit the three little dots to the right of the workflow, and hit share. Add user. So first he invited me, add me as a member. Now he can add me to specific workflows. And let me refresh my screen on your side, and I should see them now. Baller. I'm gonna add a tag to these and just tag them as retail. Well, I'm gonna make duplicates, so you'll still have the standard stuff. Except for Vapi, we don't need to necessarily like delete those, but we'll just make them.
Right.
All right. And I'm also gonna label it in the name if you don't mind, retail for clarity.
That's right.
Let's look at this. All right. So I think starting with the call webhook will be the best thing.
Yep.
Um, Obviously, you know that this is your webhook we're using to send from GoHighLevel over here to uh Aiden. Same thing. This is also going to be the webhook we attach to the agent for the end of call. And something I noticed is the inbound calling webhook that you can actually attach at the agent level specifically, which is pretty cool. So we can make one inbound assistant, or the outbound assistant could technically be your inbound assistant, or you could just make a duplicate, and then we can route inbound assistants at the actual assistant level straight to our assistant request, which is what Vapi calls it, but it'll probably have a different name here. So a lot of this is going to be trying to match what we're expecting from uh retail, which I don't know for sure yet. I'm just gonna delete that. It's like a error, just in case like if the creating contacts and stuff like that errors out with GoHighLevel, sends you the message on Twilio to somebody tried to book an appointment, go help. But
Yeah.
that thing has never actually errored out. I really just built it just in case because I'm extra. But I'm just gonna why didn't activate workflow? Yeah, you might have to be the one who activates this stuff.
Right.
It looks like it won't let me because I'm just a member. So can you activate the uh
So there's need
hmm?
activate. says I need to activate outstanding shit. See? Do you know what it is? It's because I'm not on the self-hosting.
Yeah, I did see cloud in there.
Yeah, that's what it is.
So you just logged into the wrong NA, right?
No, I don't have the self-hosting one yet, so I can only. What do you have? Uh, I have so many scenarios.
Come on, man.
I know. Workflow. Okay, so that AI text webhook one is activated now.
Well, we need to add call one to be activated. The text one we're not using right now.
So AI call webhook is activated.
Yeah, you're gonna want to get on self-hosted.
It's just sitting down for 2, 3 hours to do it. It's finding the time to do it, you know.
It'll be an hour and a half to 2, yeah. For if you watch that video that's in the program, that one's pretty good.
Yeah.
Should be quite straightforward. Let's see if it's active now. Boom, it's activated. Okay. All right, so first things first is maybe we just go. Just trying to think. I know that we're gonna need to attach some metadata to the inbound assistant. Let's just start with doing the outbound assistant,
Mhm.
and then we can do the inbound stuff next. But let's try the outbound. So, uh, do I also have access to your GoHighLevel, right?
You should do.
I should.
Let me check. Agency view, settings, team. Yeah, you're still on there.
Dope. I did that wrong. Sub account is adventure. Yep, got it.
Yeah, very funny.
All right. So I should just be able to go to. I'm not even gonna look at anything else yet. I think because I set it up well, is I can just go change the custom values and everything. But we will also actually have to change the where. Why can't I see custom values?
You're not in the Verge funding group thing.
I could have sworn I clicked on. But okay. All right. Custom values. Okay. We also want to run the account setup workflow, but we don't have to do it immediately. We can go back and do that in a second. We need to change the call webhook, which should be like for AI call URL. Well, first let's go ahead and put the AI call webhook in here, which is that one. So that way, when we're making the call from GoHighLevel, it's sending it to this webhook. That's this first value we're putting in. Now we're going to look for the AI. Oh, we actually don't need to change the AI call URL because that's happening in Vapi. So this will send a regular webhook with a bunch of information in it that we might or might not need. I'm just gonna just do that for now, and we'll see what gets sent. Yeah, let's start there. So I'm gonna go to automations. We're gonna go to AI call, just a regular outbound call. Actually, I also need to add myself as a contact real quick.
I've not done the checks on the automations for this yet because I just set up the account there, so
Yeah,
hopefully it works.
I
If
hear
it
you.
doesn't, and there's a lot of stuff that needs to be done, like I'll get it done tonight, and then we can meet up tomorrow and finish this off.
If you have the most recent version, I think I already went through and cleaned up most of it. Oh,
Okay.
we went agency to agency, so I can't 100% guarantee that. But it looks like it's connected here at least, so this one should work fine. And this is what we're changing. I doubt I'm gonna have to change all this stuff. I will. We will still want to pass this metadata through, and all that's going to be the same. So really, the only thing that's going to be changing here is the uh, it's just. I mean the call assistant ID we'll be getting from Retell the system prompt. Yeah, I think this is enough to start the test to set things up. All right, let's run the test. Do 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 do. All right, cool. Call executed. Let's check our execution here. Good. All right, so when we will go to, okay, this we need to connect the correct workflow. Uh, this is the trigger AI outbound call. Oh, since you're on the cloud, I can actually edit this stuff from the editor or the executions tab instead of just the editor. That's cool, but still bad. You'll have to fix later. Tisk tisk tisk. All right. Let's send. Let's do another one. All right, there we go. All right, we should see another one. Well, this one should have at least actually gone to the workflow. Okay, guess it doesn't save when you don't change it in the editor. I lied. Trigger call. Sorry about that. We'll do it one more time. It's gonna. We should see that request coming here. We do. It says it was a success. I don't know what that means. But that journal is empty. So let's start making some edits. Uh, I'm gonna just pin this data real quick so I can use it. Your AI call. All right, to start us off, custom data API AI call API key. Hey, on Retell, do you have the ability to create new API keys?
Yes.
Can we create one? You're gonna have to replace it later, because
Let's go.
exposed. But can you just create one and drop it in the chat for me real quick?
We're gonna be exposed, bro.
Sir, for the world to see. All right, so we add the
API key. API keys in the chat.
locked in.
For retail HTTP requests, you don't need the version thing. You can just put in the authorization header. I can give you the JSON payload for initiating the call or the raw JSON file. I've already got it in a make.com scenario.
Yeah, drop it. Should look something like this. I don't have your from number.
Wait, actually.
But we're racing. We can do it first.
What like I've got dynamic variables here. Do you want me to take them out?
Let's see. I can't see your screen, so I don't know.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
So I've got dynamic variables in here. Like that. Do you want me to just take them out and just send you it like this?
Yeah, either way, I don't care. Yeah, you
Okay.
can copy all. Drop it in the chat. I still will have to add metadata to this. So yeah, I'm gonna just go through the Retell docs real quick, because we need to attach all those custom IDs. But for now, I'll just put custom field one. Add optional dynamic variables and keep the parishes string index. Are you using these dynamic variables, the Retell LLM dynamic variables?
Uh, That's if you want to pass any dynamic variables onto your outbound agent, like the decision maker's name or whatever, or their company name, which I will want to do for outbound calls.
You just have first name in here for now, so I'll just add first name to this one.
Yeah, yeah. I just put first name in there for like simplicity.
This will be all right. This should be. I mean, that is easy. So we need to replace our assistant body here. This is what we're using with Vapi. We are now going to be setting this up for Retell. So, and I guess you don't need the. Do you not need the assistant ID in here because it's attached the from number?
I put that in the chat.
Then maybe I just skipped it in the,
So it's above the. So see if you go into our Google chat, you should be able to see the exact payload. Like from
yeah. Hmm. That's interesting. I didn't see that in the documentation here. From number, to number, metadata, override agent. Yeah, I just had the override agent ID. I didn't have the actual. And is that the same thing as what you gave me?
No, I just have agent ID, but I know that works.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. And it also has a direction outbound. You have direction outbound.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
which is just weird that I don't see that here, but that's all right. Because if I wasn't with you, I wouldn't have known that this works. Um,
Yeah.
but anyways, let's restructure this in a way that's pretty. Okay. So we're gonna take the one that you gave me, and I'm gonna update it with the stuff that we already have here. So first name, agent ID. We actually will.
Yeah, we changed that in the custom values. Or we'll need to change that in the custom value.
Yes, sir. You're a genius. You already know what's happening. So let's go.
I've been
All right, assistant. All right, cool. All right, so we got first name, from number is going to be the number we assign with Twilio, which I believe is contact.twilio phone number. But let me just double check real quick. Yeah, this is the outbound number. Yeah. Nope, not that one. Let's look there. Should be, yep, I was right. Contact.twilio phone number. Outbound number. Uh, we're gonna need to add those phone numbers to the custom values. What's the can you drop the phone number that you're using for this? You just have one?
uh I bought 5 phone numbers earlier on the client Twilio account. I don't know if I've connected up their Twilio account to this GoHighLevel sub account yet.
I mean that'll take like 2 seconds. So you want to copy and paste the phone numbers in the chat for me, please?
Yep,
Cool. So
all of them.
yeah, all five. We might as well just get it in there. So we don't need the whole customer object. We just need the number. And this is the customer's number. This is the to number. Okay, and we need the from number, which is Twilio phone number. Might as well just keep that whole thing.
Well, 5 numbers are in the chat.
We have your
Um,
to number agent ID, your variable. What's up?
I haven't set up like the shaking or like the A2P stuff.
So I noticed something about. Oh no, sorry, that's not retail thing. That's 10x. Never mind. Yeah, you can do that whenever. It's not going to affect whether we can call or not.
Okay.
think I can drop this just under. These look like they're not in the same spot. Let's just add this here. No, not maybe not under the agent ID. That looks like it's got it here. Uh, metadata. Okay, cool. And our metadata is going to be all of this stuff. I wonder if I could probably actually just take this same exact object. Yeah, let's try that. It looks to be the exact same to me, so wahoo. If it really is this easy, which I actually high key do believe it is going to be this easy. Right. So
Let's go.
the big difference is we're just not we don't have to attach as much stuff. These are your variable values, same thing as your dynamic variables up here, or
Yep.
your metadata. Again, I just cut it from there, put it up there. Phone number is the outbound number. Customer stuff number is the number we're calling to. We don't need the voicemail detection settings because we already have that inside of the dashboard on Retell. And then server messages, I just have it so that we're only sending the end of call report. But you told me earlier that Retell is going to automatically send 3 reports, and we just need a filter for call analysis, whatever that thing was. So we'll fix that filter in
Yeah.
a moment.
Whole anal. Yeah.
Cool. So I believe this should work if we add those phone numbers where we need to add them now. I also need to change the URL.
Yeah.
Da, 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 Where was I? Yeah. Error token should be the same. Application JSON. I already fixed the body. I feel confident. Let's save that bad boy. Let's add your phone numbers to the custom values. Copy. Paste. Remember, guys, when we're adding phone numbers to these things, no spaces.
It's the E164 format.
E.164 is the format.
I actually have the format in my Notion, but I don't know why I didn't copy and paste them from my Notion. Apologies.
Because you hate me and you wanted me to work harder for my money.
You got me.
Yeah, you can't hide. All right.
Sorry, it's just annoying.
It's all good. Life goes on. I'll live. Ooh, 15 minutes.
Yeah, I was just gonna say you got 15 minutes heads up. See on the mastermind when you're like, yeah, Andon has works his job and then comes home and goes on the calls. I thought that because I went on some of the recordings when he shared his screen, it was like 3 or 4 a.m. I was like, this guy is fucking psycho.
Yes. Yes. And I love him for it, bro. He was a huge help. And it kind of honestly it reminded me of like when we first started working because we had spent some pretty long calls together too.
Yeah, but they're so like watching them and see like when if I'm sitting here doing it with you, I can stay engaged. But see when you're watching like something that's 3 hours, it is a bit like, oh,
Yep.
but it's so valuable because you actually see it being built in real time.
Yep. I mean, I could give you a 20-minute video of everything working and just tell you what to do, but it doesn't hit the same. All right. Phone numbers are in. Webhook is in. API key is in. Assistant ID is in. I think those are the only things that we absolutely need. For the end of call
Yeah.
report, we'll need the custom values and stuff, or the custom field IDs, but we can get those in a second. We'll run the account setup automation probably. I'll just make a duplicate version and kind of pull out just what we absolutely need. I'm probably still in this workflow. I probably have to remove myself first. Yeah.
The AI that's going to call you just like a stupid assistant I made the other day. By the way, it's not um, this client's, so I've not set up the phone number for that. Realized that the phone numbers aren't connected to retail.
Dun, dun, dun. Well, that's going to be a problem because retail won't trigger the call. Phone numbers aren't connected.
Yep. I can give you.
Cannot find phone number under given API key.
Yep.
Anyway, so, all right, what are you gonna do for me?
Right. Let me give you a phone number that works. It is a British phone number.
It takes too long to import the numbers in the retail.
It just takes a while, and I just haven't done that part yet.
Okay, then I'm going to have to delete my contact real quick so that I don't have that field created already, so that we can change the number rotation. I already have I have one of those. I already have one of the phone numbers you already gave me attached to my contact. I could just go delete the number from the contact. We have that phone number rotator, and if there's already a phone number in there, it's not going to change the number attached to the contact.
I guess that it's like when you set it up so that people are getting calls and texts from the same number all the time.
Exactly.
Yep, that's smart.
Uh,
Um, okay, I'll make a note. If you just change the first or whatever phone number, can you actually choose which phone number will make the call? Will it find what?
it's a random rotator, but what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put all five slots for AI phone number. I'm just going to put the same number.
Okay.
It doesn't matter which path it goes down. The rotator only has one number in it.
Yep. Change
Oh, I
phone.
actually could just put the number directly here inside of. Yeah, since we're just testing right now, I'm just going to put it directly inside of my contact. That way, I don't have to get those phone numbers will still be in your custom values then.
Yep.
And again, since I already have a number inside of my custom field named Twilio phone number, it'll still skip the phone number rotator.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll be good. Okay, let's try this once again. And that 44 something number is attached in there. Is it attached to that assistant?
Yes.
Okay. Come on. All right. Did it work? It says it worked, and it did. Maybe I don't know. Do not. Yes, it did work. Okay, I have do not disturb on, so that's when my phone didn't ring. But we have a missed call from your number. It was that easy. That's fucking sick. All right, cool. We have trigger outbound calls working. Now let's see.
So essentially, what we did was we just changed the HTTP request,
Yeah, that's it.
but used the old data that we already had from the Vapi HTTP request and put it into the retail one.
Yep. So that means that a lot of our account creation stuff, like when we're creating all this metadata here, that's gonna still
Yep.
be the exact same. I just have to change I just have to change the JSON body a little bit.
What? So sick.
Freaking
Let's
awesome.
go. Let's
So
go.
now we need to set the outbound the webhook for the end of call report. Did you already have that attached to the assistant?
Um,
It looks like you did not.
change it.
I need you to grab
Yeah.
it. I'll
Yeah.
just drop the URL in the chat for
Yeah.
you.
Yeah. Yeah. I put it into this.
Your screen so we can also show people that part.
Yes, sir.
Speed run. Oh, I love it.
Okay, so taking the production URL, copy, go into retail. We're just going to use the assistant that we just used, Prime Valley, outbound caller, come into webhook settings, and then agency level webhook URLs where we input that. So this webhook is going to receive three different reports: call started, call ended, and then call analyzed. So we want to filter out the call started and call ended because you don't need that right now. You might use it in the future, but we want to get the call analyzed. So I don't know if in any end there's a filter between nodes or you just have to put an if else function.
Yeah, we'll use. I mean, either one, filter or a switch. Probably a filter there.
Okay.
All right, let's trigger another one. And this time we should see the first call come in a moment. Oh yeah, my phone's ringing.
Let's go.
Yeah, this is Trey John. What's up? So it's good to know that that dynamic variable is working already. Easy money. We just got more stuff coming in. This is what is this? All right, so these are the three Matt was talking about. We had
Yep.
the
So should be yep.
oh, I got got four.
And it might be the call analyze sometimes is slow. So it will be should be the last one.
It just sent like a bunch. Call started.
It's probably delayed from the last one.
Call analyzed. I'm just gonna keep just look at all of them real quick. All right,
Should be that last one.
we're just looking for
Yep.
event call analyze. So pretty much here, instead of looking for oh, here, let me actually get the output from this most recent one.
So on the switchboard instead of end of call report, we just put call analyzed.
You're a genius.
Let's go.
So yeah, here where we're looking for
Event.
end of call report. Oh, but there
Wait.
something interesting is their outbound phone call structure must have been the same way because that was still working. Um, oh no, it's because that's coming from NADN or coming from GoHighLevel, not from Retell. All right. Anyways, no, yeah, we're looking for end of call report. This one body event equals call analyze.
Yes, sir.
Test state. Boom. Went down the end of call report path. Easy, easy.
Then that sends to GoHighLevel.
No, this is sending to our end of call workflow,
Yep, end of call report.
which will send to GoHighLevel soon. But it's
Bro, this
private.
this is so this is so fucking cool.
So actually, it
Are
does.
you planning?
Hmm?
I was gonna say, are you planning on like training someone to help you like implement this for other people?
What do you mean? Like,
Well, like, say for example, like me and Andon, right? Similar offer, might need help setting this up. Like, are you gonna train someone to help new partners or partners set this up so it's not like you spending hours and hours doing it for everyone,
you
you
mean
know?
set up the NADN stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah, there are a couple people who I've put on the mission to, and there are other partners, so it's not like random hires. There's other partners that I put on the mission to like learn these workflows just really well, so that whenever making updates, they can help support. Um, but
Yeah.
once they're built, and if you don't necessarily need my help to be able to like take the thing that's already built and paste it into your own system. Um,
Yeah.
but when I'm doing these kind of new builds, I actually really like doing this part. This is like my favorite part of everything is is just building new solutions. So yeah, as a collective, we'll keep building new solutions, but I don't really intend to hire somebody to replace me from this part. The same way I harp on y'all about like, hey, focus on doing the thing you love. The thing I actually love, like out of all of the things that I have to do, is building solutions is my favorite part. Okay, so we are looking for uh call analyzed and okay. And this is just uh yeah, this is just to filter errors out. Um so we need to get if the event is call analyzed. Yeah, I'll have to make this a bit better later,
That's all good.
I think. Okay, we are looking there's a specific call outcome. Hey, there's call outcomes in here already. You added like structured
Uh,
analysis.
I don't think I put them in yet, I'm afraid.
Okay, well we'll
I remember last time about how the ended reason, and you were like, oh, you could just make it a post call analysis,
yeah.
which would be don't know what it's called. If you scroll down to it's like their version of the structured data
Yeah,
point.
right here. Well, I'm call analysis, so I'm assuming this is it.
Uh,
It is right here.
yeah, that's it there. So I haven't put in the thing yet. Sorry.
You're good.
So insert. Okay. Yeah.
I'll have to make this the right way later, but for now, we're just gonna look for where was it? Call analysis. If custom call analysis data exists, that's an object. That's not gonna work. Exists. All right. Now we have a new route that this is gonna be ugly for a little bit. Sorry, man.
It's all good.
For now, I can actually just remove that. That'll be an error path I fix later, but for now, and I'll update our error path later. Okay, update custom value. So for assistant override metadata contact ID, execute first. That one's not going to exist. So let me just look up contact.
I hate to tell you that's 7 o'clock, by the way. Just
Yeah. And this is why I'm always late to things because I cannot stand not finishing what I'm working on. I at least want to finish
yeah,
it
yeah.
real quick. I'm just gonna finish the speed run almost. Is there? Do we have private integration token? I forgot that we needed that inside of. Okay, we're also gonna need to. You don't have private integration token created for that sub account yet, do you? No,
Yeah.
no chance. All right, I guess that's where we have to call it quits for today. So Matt, I need you to go make a private integration token,
Yep.
and then just attach it to the custom values. Do you want to be on with me to finish making this? I feel like that's probably a good idea. since you want to understand the system anyways. And
Yeah. I was. What time are you available to go? I
whatever,
could be back on for like. Hmm?
whatever works for you.
Um. So I usually go to the gym from like 8 till 10. So I'll be back on at like 10 p.m. my time, which is 3 hours time.
That's 5 for me. No, I won't be free. I think 11:30 your time tonight.
I can jump on at 11:30.
Okay, then let's do that.
Okay.
Just move this here. All right, guys. So you heard it. Me and Matt are gonna hop back in tonight and keep this party going. We'll be on part 3 of the retail discovery. How can we make it happen? I'm excited.
Let's let's do it.
All right, Matt.
Yeah.
Good time. We will
Right.
follow up later. Peace.
Peace.
Okay. Here we are back at it. Part 3, retail setup. Matt's here once again. Of course, we are just cranking through it. I think where we left off on the last video was we were doing the end of call analysis stuff, setting it up to actually connect back to GoHighLevel. Matt went back and actually set up some more stuff in the account, making sure his Twilio was up and the private integration token was in. Uh, so I'm just gonna go check the GoHighLevel. See what we got here. Matt, you don't mind just rotating this private integration token after we're done, right?
Yeah, that's fine.
Because you have to rotate the API key because we already exposed that a bunch. I am not sharing my screen.
That's fine.
Nope. You're just looking at me. All right. Boom. Boom. Okay. Phone numbers are good. Webhooks are good. Yeah, let's get the private integration ticket in here.
Yeah, so I'm just putting it in right now.
Good. And we're
I
not gonna.
realized I generated it, put it in the Notion, and then didn't put it in the
That's fine.
whatever. I just realized that.
You have it.
Just putting it in right now.
I'll also go ahead and update the location ID now while we're here too. Again, usually we'd be using that account setup form to do all of this, but
Yeah.
since we're doing retail stuff, we're not going to do that. I'll go. Well, shit, we do still need to do. We'll just do it together. I'm gonna spin up a smaller version of the account setup automation that just updates the stuff that we didn't already update manually.
Yeah.
Mm,
The pipe token should be in there now.
yeah, it's in there.
Menu. Yeah, there you go.
All right, let's I guess probably doing the account setup thing now is the move. All right, yeah, I already made a duplicate for it. Okay, so we don't need the script to be written or any of that stuff. We don't need the voice AI. So we will need calendars, custom values, etc. We won't need tools. So I'm just gonna cut those and drop them down here. Let me take that. I think that should be. We don't need call recordings, no crawling websites, no generating prompts, no tools, no Vapi assistant, no phone numbers. Just gonna have you keep doing that manually. Um, yeah. What else needs to? And then I'll just manually do the update assistant to attach the metadata to the assistant after we're done here. Add call appointment,
Yeah.
all that is custom fields, calendar stuff, Twilio stuff that's also not needed, but I'll probably leave it. Updating the phone numbers that we already did. So I'll delete those two. I don't think we're going to need your Twilio SID or auth token since you don't need those to actually trigger the call with retail. Private integration token, custom value, we do need that account time. We need all of this stuff down here then. Cool. Grab that. Calendar ID. Yeah, let me grab that. And let's grab all of that stuff. Okay, it's gonna look something like that. We're just taking some chunks out. The phone numbers we already put in there. Location ID. Yeah, let's go ahead and grab that too. Even though I just added it, I don't. Yeah, we might as well. We might as well grab this up too. It's not gonna hurt. Okay, so what I'm doing here, Matt, is I'm getting the custom field IDs from your GoHighLevel account. I'm getting the custom value IDs so that we can add the custom field IDs to the custom values, so that you don't have to go, get custom field IDs and copy and paste in a bunch of spots. This is what that does. And again, the reason why we need custom field IDs is so we can attach it to the assistant, so that when we get the end of call report, the assistant has the custom field IDs for AI call outcome, appointment date, time, AI call duration, all that stuff, and we can map the result from the call analysis report to a specific field and GoHighLevel.
Okay.
Okay, cool. Just wanted to make sure that was clear. Also, I did figure out how to auto make tools using. I don't know if I told you this already, but we can actually auto create the tools um, using the create Retell LLM API. But
Mhm.
this should, I think this will work. I think. Well, let's just do it. Okay. What's the name of the business?
Verge Funding Group.
Um, since we're not using any of that stuff, I don't think it's necessary. They're in America, New York time zone. Pit. Pit. Hmm. Uh, Might as well put this. Do they have a website where they book appointments at? Do you know?
Not directly into her calendar. She wants to put them on.
Okay.
I can give you the link to the website though. Oh, you got it.
I'm not gonna put the Twilio account SID and auth token in because that's a little harder to rotate, and I don't want to expose that. The phone
Hmm.
numbers we already did. I think you named the AI Susie.
Yep.
None of that is going to be written. Voice AI bearer token. This is the token we're using from Retell here. Uh, Paul Webhook. This should still be your account stuff, right? Let's double check.
Yeah, it's okay.
Oh yeah, it is. I can tell by the name. You're right. Okie dokie. URL. Let's just go ahead and unpin that. Need it. Paul Webhook. All right. The text webhook I don't think is going to be changing, but we're just gonna like you're. We don't need to make a specific one for Retell here. I'm just gonna. Yeah, let's just keep it consistent. When you have one for Vapi, one for Retell, even though this isn't changing. I can't duplicate it, so nope. Never mind. We're just gonna use the one that you already have. Perfect. Keep it simple. Text webhook. Submit. That should. I think it should probably work. I don't know.
Let's see.
My favorite part is watching all the boxes go green. So it's a little. You can't see it on this. That would be cool. If I could watch this running while it was running. Ah, I didn't finish connecting this shit. Boo. That's okay. All that stuff down there is like, no, we might as well do it the right way and finish. I don't know why it would. Maybe it'll take 2 seconds, and that means I can just take this, take that, save, run, and now we get to actually watch the whole thing happen. Yeah. So we're getting the custom fields from GoHighLevel. This is HTTP request from GoHighLevel. Same thing to GoHighLevel to GoHighLevel. These are just extracting. So we get a big response here from the get custom fields. So this is just extracting the specific data we need, and then we're taking all of these custom fields, putting them inside the custom values. Um, and that's what all of these are doing. It's just taking the custom field IDs and putting them in the appropriate spot. And the rest is all. Look at that, successes all over the place. Makes me freaking hype. I love seeing an automation just fucking work. No testing needed, just knew what everything was doing, cut the stuff that wasn't needed, put it in there. Let me rename this assistant because you had Susie with an I. And let's look at the 100. Woohoo! Look at that. All those custom values filled out. I didn't want to expose your stuff here, so we just won't do that. You'll replace your pit and your other stuff. But
Yep.
this looks good to go. There is a text AI system prompt value here. Or sorry, not we do use this one. Sorry, I meant there's an AI call system prompt. We don't actually use for anything. It really is just storing it here, but it's not the actual prompt we use for the AI. So it's fine with us.
Mhm.
Okay. Your custom values are updated. That was this whole process has actually been super chill. And now we're just gonna make sure that oh, I wanna go ahead and attach. So we're gonna attach this metadata to your assistant, and that's really just for the inbound AI to have. So outbound, we are already like you saw yesterday when we updated the trigger outbound call, we are attaching the custom field IDs in the metadata on every outbound call, so you don't have to necessarily update the assistant. But when we're getting an inbound assistant, we're just passing the assistant ID over to. Actually, no, we might be able to pass the whole. Let me double check that. We might not even have to.
For an inbound assessment, we want to search the GoHighLevel contacts because
Mhm.
if it's a contact, we want to address them by name.
Which is this step, which is fine. And our response,
Yeah,
I don't remember. Oh yeah, I'm already attaching metadata in the response here too. So actually, we don't need to attach the assistant metadata in Retell because the way that they handle incoming calls on Vapi, you can only handle the inbound webhook from the server level. So if you have a bunch of different assistants, the only way that I could determine the right assistant to pull was the one that had uh, specific metadata in it, and by labeling it inbound, like the naming the actual assistant itself inbound. But with Retell, since we can attach an inbound webhook directly to the assistant, uh, we when we call the number, it'll go to that assistant. That assistant will use its inbound webhook to go get more information about the request, and I hope that it'll also collect this metadata and other stuff. Um, I guess I haven't really looked at the. Let me look at Retail real quick. We might have to
yeah,
tap.
I'd love to see how that inbound webhook call actually works in terms of like the NAN and connecting up to GoHighLevel to pull the dynamic data about that person, if there is a person.
Oh shit. We'll have to do it on yours. We'll test that in a second. That's for the inbound caller anyway, so we'll just make sure that our in call report is actually working, and then we'll go back and make sure inbound is working.
Okay.
Save that. Okay, so go to future flow. I feel like I'm zooming. If I'm actually in here still. Cool. I'm just waiting for it to fire. Waiting for business hours. Cool. All right, cool. We got two. We got three. What? Oh, because call started.
Remember?
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. And I'm sure my phone actually did ring. I just have didn't. Yeah, my phone rang. It worked. I just have do not disturb. Holy shit! Lots of requests. So yeah, we'll put a filter on here or something in a second. Uh,
Why is it send? It doesn't normally send that many requests for me. It's
well,
usually only just 3.
I just got. This was the. This was just the call being triggered from GoHighLevel. This is probably call start. Yeah, call started. This is probably, I don't know, call ended.
Call ended.
So this must be
This would be
analysis. Nope, call started again.
damn.
Yeah, it looks like it's just sending duplicates. Call ended.
Wait, have you got double dial in there?
Uh, yeah, but it's not going. It's not going to that next step yet because we don't have the end of call report actually labeling
All right.
did not answer. So we're only getting called once. That's a little weird, but it's not like we're going to be filtering out call started and call ended anyway. So as long as we're only getting one call analyzed, that's really what I care about. So this last one, if this is call ended, then we're fine. Yeah. So it just sent they sent 3 call started and 3 call ended, but we have the call analyzed here, and that's all I really care about. So call analyzed worked. We get sent to the end of call report workflow. End of call report workflow started here, so we should see one execution. There it is.
Hey.
I grab that JSON, copy it, throw it back into the editor so we can pin the data and use it for our mappings. Gonna run it again. And here we are. This is us connecting the actual end of call report to the custom fields. So, right, I still have it mapped for Vapi, but it will not be hard to map it for Retell. I just have to go find in the metadata where we have the private integration token. So again, we attach our private integration token to the metadata of the assistant. That way, when I get to this step, I can see, oh, this assistant is attached to this GoHighLevel account, and we need to update that GoHighLevel account, right? So, uh, and also one other note, this is only for you guys who actually like really care about JSON tricks and stuff like that. But typically when we're pulling from nodes over here, we get this right. This is identifying what node to pull from, and then where in the JSON body is that item, or is the thing that we're pulling. Item is the default that we search for, but sometimes we're splitting paths and we could have potentially multiple items come into one node, in which case I just want to get the first item that comes through. uh I just noticed that this covers a lot. This will keep us from erroring in some cases where we're like we have split paths in our automation. I don't know if that actually made a ton of sense right now, but the point is I change item to first oftentimes to just get the first item so it knows which item to be looking for. Anyways, this is custom field ID. So again, we've been looking for the custom field IDs. or we got the custom field IDs, attached them to the custom values so we could pass them in the metadata through the assistant. I'm looking for, this is the field AI call type. So I just need to find the custom field ID. Over here is AI call type ID. I'm just going to change that to first again. You'll notice the structure is just a little different from Vapi to Retell, but it's the same exact process. Field value, and this is just this is what we get in the actual call analysis. So we're gonna go look at the call analysis at the bottom, which I'm assuming is here. Okay, cool. And call type is outbound or inbound, or right? Where was I getting this from? Yeah, outbound or inbound.
Yeah, I remember I think it was at the top or like in the original request where it's like,
It just says call type is phone call.
oh, wait, no, because remember, so in like the JSON payload that you put in to like initiate the call,
You're right. I did have to put outbound there.
but I don't know where it should be somewhere near.
Let's see. Let me just let's see if I can search. Direction.
There we go. Direction.
Yeah, so
Nice.
for call type, instead of just using, because call type is just giving us phone call, which is what it's going to default to for inbound and outbound phone calls, we're going to use direction here.
Yeah.
So direction is equal to first. Okay, actually, I'm going to just expand that. That's way easier to see now. Okay. And I actually have an if empty here, and this is just to catch errors again. Like if for some reason the direction field is empty, it'll just pass none so that this thing doesn't break because there's no information in it. So I'm actually gonna do the same thing just to make sure that we're not breaking stuff. Take that and just paste it there. Easy money. Okay, so we got our call type field ID, and the outcome is the direction of the call, which was outbound. Now we're looking for AI call outcome. So once again, we're going to use our execute workflow node. I'm looking for the call outcome, which should be down here.
It's in, yeah.
Call outcome, cool. This is the, yeah. And let's grab the metadata, AI call outcome. Give me my metadata. Did I pass it? No, here it is. AI call outcome. Here it is, the custom field ID. Let's go change this to first.
So what you're doing here is essentially matching up the custom values with the actual values that we got from the call so that it's updating in GoHighLevel.
Yeah, so these are custom field IDs from
Yep.
GoHighLevel. So the custom field is AI call outcome. That's the name of the field we're
Yeah.
updating. The field ID is here. And the value that we're actually putting into that field, right? What are we updating the field with is the call outcome, right? In this case, not interested. You can see it all
Yeah.
actually mapped out.
Nice.
We're just going through, and this is how it's set up for Vapi. But the body of the request just looks a little different because they're labeled differently.
Uh-huh.
Same exact functionality. So now we're looking for. I'm gonna kind of try to speed this process up a little bit and just do all the IDs at once. So AI call outcome reason, AI call, AI call outcome reason, AI call transcript. AI call summary. Dude, this should go on YouTube. This is actually like pretty
Oh, this is
pretty heat. AI call recording. There we go. AI call recording. AI call duration. AI call ended reason, which might not be something that Retell gives us, but we're
theirs is disconnection or call ended. Huh? No.
uh, we need appointment date time. We need AI call follow up date time. And this is all of the stuff like it's not going to change the functionality. It's just like we are mapping a lot of stuff back into GoHighLevel because we want to be able to automate as much stuff as possible. So for a basic setup, you don't need nearly this much stuff. I'm just hella extra. We're looking for
It's up near the top. AI call contact is down. Oh,
this
there
one's
you go. Yeah,
call.
yeah.
No, that one's phone. Call contact name. Phone name, timestamp, and email are the last things. I call timestamp. And contact email, name, phone, email. All right, now let's all right, let me just copy that sucker. Easy. Okay, now we just want to map all the outcomes that we're getting from Retell. So AI call outcome reason. Do you have reason in here?
AI call. Huh?
The reason for that call outcome? No.
No, I
Uh,
didn't know that was a thing.
yeah, it's just something that we added so that we can see why the AI determined that outcome, and it makes it easier for handling errors later. So if we see that the outcomes are wrong, we can check the outcome reason, and we can see what the AI was thinking and why it determined it that way, so that we can better prompt it in the future to say, okay, I get it now. I understand how I messed up. Uh, here's to fix that. So just good to have, but if you don't have it, it's okay. We'll just pass none. Um,
I'll put that in my list of things to do. 'Cause I want to add that. It's quite good.
yeah, Just add it to the call outcome stuff. AI
Yeah.
transcript you should have somewhere in here. Even if it's coming back as empty, yeah, we should still have it. There we go. Transcript is okay. And this one we have a JSON stringify, which pretty much just means it's going to put it into proper JSON format so that we still right because this isn't you're not supposed to have paragraphs inside of JSON, so it'll break it. But if you wrap it in this JSON stringify function first, it'll add the quotation marks on both sides that it needs, and it'll add escape characters to escape those paragraph breaks and make sure that we're still having the right format. Um, and I literally the only reason I know these things is because I spent time trying to build this in a way that it would be as functional as possible. And I happened to stumble upon cool little improvements here and there. This should just work. Yeah, there we go. So you'll notice over here, now there are escape characters in front of the paragraph, so it's coming out as a single string, and there are quotations on both sides. That's why we wrap it in the JSON stringify. If we do put this on YouTube and anybody actually like is watching this step by step, you are actually getting like incredible gold nuggets. Even just this like JSON stringify thing has made my life so much easier. Um, for being able to actually like properly format objects and long paragraphs of information into one string that could be passed into JSON, that made a huge difference. Um, so anybody else out there building like cool automations and more on the tech side, like that is a golden nugget right there. And I'm sure that there's actually a lot of golden nuggets in here. So I hope it helps. Have fun. If you have any questions, let us know and we'll answer them probably. Uh, AI call outcome unless they're super top secret, which we let me do the story way. All right, call summary. Let's drop this here. And we'll just take so this one I'm wrapping JSON stringify and an if else or if empty statement all in kind of one. Now just go to there. Money, right on. Oh, was that I accidentally grabbed transcript again. My bad. That was not correct. Nope, that's the summary ID again. Trey John, can you please? Sorry about that, folks. Okay, there we go. Yeah, summary. All right, good. Recording. Yeah, we're gonna grab the recording URL. Money. Again, just wrapping it in if empty just in case if we're not getting a recording for some reason something errors out. We still don't we just don't want to leave undefined in the field values because it can break the JSON when we're trying to update the contact field. So I'd rather just automatically pass empty or none or something like that so that there's at least information in here and it can still update the rest of the stuff that did get that outcome. Duration. This is actually something I'm excited to see. uh Duration hasn't always been something that was so easily accessible, right? They used to just have um like way back there was no duration. You had to do math. You had to say, okay, this is when the call started, this is when the call ended, let's do subtraction. I guess they only have milliseconds, which is kind of annoying, but that's fun. Matt, do you know if there's a seconds duration?
Um,
Yeah, we'll see in a second, I guess. Duration in milliseconds. That's just annoying. We used to have to just subtract these two numbers, but thank God for building better user experiences. But milliseconds is kind of annoying to have to look at. Doesn't look like we have any other option. Oh, this is actually a chance to do something cool. To use a function for math. All right, yeah, we're gonna get the milliseconds, and I'm gonna convert it to seconds just using a JSON function, which I actually haven't done yet, but the idea just came to me, and I know it's possible. So we are going to figure it out here now together. Oh, I don't want the one from the if statement. I want the one from the execute workflow trigger, just in case I change the steps with these nodes later. I try not to ever leave just like the money JSON because that means it's just going to look at the previous node for the information it's pulling. But what if later I want to change my automation? I add a different step to the previous node. Then this is going to be mapped incorrectly, and that's annoying. So I always try to actually make sure that I'm calling out the specific node we are mapping rather than just using this default like pull from the previous node. That piece of information is going to save you a fuck ton of headache. Also, I promise you that. But we're gonna grab this, and I think all right. So if empty, this. So I need to wrap this inside of another function by throwing up a function. Uh, let's see. How I could probably use Claude. Um, I needed help writing a review. How to convert MS to seconds using JSON expression function in Aiden. And actually, I probably should have just gone ahead and given it the expression that we were changing to. So let me skip this one. JSON slash too many words. I don't know. I'm just gonna fix this one to also have convert to seconds. Oh, we're just okay. We're just using math. Um, Here's how to convert milliseconds to seconds while maintaining the if empty check, or if you want to format to a specific number of decimal places. Nope, we just want the well. While the first version will give you raw number in seconds, while the second version will give you the formatted string with two decimal places. I don't think I want any decimal places, so I'm gonna grab this one and then just set the fixed to 0. So I have 0 decimal places. I think that'll work. We're about to see. Uh, Boom. So I can compare my two numbers up here. I'm getting right 2,520 milliseconds is 2.52 seconds. Fix the two. Yeah, I think maybe we will leave the duration. But it doesn't really make a difference by the second. So we could either just round up or round down, or we could just leave it. I'm just gonna leave it as it is. 2.52 seconds. If we have a minute long conversation, it'll look like 60 point some change. Um, yeah, that's fine. We'll just leave the decimals in there. Also, again, I want to change all of these to first, but I'll go back and do those in a minute. Let's do ended call reason. Not too many more left to go. Just 6 or 7. Uh, Ended call. Oh, you don't. You said it. What was it called? Is in retail
Uh, Disconnection reason.
this cool. Yep. So instead of a reason from Vapi, we have this connection reason here. Grab that, paste.
It is slightly unreliable.
Like it's not going to change the functionality at all. It's just so we
Yeah.
can see. A lot of stuff in here is literally just so we have visibility. So if something is broken, we can just go into GoHighLevel and see what happened. That way we don't have to go find the end of call report from Vapi or Retail. We can just look at GoHighLevel and say, okay, these are all the things that happened in the call report. I can see what the AI was thinking or what wasn't quite accurate based on what I can see here. Um, do you have custom? Do you have a yeah? Are you pulling a custom value to see a like appointment date time if it was booked?
There should be. Let me double check. Oh, shit, maybe not.
You do not. You don't. um, so I would go add that too as well.
Yep.
Uh, we'll skip it for now. Same thing with follow up date and time. Just if somebody is like, call me back tomorrow or call me back next Friday at noon, the AI can store that information somewhere and automatically call them back. That's pretty cool. Contact name. That's just if the AI is collecting information on the call, I just like to pass it in the custom value because it's easy to see. It's not usually super accurate, but at least we have something there rather than it being completely empty. So if somebody were to call them or have a or reach out, they could at least see, okay, this is roughly how their name is pronounced. I might not have the spelling right, but I know what their name is. Um, anyway, so ideally we would also be getting contact name and then the call report, their phone number if it was collected in the call report. The timestamp is there. The email we'd also ideally be collecting if we are, and if not, it'll just pass none, and then it'll be fine. All right, but I'm just gonna grab timestamp.
We'll see for the contact's phone number on retail. It like whether it's inbound or outbound, you get that in the payload. I think that's why I didn't include it.
You get the what?
Like for the contact's phone number for
Yeah,
the field value, I
yeah.
think you already get it.
We do. This isn't the phone number that the person is calling with. Say for example, somebody's calling to set an appointment, but they're setting it for somebody else, and the AI is like, okay, well, can I get the best phone number to reach back out to you? And they might give a different phone number than the one that they're actually calling from. So
Right.
in
Okay.
that case, that's why I'm this one is just like pulling whatever the person said on the call. So if it is the same thing as their call number, then it's really just about having the data, the information somewhere. It doesn't change functionality. It's not going to break anything, but it just helps so that we can easily see. Okay, this is the number that the person said at some point in the conversation. Let me answer the or review the transcript real quick and look to see what happened. All right, so all of these that we have an outcome for are done. We don't have email, phone, name, date, time, reason. I'm gonna test to see if this works. I think since these are undefined, it's not gonna work, but I am not sure if it does work, then that's cool. Let's test it and see. And it did work. So even though these fields were undefined, it just means we're just not going to update that information at all with anything. Those are custom fields that we have in GoHighLevel inside of GoHighLevel, but they're just going to remain empty until we're actually mapping them with something. But boom, bada bing, update contact fields just ran, and let me just show you the proof that is inside of the pudding. Uh, we're gonna go to my contact record so you guys can see that it actually did just update that stuff. Look at that. Outbound call type, transcript, summary, recording, duration, ended reason. This is the stuff that we didn't have information for. Timestamp, the phone number that we're calling from. Easy money. Super easy. Okay, let's do the next one then. We have all right, let's do add note, which is similar, the exact same process we just did, except now we are we're just adding the note. So this is where we do our call log. You know, if we have multiple calls going out, we like to the same person, we want to have a history of all the calls they had, not just the most recent one. So that's why we update the notes. I'm gonna make this easy, and I'm going to grab the one that we just fixed and the new one that we need to fix. And I'm just going to take this
Paste it there. Also, I'm going to change these to first real quick. First. Let me change the one real quick too. Well, yeah. No, I'm updating in two spots, so changing it here won't do anything. Because this is the one that we're going to save. Okay. And the body. Yeah. Type, field value. We have called date. How am I doing date? What is going on here? We're grabbing the time zone, or grabbing the timestamp, and we're reformatting it to fit our account time zone. And this account is in New York. So in the metadata, we are attaching account time zone. That's why it's inside of that form that we're using to create the account in the first, or to create the agent in the first place. We also pass. Well, I thought we did account time zone somewhere. Oh, we were passing in the variable values before, I guess, and we don't actually have. We did not pass the time zone, so we just won't use that. We'll just put it in the time zone, a default time zone, I guess. Okay, let's grab the timestamp value. Oh, I got too much stuff. So this one is a bit more complicated because I'm like reformatting stuff in the middle of it. Set zone. We don't have account time zone. So would you like me to default this to like a
Well, because I might have like British clients and stuff, so
we'll just need to add account time zone in the probably would be good to add it in
the
right.
form.
It's in the form and it's a custom value. We just need to pass the custom value. Before I was doing it in variable values, but I don't think we don't need to use variable values for, so we'll just add it to the metadata. Yeah. Um, I guess I should do that now before I forget later. So let's go to the trigger call. We're going to add another field here called account time zone. So I'm just gonna copy, add a comma, paste. We're gonna call this account time zone. And I believe this is probably, I think I'm already passing that custom data. Yep, I am. Look at that account time zone. Money. So easy. Cool. So now we have account time zone that's gonna be also passing through. And by the time it gets here, this should be very similar to our metadata, other metadata stuff. So I'm just gonna grab this other random metadata. Because the only difference is going to be the last piece is going to say account time zone. Probably. I think. Set zone. We need to change this to here. This is account. Yeah, we have account company name, but not time zone yet. Time zone. I guess did we have account company name? Maybe I'm a genius. One second, I don't know though. No, I don't see time zone there. Well, this is saying it's already in the right format, but I'm not really exactly sure why. But that's okay. We'll make sure that it's right later.
Well, you've got time zone as a capital T instead of a small t, maybe. Is it?
This is saying GMT, which is I think it's just a default. I think it just defaults to your time zone. Maybe is this what time it is for you right now? I think it is.
Ye- Yeah, it would have been, yeah.
It defaults to whatever your innate instance is in. So that's why I have this. This is supposed to set it to the time zone that's being passed in this value here, the execute workflow metadata count time zone, but this is not an actual real value that we're passing yet because I just added it in the trigger call. So it's not here in the
Yeah.
yet. It'll be here moving forward. So it's just defaulting to your time zone, but next time it's going to see that this is America/New York because we put that in the form and attached it. Um,
Sweet.
yeah. Call outcome is call outcome is here. Dude, it's a shame that some people don't have longer attention spans because I know that this is going to be a long video, but it actually is like this is super valuable stuff that's happening.
Mhm.
And I think about that sometimes. I'm like, there's just no way to break this down into like a 30-minute video. Like,
No, there's not.
excuse you. Oh, it's because I grabbed the if empty also. That's why. It's my bad. Just grabbed too much stuff. Appointment booked, date, time. That one doesn't exist, so we will just leave it alone for now. Um, Add call summary. I might delete these ones. No, I'll just leave them. I was thinking I might delete them to make it easier to see later what needs to be added, but I think the big red makes it kind of obvious enough. Transcription. Summary. And last but not least, call recording.
Yeah, I'm missing like a couple of the post-call analysis properties. I know you've given them to me, which I know which ones to do, but I'm guessing like further on in the course is the parts where it tells you which ones you need to have, or is there somewhere else that tells you that?
It's attached during the account setup form. We just automatically create the structured data output. So if you're following with the program and you just automatically you should just auto have what you need. But that is a good point you're making. I should probably add it. Let me just go grab it real quick and I'll send it to you and then add it to the program later.
If you want as well, I can add like all the descriptions and stuff that I make up for it and how to actually set it up in retail.
Yeah, please do. And then just shoot it over to me after you're done and
Yeah, that's fine.
You can also add that right under this video.
Yeah.
But these are all of the outcomes that we've been looking for. So these are
Okay.
created when using the account creation form. I'm just gonna copy that. I hope it doesn't sit in a super weird format, but it might. I'll drop it in WhatsApp 1 second. All right, good. Anywho, yes, add note. All right, so we're missing appointment book, but that should be okay. And this is body parameters name. I guess the JSON format for this one doesn't matter. I wonder why, but it's just something I figured out in the API documentation. Most of cannot cannot post.
Content ID.
Yeah, that should be this here, which it is. Cannot post context blah blah, blah error 444 not found. It definitely is. So we just did this already. See, it's the same. It's the same thing. Let me show again. Cannot post.
Why is that not working?
I don't know. I don't. It's definitely not this, but I'm just gonna delete this for a second, just to see. It won't make any difference, but yeah, that's it just says it's not found, but I didn't delete the contact here, so it still exists. Most certainly. When there's no reason it shouldn't, because it's literally the same thing as the one we just executed here. Test up again. This is gonna work. All right, that's fine. Hit this step. Maybe they changed their note, but it's fine. We'll just keep going. I because I know that that's definitely right. We'll just move forward for now. We'll figure it out later. Oh, also I do want to change this to these all to first. 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 Okay. First. 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 This one's now. Once again, we'll leave them side by side. Make it easier. This is the one we're actually using. Let's do add tag. So just like we've been doing for all these other ones. All right, tags. This is another expression function that is pretty much saying, okay, based on what the call outcome is, we need to make a tag that is matching the call outcome. All of our call outcomes match exactly what our tags need to look like, so we don't have to necessarily change too much. We just have to add AI at the end for the tag. And also, it knows that if the call outcome is DNA or voicemail, it's going to default. So if it knows if it's DNA or voicemail, it's just going to default to adding the tag DNA. That way, on our multi-call workflow, we can see, oh, this call was not answered. We're going to call it again. It knows that if
Yeah.
it's not DNA or voicemail, all of our other call outcomes are all answered outcomes. It's going to default this tag to add answered if it's not DNA or voicemail. That way, we're going to get the exact call outcome tag. So it's going to say not interested, AI, answered. Guys, this is cool stuff. Okay. We just need to do this for the structure that we have. So call outcome, not answered. This is grab that. And that needs to go here. And now you see, not interested, AI. And we also need, what is this? This is just the same thing, call outcome. So, not interested, answered. Add those tags, bada boom, bada bing. Let's run this bad boy, and it better work. Oh, this says 4-4 again. So, I'm gonna grab this again. Oh, maybe it's because these are supposed to be puts and not posts. I don't think that's the case, but we're gonna try it anyways, real quick. No, it's definitely was post. Why would this one be working and the other ones wouldn't be? Update contact record, which it did do. Right, we might have to pull it to go. Okay, quick go. Copy from the one. You got a dog?
Yeah, can you hear that?
It's okay though.
Locked outside.
He just sounds like he wants something.
No, he's outside and he wants back in, but I can't be worried. We're going to let him back in. He can wait.
Yeah, it's saying not, which is not what it should be saying. But let's just check in here real quick. We're looking for contacts. We are adding tags. So let's add tags should be post, which it is. Okay. Maybe. Oh, it's because I'm dumb. I just didn't add the last part of the URL that I was supposed to add because it's not the exact same thing. Here for contacts, you just have to add the contact ID and it'll do it. But for note, the URL probably is /note. Let's see. Create note /notes. Yep. So I just didn't add the last part of the URL. That was my bad. Just little details that I didn't grab. /notes. And it's gonna work. and tags, and that's why we look at API documentation when we have troubles, because it's not too hard. Boom, bada boom, bada bing. Get pipelines. Now, the reason why I tell you guys don't change the names of the pipelines is because our pipelines are mapped to the specific name here. And to be able to use the HTTP requests to automatically update the pipelines. So let me not copy this whole thing and break it again. Oh, that one's fine. We don't need to actually update anything there because we're not, it's no dynamic variables. We just need the bearer token here. Oh, not down there. Where's, okay, there we go. Location ID, we do need that, which comes from the metadata again. So location, location ID. Yeah. Okay, cool. Bearer token. That is it. Oh, because this is a GET request. That's why we didn't need all the same stuff. We're just getting the pipelines, which now I can see all the pipelines inside of your sub account. This code step is just grabbing the specific pipelines we need. So we're looking for the pipelines named all the pipelines inside of our AI call outcome pipeline. All right, so DNA answered, voicemail, not interested, scheduled, transferred, whatever. We're just pulling the ID of the actual stage of each pipeline. That way we can update the contact and put them in the right stage based on the ID. And that's why I say don't change the pipeline names because we are pulling specific pipelines. We're matching the call outcome. The reason why the pipeline stages are named the exact same as the call outcomes is because we're going to use the call outcome to determine what pipeline stage it needs to be added to, and if the names aren't matching, it's just not gonna match them. So you can change the description for how to determine certain call outcomes. That's what you can do. Like inside of Retell, you can go say, "Oh, this is how you determine that call outcome." Right? Don't change the actual outcome itself, though. Not what I was supposed to grab.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Cool.
One thing about the call outcomes as well, obviously in the automation, if it's a voicemail, it's automatically categorized as DNA. So then if you go, if for example, like myself, if someone was building their call outcomes in the post-call analysis, like the description, I didn't include voicemail because it's not actually in the end of call report or like the call outcome branches. So just to remind people to add in, the voicemail aspect about the post-call analysis in their actual agents. Does that make sense?
No, it didn't. I was confused.
Okay, so for the call outcomes, I had to go and like write the descriptions. So like this is what to do for this call outcome, and it's like do not answer or did not answer or do not disturb. But I based that off of the branches that is in the GoHighLevel. So in the call outcomes sales pipeline,
Yes.
but in the sales pipeline, there's no pipeline for voicemail
In
because that's all
or in the AI call outcome pipeline.
in the AI call outcome pipeline.
They're not. Are you sure?
I've got scheduled, transferred, positive, follow up, not interested, gatekeeper, not in business, DND.
There's no scrolling to the left or right.
No, there's no voicemail on there.
Hmm. I mean, if there's none in there, then it's probably right. And you no right here, Steve. DNA voicemail.
Oh, I'm looking at like, the actual automation.
Which one?
So if you go into automations on that Verge funding, go into AI call, and then call outcomes, update sales pipeline.
Oh yeah, because on the sales pipeline, it doesn't make a difference. Like we don't need to know. Sales pipeline, we're only updating the stuff that actually happened if the call connected. If the call didn't connect, then that person. Nothing has happened with that person yet. There's nothing really to update in the sales pipeline, right?
Right.
If they do connect, though, something happened, and it would be good to update our pipeline to know what happened. Right.
Okay. All right. Okay. So like, does the message not even pass through that automation then to get updated in the pipelines?
It'll still go through, but it doesn't get down to uh yeah, it's not gonna have a branch to go through at this step. It's just gonna pass to none. If the call outcome was updated to DNA or the call outcome is updated to voicemail, it goes to none, and nothing happens in sales pipeline. If it goes to one,
Oh, it's updating it.
yeah, if it goes to one of
Right.
the steps and we get not interested, then it says, okay, we got not interested in the AI call outcome. We're gonna move this contact to not interested in the sales pipeline.
Gotcha.
But if nothing happened with the caller, like they didn't answer, I don't need to have them in my sales pipeline yet. They're still cold lead, and I don't really care to see them there. So sales pipeline is pretty much just for the people who have actually engaged at some level. And if
Yeah.
never engaged, then they do eventually end up in the 90-day hold. So we do still
Yeah.
eventually see them in our sales pipeline, but it's only after we've tried to reach out to them for 2 weeks and we never heard from them. Then they'll pop
Yeah.
up in the sales pipeline at the hold step.
Okay.
Cool. Okay.
Cool.
Uh, update a call opportunity. Let's grab the contact ID, which is this right up here. Name. What am I doing here? Let's see. Assistant override full name. Number. Oh, this is the name of the pipe. Like, what do we actually want to put as the name of this or the name of the opportunity card? Which I usually just do the name of the person, their phone number, and their contact ID. I think I just started doing for just to make it easier to find that contact later. So we're gonna put contact name here or contact ID. We're gonna grab the phone number. So let's grab number. This is the 2 number. Delete that. Oops, not caps locks. Shit. Please. And then the name of the caller. First name. I like to do full name, but I only see first name coming from Retell, and that's okay. Oh, because that's all we have mapped for you right now. So we didn't map in full name as like one of those variables. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so when the opportunity is created, we're grabbing the first name, their phone number, and their contact ID. Just for your convenience. Oops. I think these are extra. Let's delete those. Yep. Pipeline stage ID, and once again, like I mentioned before, don't change the pipeline stage names because all of these pipeline stage IDs are mapped to a specific uh, call outcome. So if our call
Mhm.
D&D, then it's going to look for the pipeline stage that is called D&D.
Yeah.
So these are all of our possible XQ workflow trigger call. Okay, yeah, we're looking for the call analysis, call outcome. So we just need to let me just shit. And we're gonna take that, push it to there, and I think that is it.
I'm supposed to be on a call right now.
Oh, I thought you had it at 30. Oh no, you didn't. We're at an hour and 30 now, huh? Well, you gotta go, I guess. If you gotta go, you gotta go.
Yeah.
All right, part four. We'll definitely wrap it up. We're almost done with the end of call report. The next stuff is just the inbound call stuff, and then you're done. Um, so no,
I'm sorry, I wish I could keep going.
okay, me too, because we're in the thick of it, and this is how it goes. But we'll part four. Just let me know. I'm gonna stop this. Bada boom, bada bing. Part four. Welcome back, team. Matt's here. Everybody's in place. Let's keep going. So we are finishing the retail connections, and where we are at is I need to share the screen with Matt because he was not going to say anything. He was just going to let me jump right in and
I was fixing this.
smile and nod. But yeah, so we were setting up the pipeline stages, and let's just finish that sucker up real quick. It's literally the last step of the end of call report stuff. We just need to change all of these values here to, is that right? No, that's wrong. That is not correct. There we go. All right, so we need to take all of these values, and paste them in here. So what this is doing is it's just taking the call outcome, and if the call outcome is D&D, it's going to add to the pipeline stage D&D. If the
Yeah.
outcome is not in business, it's going to add to the pipeline stage non-business. If you ask me how I built this specific JSON expression, it was AI. I just explained to it what I needed to do, and it did it. It took like 2 attempts, maybe 3. Let's make sure that looks right. It does. Okay. Yeah, it took maybe 3 attempts to get it right.
Like you said, we use AI to build AI, to learn about.
AI for ask AI how to use AI, bro.
Yep.
And you'd be surprised how many people are like, "Wow, I never thought of that." I'm like,
I know. See, when I tell people that, if someone asks me a question, I'm like, bro, just ask AI. Why are you asking me?
ex- literally exactly that. They're like, all
Whatever
right,
you ask me, I'm gonna go ask the AI.
straight up. Like, how do I use AI to do this? And I'm like, go ask AI how to do this. What?
Bro,
What?
same,
Come on, guys.
same.
Analysis. Okay, so this this doesn't look. Execute workflow first. D&D. Oh, what is it? No, I don't think this is what that value is supposed to look like. I think it's supposed to have a. Oh, I get maybe the output is supposed to be. It is. Sorry. Yeah, pipeline stage ID. That is right. And you were not interested, so let me look for the not interested pipeline stage ID. Not interested. 9173 money. Test that step. It's gonna work. Booyah. Let's go.
Let's go.
That's all done. This one up
Did
here.
you hear that?
What happened?
We said let's go at the exact same time.
Locked in. The let's go check to make sure in our opportunities that it actually did the thing. If I scroll over to not interested, boom, not interested because things just work like that. Again, go watch the other 3 parts. It's all in this video. So just rewind 5 minutes and you'll see how we built this. This up here is just for error handling. It's really just for Vapi because there are some times where Vapi wasn't sending the end of call report, so I had to catch that. Matt, have you ever noticed Retell not send the call analysis?
No.
Cool. Then whoop, it's gone. And whoop, it's gone. If we do find that we are not getting the call analysis, I'll remake the other things real quick. It'll be super chill. Too easy.
Mm.
No problem. Okay. We don't need that. We don't need that. We can unpin that. This is all set. Again, here you'll notice that I usually don't like to use JSON. I like to actually map to the accurate node, but I this is a two-step automation that I'm not going to ever change. So it's like not a big deal, but again, try to actually map from the specific node. All of our metadata that we need to attach, we added account time zone. I'm probably going to in the Vapi. And if we do end up switching all the systems to Retell, then I'm glad that we did this together because it means I don't have to go do it by myself later. Also, we don't really need to filter these out like the next, like right, the call started, call ended, because the next step is a switch, and if it doesn't match any of the switches, it's just not going to go anywhere. So,
Mhm.
ideally, we could just turn it off on retail side from sending those to us. Like that would be the best thing, so we're not overloading our innate in. But like that is my bigger concern is innate in is getting overwhelmed because we're getting like six call started or a call started, call ended, call started, call ended, call started, call ended, and that's annoying. So I might put a wait step here so that it's not trying to run like all of those workflows that like right on top of each other, but I don't really think it's going to make a huge difference. I'm just going to leave it. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. Okay, so uh our tools should still work the same. It just depends on what retail is expecting in the tool call response and their function call response. So I just need to
So
get.
their function call response is
Do you have it already? Oh, you're the fucking coolest. Yeah, just send it to me. Chat.
it's literally nothing. It's like just this is successful. It's not even like tool call or JSON script.
How do you return the calendar availability then?
Oh well, if you're returning the calendar availability, you need to put it. You need to have like a response.
Yeah, do you have that? Do you have that somewhere, or do I need to go find it real quick?
No, I mean like I'll show you how I did it in Make. It works.
Yeah, that's fine. And just give me the buddy.
Yeah. Yeah, double check the dogs, but
Yeah, didn't even say anything in there.
like my body for the successful message, i.e., when it gets booked, is literally appointment successfully booked.
Yeah, that's fine. But what about getting availability and returning that availability?
So for the get availability, I basically
Is it just
put it
the availability with no JSON?
no. So I put the JSON file into a GPT module to pull the times that were available and then put those times that are available into another GPT module, which creates an actual like nice message.
Okay, and then in the
And
response,
then that nice message into the body.
but there's no special body requirements. I got it. Do you think?
No, there's no like
Imagine we probably can just pass this the JSON and it should be able to figure that out.
we could try it, yeah.
All right, I don't think it's gonna speak it out loud verbatim, so I can just delete. We don't need tool call ID, just result is fine. So yeah, I'm just gonna keep the results object in there, or it's an array technically.
It'd be interesting to see how it actually improvises that because the only way that I learned was like by giving it like a nice message.
I mean, we can. That's not hard to set up either.
Yeah.
But for now, we'll just delete these. Result. Result. No. And those are the appointment ones. These are the availability ones. I didn't do that one. So again, this is just, if there's an error for some reason, like if the appointment wasn't actually booked for whatever reason, then we just send an error message. And if it was booked successfully, then we just send, oh, it was successful. Cool. Same thing here. If no calendar availability was there, then we just pass that message to the assistant to let the assistant know. Uh, and if it was successful, then we just pass the actual available times, free slots. And since we're not, we don't need a tool call ID. We just say what's up. None of that should change because this is GoHighLevel. This is GoHighLevel. This is GoHighLevel. This stuff we already made sure is working, and it does. This is working. We'll just make sure that we're labeling our tools the same names. Oh, that's probably going to change is the function, where the function is coming from. Like it's not going to be a tool call from Retell. It's going to be some other thing like a function or something. Um, so
Yeah, I can tell you what that's called. Right now.
interesting that the message type was the same though. I think already. No, we had to change that to call analyzed. Let's. I'm gonna I'm gonna leave it labeled end of call report, even though it's call analyzed in here, but it's fine. Um, I'll finish making the rest look pretty later. Let's just do it. Inbound assistant. So that's our last thing to set up. We're gonna want to test the tools. We're gonna want to test the inbound assistant stuff too. So, uh, Matt, what I'm gonna need you to do is, can you paste this webhook into the assistant on retail? And can you share your screen while you do it? I'm gonna
Yeah.
call real quick while you do that, just to make sure that everything actually does go how it's supposed to go.
I think I'm putting this into the right place. So this is the inbound caller, webhook settings,
Yep.
inbound call, webhook URL. In there.
This is Trey John. What's up?
Hey, Trey John, it's Adam from Prime Ballet. We cleaned your car before your flat model. And I was just giving you a quick call because
Hey, and that is this the same agent? Because that outbound webhook was different. If you go back to
What?
books, it's going to make. It's not going to here. It looked like. Did you select the same?
This is a different one. This is the inbound assistant.
Okay, gotcha. Well, you're gonna want to make sure that that end of call report is still going to where we need to go,
Yeah.
right? Which is just it's the same webhook as
Yeah.
the um, all right. End of call report came in. Uh, let's make sure our workflow executed correctly, which it did. It was successful, and it labeled it as a what type of call outcome was this? Let's see. positive. So we should see that back in GoHighLevel. I'm now in the positive opportunity stage. Yes, I am.
Oh,
As you can see, the most recent note just got dropped. It has all of the information that we need. And if I click on my contact itself, you will notice inside of the AI call, we have our call type. That's not okay. Well, let me check why call outcome didn't come out. But everything else came up fine. So I might have just missed a little something in
the extra call outcomes that we didn't have before should be there now, like the
yeah, I
outcome
haven't
reason.
got to map them on this side yet. That's why you didn't see them.
Yeah, I know. I was just saying, like, I have done that now, so if we wanted to map them, we could.
All right, cool. Let's just go ahead and do that real quick. Mhm, mhm, mhm.
Reasoning, name, phone, email, something else.
All the stuff. But I want to see why didn't the call outcome get updated in the contact field. No. Yes. No. Yeah, call outcome is here. Let me just refresh. Because it got updated literally everywhere else. Maybe there's a different automation that got triggered that removed it, but that would be weird.
That is weird.
Hmm. But it was not, we had not interested earlier, didn't we? We'll do another test.
What do you mean? Okay.
We did a test way earlier. Oh, also, call recording is coming through now too, which is cool. Well, we're at least we're getting it in the call report here at least. It's not gonna break anything that it's not popping up here because it is popping up here at least, but it's still definitely not ideal that that's not. Uh, yeah, ID. Let's just double check to make sure I mapped that right. Ah, I got it. It's because this is I put call outcome ID in the wrong spot. Okay. That's my bad, guys. Not the AI or the automation. That was me. So right here, call outcome. I have AI call outcome reason ID when this is supposed to be the outcome ID, like that. All right, so that's gonna be right now. And this one had nothing because it's not mapped right now. So we'll fix that. Reason. Uh, you named this call outcome reasoning, is that right?
Uh, yeah, call outcome underscore reasoning.
Okay. Uh,
this is what I'm gonna do real quick then. Don't try this at home, kids. Reasoning. What the heck? All right, I'm gonna copy this one, paste it here, and add call outcome reasoning. Did you call it call outcome? Call outcome. REASONING. I don't see any difference there. This is execute workflow trigger dot first. All right, just remind me to fix this later. We're gonna just it'll still be functional. I'm just being picky about.
I don't understand how it's not working though. It's like the exact same as you're doing before.
Yeah, I probably just need to refresh the. Honestly, I just do that real quick. Yeah. Sometimes just little simple things like that will fix all of our problems. And so let me take this one that looks right. We'll paste it here, which is saying it's right. Let's grab our reasoning. We're gonna cut it. We're gonna paste it here. All right, it's working. Right, that's how it's supposed to look. But I don't like that I have JSON here when I should have all this other stuff. So let me just go ahead and cut to there and paste here, and it works. So yeah, just literally I just had to refresh my page and now it's working like a normal thing. All right, call outcome reason with the reason appointment date time. Okay, we'll do the same thing. Take all of that. We want to drop it there. We want to take this and we want to paste it all here. should just be able to take these like this. And change just the last point from appointment date time. Let's hope you labeled this pretty close. And this should just be follow up date and time. Like that. Delete the end. Money. Another one. Oops. Let's just take the whole thing, I guess. Drop that. What is this? Contact name. So your end should be contact. I'm assuming full name. Yeah. Is yep. Phone. And again, this is just the information that the AI happens to be grabbing on the call, not necessarily the number or the name that's attached to the contact already. All right, and email.
So I accidentally hit the X on the Google Meets tab rather than the other one I was making.
Email.
Were you just explaining the difference between the phone number that we get directly from the person that called and then what they say on the phone? Yeah. And I've already made all the custom instructions for like the actual retail properties that I can give to everyone in like a unified sheet, so they don't need to go and work it out for themselves.
You're so sweet. All right, cool. That looks right. And now I'll bet you $1 million hairs that when I go check now, I'll actually be in the positive.
Come on.
You should probably be hoping it doesn't work. You're gonna owe me $1 million. Here it is. It's for some reason all the other stuff that we've added now. So end of call report is completely set up with Retell now. Shouts out Matt.
Let's go.
Easy. We already tested and checked to make sure these other things were updating right, and they were. Now let's go ahead and do an inbound call to test the inbound stuff. So Matt, you already added a inbound webhook to an assistant and a phone number to that same assistant.
Yeah, but I don't know if I've added the post-call analysis things.
That's fine. I just want to make sure that the trigger is going to go.
Huh?
I said that's fine. I just want to make sure that the trigger is going to go. Webhook is going to go to the right place.
Yeah, yeah. That's been assigned.
Okay, that was a little weird. No, I just called the number that I've been calling outbound to. Is it a different number?
Uh, no, it should still be fine.
You sure?
Wait, let me just.
Share your screen real quick.
Oh wait, no, sorry. On you go. Do it now.
Okay. That sounds better.
Hey, welcome to Freedom of the State. How can I assist you today?
Hmm. Are you sure you have the production URL in there? This one?
Yeah, I'm pretty positive.
Can you share your screen?
AI call web. It was the one that I had on another one.
Can you share your screen, please?
Yeah. I'll just again just double sure. So the outbound call is one that was phoning you, so you were phoning it back.
Yeah, but it should still be the you don't you is that the assistant you have the phone number attached to?
Yeah, that was the assistant that was phoning you. So like I'll check his number. Outbound 627.
Yeah, but that's the outbound phone number. Is that the same as the inbound phone number? Hmm.
Oh, whoops.
That's me balling. See, I don't even use retail, but I'll be knowing. Save that. Do you have to? I don't. You have to save anywhere. But if you're good,
No, it's my assistant.
all right. Let's try once more.
Sorry about that.
Okay. Yo, daddy. Um. Yes. Okay. Cool. We did get a request that time. Thanks. Bye. Love you. All right. Let's see what the request comes through as. Call started. Not what we want. Call started. Not what we want. Call ended. Not what we want. Oh shit. Things are moving.
The call analyze always comes in last, like after the call ended.
Mm, I, that didn't happen earlier. Earlier it came in the middle.
Is it?
Yeah,
Usually.
right. I would have also made that statement. So I did get the call analyzed, but I should be getting an inbound, some sort of inbound request too, right? Because it's supposed to be making a request to our server to get the assistant details so that we can pass the contact information. Let me just try again. Just try again. And this time I won't hang up so fast. I should be getting like now. Okay, hey, did you try to get like my details or something first, or uh, you know, because you're kind of supposed to be trying to figure out what my number is. Yeah, call started. All of these are call started. You gonna freshen up my what now? All right. Where can I use them? Dynamic variables. We're gonna use them. Prompt. Blah blah blah. And test dynamic variables. Test for outbound calls. That's fine. That's easy. For inbound calls, set up the webhook URL in the Retell LLM API using inbound dynamic variable webhook URL field. Configure your webhook to handle post requests with the following payload. Return dynamic variables in your response. Configure your webhook to handle post requests with the following payload. Return dynamic variables in your response. Um, so can we not just set this up in the? I mean, no. It's this is the same thing as what we're seeing, as what we should be seeing inside of the assistant. Like when it should be making that request if we have. Hey, share your screen again, and go to the assistant that we're dialing from, or we're dialing into.
Mm-hmm.
And go down to webhook settings in the bottom right again. can you paste it in this?
Fuck.
Yeah.
I had it in there. I had it in there. Fucking dead.
It's probably when you changed the phone number, it probably just removed it or something.
Maybe.
Click on it again one more time and let's just double check.
See?
Just found something broken. Well, that's not okay. Try just clicking on something or just refreshing that screen. Don't click off, just refresh, yeah. That same thing happens actually on Vapi when we're trying to do the server URL over there. I'm the GOAT. I can solve any problem. Oftentimes just refresh. That is like so good. But yeah, for some reason, anytime you're trying to do an inbound webhook, and the same problem on Vapi, if you set the server URL and you switch off the page and switch back, it doesn't save. But if you set the server URL, refresh your page, it does work. So little tips and tricks from the gang. Now we should be getting a request.
Turn your PC on and back off again to fix it.
You said what?
Said just turn your computer on and off again to fix
I
it.
mean, you're good. That's like that solves any problem in the world, pretty much.
Right.
So unplug it, plug it back in. Oh, shit, we're getting hella requests. Okay, so starting
God.
from 41. Oh yeah, I think this is what we need.
Yep, there's the body, the LLM ID from number to number.
We're just gonna figure out. This should be call start. Nope, it's just sending double requests, but I don't care. That's fine. We'll respond to the first one. I guess I can hang that up. Stop running your Twilio up. All right. Boom. I'm struggling. I'm just trying to stay awake. Okay. If the body has, so let's figure out what about this makes it unique. There really should be a label that says assistant request or something, but it doesn't. So we are going to probably just do. Yeah, I wish there was other information that came with it. There is not. Let's just hope this is the only time. Huh?
With the LLM ID, would that be different?
Well, let me check to see if that LLM ID is coming in any of our other requests, right? So if we need it to be something that is unique to this inbound
That request.
call.
Yeah.
Yeah, but oh well, maybe that was a bad example. Let's try that one. All right, so this is call ended. If we see in the body somewhere LLM ID, so LLM ID, maybe that wasn't what was named. LLM model is there, but I don't see the same LLM ID from before, so we might be okay. Let me just compare the two again real quick. And I'm also going to check analysis. So again, we're looking for body, LLM ID. LLM underscore ID. Okay, this should be. So we're going to check. Nope, that's still. Let's do that one. Call ended. Double check this one again. Cool. No LLM ID. That's a good sign. Let's check a call analysis, which is going to be one of these. Probably this. Probably one of the longer ones, actually. Maybe it's that one. That's right. Okay. Let's see if they have LLM ID in here. If not, oh, baller. Look at that.
And it was a call analyze. Sweet. So yes, we can use LLM ID. That's my best guess for now because I didn't see it pop up anywhere else. And that's fine. But if in the future we realize that it's not unique, then we will have to figure something else out.
I think it is. I just asked Retell's AI assistant. It said for inbound calls, a webhook URL is set up for using the inbound dynamic variables webhook field in the create Retell. The webhook receives a post request with a payload that includes the LLM ID field along with other information. The LLM ID appears to be an identifier being used as seen in the example payload.
Okay. LLM. So pretty much we're gonna just set this to LLM ID exists. And if
Yep.
it exists, we know that it is. And this is a string, right? So we're just looking for this specific string. Does this exist somewhere? It does? Cool. Then it's an assistant request. So I'm not going to change the name. We're going to leave the name the same thing. Assistant request. Cool. Uh, and also, since we can attach the the assistant request is already attached to the assistant. So we're not actually having to go look into Retell for which assistant we need to attach. That assistant has the phone number attached to it, and we can do this. Oh my god, this is so much better than Vapi. So on Vapi, when you have an assistant, if you attach an assistant to the phone number, it connects straight to the assistant. It doesn't let you go search your server first to pull dynamic variables. So you have to pretty much have no main assistant attached to that request. You just have to send a request to your server, and it doesn't know which assistant to use unless you somehow specify using all of these extra steps that I do to pull the right assistant. But with Retell, you can attach the server URL to the agent specifically. So the phone number connects to that assistant, but first it goes and looks for the dynamic variables. So that means we can cut out even having to look for the assistant in these three steps. I love that. Love.
Was that always why you'd said not to set a server URL for the agents and then set it at like the agent, like the organizational level?
Yes, because the server at the phone number level it wasn't working. At the agency level it does work. At the agent level for Vapi, we do have a server URL, and it's just for the end of call report though. There's no inbound server URL you can attach to an assistant for Vapi. You can only use
Yeah.
it, which is why I had to do a bunch of extra shit to make sure that it was connecting to the right assistant. But this is actually way smoother because now we can go straight to GoHighLevel. Uh oh, why? What? Mm, Uh, fuck. We need to get the bearer token somehow. I
Oh,
wonder.
GHL.
Well, yeah, we need the bearer token for GHL, but again, we're using this for all of our accounts, so we need to somehow dynamically associate that private integration token with this phone number, which might. mm, I don't know if we can get metadata to pass in here. Also, that would be cool. Uh,
Mm.
at worst, is we can. I'm sure we can get LLM and find the no. Uh, So what we had to do with Vapi is we had to attach all that metadata, right? And since in the metadata we have the private integration token already attached, we can just it's an output that comes out after we find the assistant. But in this case, in this case, what we might do is we might just say anytime you want to make an inbound assistant, you do need to spin up a new innate-in workflow. But that's just really the lazy way out of testing the other solutions first to see if we can if we just attach metadata to the assistant, if it'll pass. Because if it does pass in that inbound request, right? If when we're getting this payload, it also passes the metadata of the assistant that it's attached to, that would be cool. Uh, okay. We're gonna keep this the way it is, just because we might actually have to end up using something similar for the assistant in a second, anyways. Um, fuck. Hey Matt, how important is it that we figure this last piece out now, like right now? I don't know if you're just silent in disappointment with that question.
Sorry, my mic was on mute. Lol. Um, this is literally just to pull information about the contact from GoHighLevel if they phone us back.
Yeah, it is. I understand that. It's working. Like obviously the inbound call works. Ow. And the end of call report, the call analysis at the end will still work the same.
Yeah.
Uh,
Will the oh, no, it doesn't really matter.
it's just we don't have the
Yeah, I don't know how we're gonna pull the reader token for GHL in this.
yeah, I mean I know we can do it, right? I could attach the bearer token to the metadata like I was already doing for Vapi. I could go find the assistant that has the phone number attached to it, and list assistants. We could go filter for the right information. Like I know it's possible. It's more of like, do I
Mhm.
feel like setting that up right now at this immediate moment? Because this is going to take another 45 minutes, I think. Uh,
You don't need to. I've got time tomorrow.
okay. Yeah, I'm just fucking tired. Just to keep it real. And everybody who's watching this later, we're humans, okay? Sometimes you just have to go to sleep, and that's okay. Yeah, Matt, let's say bye to the people. And what else do let's just actually just a quick recap. What else do we need to do? We need to finish getting the inbound assistant set up, and
Yep.
I think that's the last step. Oh, test it. We're gonna test the tools in part five. Jesus Christ, part five. We're gonna test the tools in part five. We are going to finish making sure the inbound stuff is converted, and
Yep.
and everything is done for that. We're good to go. Let's schedule time for tomorrow. Bye, people. See you in part five, which we're recording tomorrow. But if you just watch for another 3 seconds, you're gonna see it. Three, two, one. All right, all right, all right. Back at it for part five of the Retell integration. What we need to do now is we're going to get our inbound assistant functioning and able to pull dynamic variables. That means we're going to have to go attach metadata to the inbound assistant because we still want to be able to pass those custom field IDs and the rest in the end of call report, which means that those field IDs need to be attached to the actual assistant. We're going to use the API from Retell to just do that automatically. And that should be all we need to do to make sure the inbound assistant has all the information it needs. And we're gonna just make sure that our whole flow is working. So yeah, I mean last step is pretty much just inbound assistant. We already did all of our outbound stuff. So any thoughts, questions, comments, concerns, Matt? You think You think there's anything else that we had?
No, it would just be good to see like the actual automation pulling the details through from GHL, like in the end workflow to like so people can see like what it's pulling, what that looks like in terms of the data stuff. And then if they want to, update or add any extra information for their inbound assistant, because I think we were talking about it like the prompt, or even in the program as well, you were saying like that prompt structure that you've got in the program, like people can edit that and like you structure it whatever way they want based on their use case. So it'd be good to see like how it's pulling the dynamic information through so that people can go in and edit their prompt and then also the metadata that it's pulling through to make like less work for you so people aren't asking you all these questions, and more easier for people to like customize it.
Point. Cool. We'll do that then. And since we are switching to retail and they have that, I think I really want to try to leverage the multi-state agents as much as possible. So we are going to probably have to have a master class in itself just for the new prompting styles and how we're setting up these multi-state agents. Which I'd love to have you there if you wanna be there for that. We can kind of just tackle that together because you're probably, well, you're definitely more experienced with just like tinkering around with retail so far, and we can kind of just put our brains together for that. So
Sure.
let's get this inbound assistant rolling. I'm gonna share my screen, and oh, I forgot that I ended the last section of this video with a nice little outro. I should have started this one with a nice little, and we're back. But you guys can use your imagination. It's fine. Um, okay. Cool. So I can just move that back here. We don't really need that. We're not really using that right now. We are using that. Let's just drag it all the way to the right for convenience, ease of location. All right, all right, all right. So what we need to do is we need to adjust our assistant request flow. So with Vapi, the name of the event is assistant request, but with retail, we're just mapping with the LLM ID.
Mhm.
And we already know that will go. This it's being weird, but set fields. This is just so we can easily get our API key. Actually, we don't need this step any more. Yeah, I don't think we need. Yeah, because what retail is sending is, I guess let me just review what we're getting from retail on that
Mhm.
inbound request. Yeah, so we are getting, yeah, what is coming to here? Yeah, I didn't see anywhere where we could add additional information to be sent in that request. So this LLM ID might be the only thing we can use to
Let me check.
a bit of thinking is going to be required, but you guys are gonna, I guess, learn from us doing this thinking, so we won't cut it. Um, I guess let's start with let's just start with the API request to retail to actually get attach the metadata to the assistant. So when we're doing outbound calls, right, the metadata that we're trying to use, we're attaching in the call itself, right? So whether the assistant has this metadata on it or not doesn't matter because we're attaching it when we trigger the call, and then it's going to go to the call analysis. But when you're doing an inbound call, we're not structuring this whole request to send and connect the assistant call. We are just grabbing the assistant. The assistant is already selected, and this request is really just to get dynamic variables. It's not to find an assistant. The assistant is already found. So we can't really do a lot of modifying of the assistant using the request. So we have to attach the information we need directly to the assistant already. Um, which guess I could just probably, yeah, go here. API reference. We are going to, I think it's just going to be update agent.
I'm on the inbound API docs right now. So for inbound calls, set up webhook URL in the create retail LLM API. So the create retail LLM API
Yeah, and
authorization.
we already did that on the dashboard itself, but yes. Okay. Your inbound assistant, can you give me the agent ID of the inbound assistant that we're testing?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Agent name, we don't need to update that. Ambient sound, we don't need to update that. We are just looking to, thank you.
In the chat.
Got it. Got it. Matt, you know that like in the States, a lot of people like to pretend that they have British accents and stuff. Are you familiar with that trend
Really?
as Americans? Yeah. Americans love a little a fake British accent sometimes, just whipping it out. Some people do it so much that they don't even do it on purpose anymore. It's just they accidentally start with a little bit.
To be fair, the British people do that with the American accents. Like if you're getting hyped, you're just like, "Let's go, man!" Go, dude.
I love it. That's funny. So sometimes we'll pull out a little "all right," just for shits and giggles.
Well, that's like 1950s fucking.
Boy, bro, what, that's it. Uh, agent ID, agent name, ambient sound, background, blah 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 blah. I just need metadata. All I need is which I'm not seeing here. It might be in the LLM stuff instead. Yeah, let's.
I'm reading like, inbound dynamic variables webhook URL for inbound phone calls. Phone calls. If this webhook is set, will post to it to retrieve dynamic variables to use for the call. Without this, there's no way to pass dynamic variables for inbound calls.
Yeah. So we're solving two problems. One is we want to pass dynamic variables, but also we want to be able to have one innate in flow that can dynamically identify, we're pulling this agent from this retail account, right?
Yep.
Um, well, actually, no, we don't. We're not pulling an agent. We already have the agent. Yeah, no, really, we don't need to pull a specific agent. Actually, we're literally just we the only thing is we need the metadata to still put out at the end of the call, and somehow we need to attach the metadata to an inbound assistant. That is it. The assistant that we need to use is already selected, but we need to also make sure that when that assistant is selected, we're passing the metadata through to the end of call still. And I've only seen it so far inside of the actually create phone call. Right, we have metadata here. On Vapi, you can attach the metadata to an assistant also.
Mm-hmm.
But
So see underneath metadata where it says like retail API, da 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 da.
you
In the
mean
documentation, it's basically it looks like that, but it says instead of retail, it says inbound.
maybe you
What
share
is it
your
called?
screen and tell me what you're talking about.
I'm just this might be useful. It's just what I'm looking at. Yeah. All right, here we go. Here.
For inbound calls, if this webhook is set. Yeah, so we have that set already. We set that in the dashboard.
Oh, right.
Yeah. So that's
Okay.
already done. But if you see
Metadata.
Yeah, if you see metadata anywhere inside of the documentation, like on either create Retell LLM or create agent, those are
Mhm.
the places I imagine it would be. Uh, maybe if I can search meta, yeah, but it's not there. Yep, metadata is definitely on the create phone call. Let's look on create agent real quick. Definitely not on create agent. Check on now. All right, so maybe there's a way to it looks like we might be able, because I'm seeing here in this response on the create phone call that there's a direction inbound. So there is a way to create an inbound call potentially. So
Mhm.
I'm just gonna go through. No, there's not. Um,
See when I typed into like the API reference, they have like an AI search bar, but just you just typed in attaching metadata to inbound agent.
and what
It
came
came
up?
up with something, but it just looks like what you've found before.
Uh, yeah, you want to drop the link and I can pull it up on my screen. Yeah, or just Sarah yours either way. Uh,
This is what you've already found. I
yeah,
understand that.
but at the bottom, your webhook can then process information and return any metadata you want to it. Okay, yeah, this is definitely right. Configure your webhook to handle post requests with the following payload, which we got. Your webhook can then process this information and return any metadata you want to attach to the inbound system. This approach allows you to dynamically add metadata to your inbound agent based on the incoming call information, such as the caller's number. You can use this metadata to customize your agent's behavior to provide additional context for the conversation. It's not necessarily telling us, hey, can you click I see a metadata event down there under, yeah, click on that and let's see. Sometimes you may wish to pass some data from the server where the LLM is running to the front end during a web call definitely not for web calls. Okay, not what we need, but what I'm going to try to do is I'm just going to try to add that metadata block that we're already using. Um, and I'm just going to try to add that to in the same way that we're passing dynamic variables. Uh, so let's find the dynamic variable response. Right there's probably a format that we need to use to actually pass that dynamic variable information, which I think we were
Mhm.
covering a little bit yesterday. Um, Dynamic variable server response. When your server needs to respond to the agent's request, you will receive an interaction type. Stream the response. Soon will go. Remember that. No, let's just look at this. Yeah, okay. For outbound, for inbound calls, retell them, configure the webhook, return dynamic variables in your response. So this is okay. It's okay if we can't do it with metadata, then we can just pass it as extra dynamic variables. Because we should still be able to see those in the call analysis at the end. So either way, we can make it happen. So let's just try it. This is the response that we need to get from our webhook response here. Respond to webhook. I think we can cut a lot of this stuff. I don't think we're actually going to need any of that. So I'm going to go ahead and delete it. And maybe I'll regret it later, but I can always just bring more back.
So we're gonna search GoHighLevel for the existing contact, and all we need for that is we need the. Oh, I forgot that this was the same problem we ran into yesterday. To search GoHighLevel, we need a bearer token, and I don't want to hard code it. I want to pass it dynamically.
Yeah, fuck.
And if we had here, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna check Retell. I'm gonna check their server information if we can attach anything else in this request. Um, so set up your webhook URL and create. Yeah, okay. Let's maybe in the create LLM we can also add details to what we're sending. And, all right, so yeah, inbound. For inbound phone calls, if this webhook is set, we'll post to retrieve dynamic variables to call. Without this, yeah. And it's just the URL. There's nothing else I can attach. Which is ridiculous, but maybe, just maybe, somewhere in the update, it'll not. Nope, there's nothing to allow me to add more stuff. So, we want to pass dynamic variables to yeah, what I mean, what we might end up having to do is just having a different, another. We might have to just hard map the bearer tokens in and have a different innate workflow for each client if I can't think of a or find a better way to do it. I could also just
And that would literally just be a set field module. Just set the fields
exactly.
and fucking.
Exactly. It'd be a set field, and we just put in the bearer token specifically, and just make. Then we just want to make sure that we're labeling each workflow accurately to our clients. In your case, you wouldn't be able to do that, right? Because you're on the cloud and you have a limited amount of workflows. But for anybody who's self-hosted, it's not like the end of the world. It's just an extra step in the setup. You have to duplicate one of these workflows and change the bearer token. Um,
Mm.
my goal is to reduce the amount of steps to as few as possible so that nothing can be missed. But we'll cross that bridge in just a second. Let's just set up this respond to webhook. So right, this is all the metadata stuff that I've been talking about that I want to attach. Like all of this is we're attaching it to the inbound assistant when we're using Vapi, but we can't do that in this case. Let me go grab the metadata from here. I'm just gonna leave the block exactly as is. I just have to change these. For now, I'm just gonna skip the search, and we'll go straight to the response, just so I can do some mapping real quick. These are all coming from Webhook. Excuse you, why not? Oh, duh, because it's not the full analysis. Mm, yeah, no, if we're not getting any information from the inbound webhook requests at all. And we can't attach the metadata directly to the LLM either, which would have been the next best option is just to update the LLM with the metadata. Dang, this is
This is a tiny bit of a pickle.
Lenny has a video of him doing it, but he just does it with a Google Sheet. I don't know if we could watch that and see if we're missing a trick.
We can, yeah. Might as well. Can't hurt. Thank you, Lenny. I might hit him up and say what's up. I haven't talked to him in a while.
Yeah.
Cool guy though. Cool guy.
See if you go actually in retail, if you just go to dynamic variables, he has videos at the bottom.
After building dozens of voice agents, these three key dynamic variables deliver the smartest, most human-like agents. In this video, I'll break down these three dynamic variables so what does this look like? After building dozens of voice agents, these three key dynamic variables deliver the smartest, most human-like agents. In this video, I'll break down these three dynamic variables so you can start through our AI agency 6 on variables working with Retell AI. For inbound voice assistants, when a voice assistant receives an inbound call, it sends out a webhook to which is going to be Google. For outbound voice agents, when a call is triggered, the data is extracted from that same CRM or CSV and imported directly into the voice assistant prompts like this. As you see here, we have a customer information section that we have types of dynamic variables. The current time dynamic variable is specifically straight from Retell. There are a set of dynamic variables that Retell provides for us to automatically insert into our prompt. A way to adjust that is to simply add. So when it's on here, it always has the voice history is feeding it with a couple outbound voice services that need to collect current inbound now. And no, by clicking the link in the description. If you are a voice AI agency owner and serious about making money, so if this does sound interesting to you, go ahead and click the link copying the webhook. You just copy it here. So this is the number of the caller, and that's received from that webhook message. And what we need to do is format the number so that it will match the format seen in one of these Google Sheets. All right. So that's what we're doing here with this prompt. And after we get the results from this in the correct format, what we'll do is now search our lead list for that specific lead to extract any details.
Is he using a custom function just to function call
for that specific
rather than using the inbound webhook URL?
No, he's still using the inbound webhook URL. He was talking about that right here. Inbound webhook URL. But he's not pulling the information from GoHighLevel, he's pulling it from a Google Sheet, which means he doesn't need to have a private integration token. That does mean he needs to already have the lead information inside of a Google Sheet, though, which is, again, another step that we'd have to add is, okay, well, make sure that all of your leads are also inside of, which we're not doing. Yeah. So that's why it's easy for this case, because he's just pulling from a Google Sheet. And that Google Sheet is still, he still had to, that's only one Google Sheet for your client, right? So we'd still have to make a different workflow for everybody and connect each and everybody's Google Sheet, so it doesn't actually make it any easier than just using different workflows and connecting straight to GoHighLevel. This is more complicated than it needs to be, because he could have, I mean, I don't know what CRM they're using, but he could have just been pulling straight from the CRM instead of from a Google Sheet, but whatever. Yeah. Same thing for the outbound. The outbound was easy. We already set up the outbound one. Yeah,
outbounds. Fine.
We didn't learn anything from that. Original prompt output when blah 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 blah. Whatever. Let me just grab that. So I know with certainty that this will work, right? Whatever our dynamic variables are, we can pass, this information if we hard code it. And now if we have the private integration token from GoHighLevel hard coded, problem solved. But that doesn't necessarily solve our issue with the metadata. So what I want to do real quick is see if even if we just can pass any extra information here. Like, I just want to see what comes in the call analysis. This isn't a functional thing yet, but yeah, metadata. Blah, blah, blah. For this one, I'm just going to put some information real quick. So it's there. and again, mostly just out of curiosity, so I can see if this even will pass this information and what it'll pass it as. So I'm gonna call that number from yesterday. Do. Give it a ring. Right, yeah, so it just errored out. See the error. Node execute workflow trigger does not exist, but its expression is used here. Okay, fine. You guys want me to really actually make it look the way it's supposed to look? We'll just delete all this stuff. Do it a little later then. Do. All right. Try it again. If the syntax of the body, not saying the syntax is wrong. Open, close. Oh, I get it. That's once again my bad. Now that syntax should be right. Just add a comma. Okay, well, it responded, but it's not connecting to the assistant yet.
What, the call isn't connecting to the assistant?
No,
What's the number? What does it end in? 627?
67, yeah. It just kept ringing. And it could be because I have extra stuff in here that Retell doesn't recognize, and that's likely what it is. I can't actually put this metadata object here, which nobody said I could. I was just, guessing, and I thought maybe I could, but we'll just remove that object and we'll treat the rest of it like it's a dynamic variable. So now this should work. This shouldn't throw any red flags.
Hi there. Is this first name?
Hayes, can you call me back in like 10 minutes? Yeah, cool. All right. All right, so now we are looking for the call analysis, which is this one running now. And what we want to see is do we get that metadata? Yeah, do we get those variables in here? And we do. So we can attach all of the metadata. Just we'll attach it like it's a dynamic variable and we'll still be able to map at the end. And we won't actually be using these inside of the prompt, so it's not going to be exposed for any reason. But that's how we're going to attach metadata. Now I'm not going to completely give up because I know that this Retell signature, if we can add like a secret key, like with Vapi, you can add a secret that gets passed. Yeah, yep. Okay. All right, let's see. Webhook secret. If we can attach a secret to the agency, and every time the webhook is sent from Retell, it comes with a secret, that would be cool. Retell uses webhook secrets to secure authentication. Here's a dedicated API is automatically designated for webhook authentication. This is used to sign and verify webhooks, cannot be deleted, ensures only legitimate requests are received by webhook. You can verify incoming webhooks using the Retell signature header along with your Retell API key. Retell verify function. Okay. This security you can allow. No, it's crucial to keep your keys secure, never share them in public. Webhook verification. Yeah, let's look at the webhook API key. For enhanced security, we automatically designate one of your API keys for webhook authentication. Okay, so let's see. It's saying that it does it automatically. It automatically passes the API key inside that webhook request, I think. That's what it's getting at. Your API key that you're going to rotate later is this one. Or no, that doesn't look.
So confused.
Thanks. I thought you start with an E.
In the chat.
But Doom. Oh no, that is the right one. Okay. FB something. FB something. Cool. All right, so let's see if inside of this request. Whoa, now. What is this? No. We are looking for. That shouldn't still be running. All right, yeah, there we go. All right, yeah. Cool. So let's see if we see an FB something blah 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 anywhere. Feature flow, blah 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 blah. Like here, if they had X Retell key or X Retell secret, and if we could make our own, that would be thick. But no. Is trusted server proto port host for content type. Bunch of blah blah blah. Book URL. Maybe okay. The two number that we're calling to, that will always be associated with a specific GoHighLevel account. So
Yeah. No, the from number if it's inbound.
no, I'm talking about the two number. The two number is the agent number. The from number might change.
Oh, yeah.
If I'm a customer, I might call your agency and you're using this system, but then I might call Brian's agency or my agency, right? And same from number is going to be the same, right? Because customer, but it's the number of the assistant is the one that's going to be related to the GoHighLevel account. So if we can somehow have just a list of all of our two numbers and have all of the two numbers connected to a specific private integration token, that would work. And then we can still use this for everybody. And that's what we're going to do because I can't think of anything else. But the two number will always only be used for one retail account, which will only be used for one GoHighLevel account. All right, cool. So we've got a solution. We know that for our metadata, we can. Okay, yeah. So the two number is going to need to have a private integration token and all the metadata attached to it at a step somewhere in here, which means if we are calling in, this might be something that we have to add another Supabase step for, and just every time we create a new number, we have to do some sort of update to attach the meta. And I can set this all up with an automation, so it won't be something that's hard. It just means I have to go build some more automation stuff in the account setup. But I think I just figured out what we're going to do. We are going to use that same Supabase account that everybody had to set up anyway, so it's not like you need to go get a new setup. But we're going to grab Supabase here. We're going to get a row. And let me go ahead and attach oh. Matt, did you get a Superbase account yet? No.
Good have.
Maybe I can't connect it because I'm not you. Um yeah, can you just go inside of this let me save it. Can you go inside this workflow and attach your Superbase real quick? Actually,
Yeah.
for demo purposes, I'm just going to attach mine real quick because I have to set some stuff up inside of Superbase anyways to make this work.
Okay.
All right, but we're cooking. We're cooking now. Oh wait. Oh, is it working again? I tried to restore my project yesterday and it just didn't work. But now, no, that was for the other thing. That's for my other app. Okay. So I'm gonna create a new table inside of Superbase, and when you guys need to do this, we'll just do it. But uh, just so you guys know, in your Superbase accounts, if you ever do want to go look at your chat history, um, it's all there's a table inside of your Superbase account that you connected called end-to-end chat histories, and that's all of the chats you've had, or anyways had. That's why we're connecting Superbase because it's creating this table and the AI can pull from it. But we're going to manually create a table, new table. This is going to be we're just going to call this inbound. Let's call this inbound calls variables PIT. We're just going to call it calls phone pit metadata. So that's what we are using it for. Down here, we are going to add a column. Column 1 is going to be phone. Column 2 is going to be pit. Column 3 is going to be metadata. Phone, we can choose. I really don't care. Regular text is fine. Text pit is text. Metadata is going to need to be an object. Binary JSON data. I think I can just use JSON. Yeah, JSON object. I think that's it. Save it. And now, anytime we add a new phone number to Retell, we're just going to need to also run this automation to add a private integration token from our GoHighLevel accounts inside of this table to match that phone number. And the metadata, same thing, is going to need to attach to the phone number as well. So we have a table here set up. I'm going to go back to Superbase and add my credentials. You can just delete these later and add your own, but just for ease of what we're doing at this moment. Superbase. And also, why is it not asking me for all the whatever host um, server? Ah, I understand. It's in maybe price settings. Yeah, I'm gonna just pause, guys. I don't want to share my actual Superbase credentials, so I'm just gonna pause for a moment.
So,
Connecting Superbase credentials real quick.
so I'm clear.
Sorry, just so you guys know how we're connecting Superbase credentials. It's a little bit different in this node. You need to grab the project URL. So go to your settings in your project, go to Data API, grab the URL. That's your host. Go back to init paste it, and grab your server role secret. Oh, I just revealed it. Remind me to blur that out. I did not mean to reveal that. So sad. Anyways, grab your server role secret and paste it in server role secret, and then you should be able to hit save. Yeah, and let me just relabel this, and then you'll just change that later, Matt. But go ahead and ask your question.
So essentially what we're doing is you created that new table in Supabase so that we can basically attach the metadata and the specific private integration token to the numbers for that specific client or account or whatever. And then if we want to buy additional numbers for that client or account, we then need to add that additional number to the Supabase table so that the metadata and API token is attached to that new number as well.
Correct. So anytime you buy a new number and attach it to Retell, you need to add the number to the Supabase, add the private integration token for the GoHighLevel account that is associated with that number. So if you have 5 numbers in your GoHighLevel, then you should have 5 numbers in your Supabase account, all with the same private integration token, all with the same metadata. I will set up an automation that does that automatically. So all you'll need to do is start the automation. I'll think of a way to
Yeah.
make it so easy that you pretty much just have to put in whatever the number is, and the rest will get attached for you.
Yep.
It'll be yeah, it'll probably be a GoHighLevel automation that just sends all of the metadata that's in the custom values over, sends the private integration token that's in the custom values over. Oh, and it can also send the phone numbers that are in the custom values over, and just automatically, yeah. I just figured it out. We're just gonna create another automation on uh GoHighLevel that's called uh I don't know, something about inbound assistant metadata automation.
Yep.
Nice. We're geniuses. Okay. Hey, I'm looking for inbound calls, pit, blah blah blah. This is a get. We are going to get the based on the phone that's coming in, and that is the two number from here. We don't want, I do not want that one. I want this one. I don't want the JSON. I want it straight from the webhook. Okay. So we're going to look in our table for this number. It's going to pass all of the stuff that we want it to pass. It's going to come up with 0 here because I don't have anything in that table. That's cool. But might as well go build the automation that we literally just now thought of. I will build it in. I'll build it in my account real quick just so I have it, and then I'll just share the automation with you and the new snapshot. Okay, here we go. Automations. Get that new. We're gonna make an AI call. AI call. Create workflow. Start from scratch. Let's call this the inbound phone. Inbound. Yeah, phone. PIT. Metadata.
Need to pee real quick. I'll be back in a sec.
You're good. Okay, so the trigger. I'll think about the trigger in a minute. I don't know yet. It'll probably be every time a custom value changes, like in the phone numbers. Um, I don't know yet for sure, but it's fine. All we need to do is have a webhook post. This is going to go to our same AI call webhook. So AI call webhook. the data we're passing is going to be, we need the pit. Oh, well, we need the phone. We need the pit. I'm gonna try to keep the labels the same as what these things are labeled in my other automation. So let me just pull up another automation real quick, and so we can just copy and paste between the two. Okay. Okay. So we are looking for private integration token right there. We're looking for phone number, not contact to a phone number. Yeah, we don't, because we're not passing all 5 phone numbers here. So yeah, we'll just call this AI phone number, well, whatever it's called inside of the custom values, actually. We'll just match it. Custom value, infinite XAI setup. I think it's AI phone number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Yeah. So this is AI all phone number 1. And if we need to do, if you guys are, if eventually we're putting in the kind of scale where you need more than 5 phone numbers, then just let's meet with me so that we can set it up together, so that's not messed up. But it'd pretty much just be adding more custom values, adding another however many custom values, adding the extra phone numbers that you need inside of those custom values, and we'd also have to come here and add more key value pairs for the new ones that you set up if you want these things to work automatically. And I know you want these things to work automatically, so meet with me and we can hook it up to go automatically. Which I'll probably actually already have done because I have a potential pretty huge enterprise deal in the pipeline. And if it closes, then we're going to need to do way more than 5 phone numbers. So I will let you know. I will let you know. Custom values. This is the private integration token and the metadata, which it would be. Can I just? So I could attach each of the pieces in the metadata independently, which I probably should. Yeah, I probably should go ahead and do that as separate. Yeah, I'll just do it the same way we did it here. Is there an account time zone metadata block in here? There should be. Account time zone, yeah. Cool. So we're just gonna go down this list and pretty much add everything that we need. Do we need to add location ID for this? I don't think so, because all we need to search GoHighLevel is the pit. Let me just double check and make sure that when we're using the search GoHighLevel node, search pit. We do need the location ID as well. Okay, so let me add to the table. Inbound. Let's rename this table real quick. Phone, pit, location, ID, metadata. And we'll edit here as well. Location ID will be text. Save. And just move this there. Cool. And then I'll rename this as well to also have location ID. Location ID. Don't need that, don't need that, don't need that. Don't need any of that. Don't need Twilio stuff. We do need account times. No, yes, because we were passing that as metadata. Okay.
Are you using a Mac?
Yes, sir.
You know, see for the tabs, how they're like right next to one another.
Yeah.
On the keyboard, if you press down Option and Command and then arrow, you can move between tabs. So you don't need to go and move your mouse.
Bro, you're kidding. Cool. New skill unlocked. I'm still gonna probably mess around and accidentally not use it.
So yeah, I just thought it'd be faster. But
It probably
you do you.
I'm just I'm set in my ways.
All good.
Oh, shit. Until I get used to it. I feel like am I moving faster now?
Yeah, definitely. I like the flash.
You don't know what you just did.
Upgrade unlocked.
Custom value, custom, yeah, okay. We just need to get all of these custom fields in here. I love it when we get a cool new upgrade every time. But now I'm fucking up. Now, all right, let me add a bunch more of these. Lots of metadata. Okay. Try John. Use your cool new skills. Yes, if I was using a Mac. Of course I'm using a Mac, dude. This is the 21st century. What do you mean?
Some people be on that PC game. I don't know.
No, sir. I'm a man on a mission. I'd be moving too much. I can't be locked down in one place. You can't hold me down. Same reason why I don't have a girlfriend right now. It's okay. She'll never
I
watch.
thought you had one before.
I did. I did. Yes, sir.
God dang.
Yes, sir. Actually, we don't need those last three. Those are extra. Yeah, I'm not gonna act like I'm not sad about it, but um, still hustling, still out here doing what we gotta do. The game,
Exactly.
location ID.
Game.
I might as well add contact ID anyways. Yeah, because I think am gonna need that. Well, we don't need it for the super base stuff, but we do need it. Oh no, when we're searching GoHighLevel, that's when we get the contact ID. Yeah, that's fine. Location ID, private integration token. Might as well add account company name too. Yeah, we'll do that in a second. Account company name will come back for event ID, all that stuff, all of that we have. Name, name ID, phone ID, and email ID actually aren't. We don't use those, but I just left them in here anyways. AI, no, we do. AI call. This is the AI call contact phone ID. not the, okay, we do need that. Okay. Yeah, because this is a custom field. I thought it was the regular field contact name. That's my bad. That first one was name ID. Yep, this is our pit. No, this is not our pit. This is our API key, which do we need it? No, we don't need it. Call timestamp. Yes, because this is another field ID. We do need it. Call type. Yes, we need it. Call follow up. This is another field ID. Yes, it is. What else I say? We're gonna add account name, account company name, which is not in here, so we'll just add it here. Account company. And now, oh, actually, we can just keep doing. So from AI call outcome. Honestly, I don't, a lot of people like use PC and stuff like that so that they can use mouse and keyboard, but I think I've used the laptop for so long that I am probably just as fast, if not faster, with the mouse, like the touchpad. Also, some people love those like really clacky keyboards. I don't hate them, but I'm not necessarily swayed by my keyboard making a bunch of clicking sounds. Kind of like it to be.
Yeah.
Okay, and then account name. Account company name, account company name, account company. Yeah. Okay, I think that's all the metadata we need. I mean, that should be everything. I'm gonna just say it is. I'm just gonna make assumptions. If we need to add some stuff later, we won't die. Okay, bada boom, bada bing. So the trigger for this workflow needs to be
When any of the Twilio numbers are called.
uh, no, because we wanna attach to this. Well, yeah, I guess, but no, we would probably we would want to have this already attached so that when the number is called, it's already in the Supabase database. This is how we're going to update the Supabase database automatically to have all the metadata attached to the private integration token, attached to the location ID, attached to the phone number. So the
Right.
trigger could be anytime a phone number gets added to the custom values. Yeah, I think that's what we're going to do. Um, is that possible though? I don't know if that's a thing. Uh, I don't think it's the same because these are the things that have to be. Yeah.
What about update contact field or something? No.
Well, no, because it's not a contact field. It's not a custom field. It's a custom value, so it'd have to be triggered by the custom value. But what we could do is just add a tag. Yep, we're just gonna make a tag for it. Contact tag. Update super base table. Add tag update super base tables. Tag added. Update super base tables. And now, just as a part of account creation, you'll just also, after you've used the account creation, the account setup form, you can either use this workflow or I'm just going to also add it to the account creation automation. And it's going to automatically create this super base table for you. Maybe, I'm not sure yet, but this will definitely at least work for sure. What's up, Matt?
I was just wondering how this works. Like, would you just add that tag to one contact that's in that sub account?
Yeah, it doesn't matter what contact you add it to. Any contact, it's still going to send all of this information over. And
You just need to do that once.
just do it one time. And it's going to take whatever's inside of the custom values and just pass that. So I'm going to just run this once real quick for us here, and then we'll get it set up in your account. Actually, yeah, let's just go ahead and get it put in your account because I don't really want to expose my private integration token and stuff like that because I don't feel like rotating it, and we're already going to rotate yours. So to do that, hey guys, I just built something cool and new, so Matt needs to put it into his sub account, which we are going to do very easily. I'm going to copy this new workflow to my snapshot account. So this is my snapshot account. Should be copied over. I'm going to switch to the snapshot account and check to make sure that it got copied over. There it is. I'm going to move it to where I want it to be, which is right on here. I'm going to go activate it real quick. This workflow. There's actually one other thing that I've added. Probably should have just gone ahead and said that too. The opt-in workflow doesn't have the right stuff mapped. Like I didn't change all the custom values. But I did that earlier today, so I'm actually gonna go ahead and update the snapshot account with that too. So copy. Excuse you. Copy. All right. So anytime I make something new, even if I don't make it in my snapshot account, I could just copy from whatever account I did make the new thing in, add it to my snapshot account, and then I'll be able to just refresh the snapshot with the new addition. I'm actually not going to activate that yet, so I can see which one I'm replacing first. Add call, boom, 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 boom. This is the old one. Delete the old one. This is the new one. Keep the new one. And if you guys go inside of your opt-in workflow and you add like your own custom messages and stuff, just make sure that if you do need to update it with my new things that you're also updating whatever you customized. I don't know if that was super clear, but that's not what this video is for anyways. So let me just keep going. Account snapshots. We just made an update to the account snapshot because you just saw me add some stuff in there. If I hit refresh on the snapshot, I'm also going to rename it and change it to today's date to 13, so I know when is the last time I updated this thing. Close that sucker. Let it do what it does. Cool. Last updated today. Now, a good friend, Matt, I'm going to share a snapshot. Yeah, assets protection would be pretty cool, huh? Like I don't really mind sharing the snapshot without asset protection because if you don't have the workflows, you don't really have the snapshot's not going to work at all. You're just going to have some cool little fields. I'll just send this to you directly. That'll probably be easier than me going. There you go, Matt. I'm gonna grab that new snapshot so you get the new links. And you can share your screen right now so that I can help you make that update, and we can show everybody else. I'm gonna go ahead and update the. I need to start channel log on here too, so anytime I make these updates, I can announce them to everybody in one location.
Yeah. So yes, import now.
Yes, import now. So take the new one. Do you have a snapshot account already made that you can push updates to?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So we're only pulling like two snapshots from here. So if you go to your sub account, no, sorry, on the tab to the left. Yeah. Manage client on your snapshot account. Hit load.
Hmm?
Load, yeah, actions. Sorry, actions. Load snapshot. Select the new one. Today's date. Proceed. Skip all assets. Just go ahead and hit skip, and then just go find in the automations or workflows. Yeah, we're gonna add the one that's labeled inbound. If you keep scrolling down, there's inbound right there. Select that one, and also select the opt-in multi AI touchpoint. Yeah. I don't think we added any other custom values for this. No, we did not. So cool. Proceed. All good. Okay. Now you're going to have the new workflows inside of your snapshot account. So go into their snapshot account, make sure that they're in there, and delete the workflow we're replacing. Yes, sir. And the one that is the older created, yes, you can delete that. As long as you didn't customize anything afterwards.
No, I'm not clicking anything. Yeah.
Groovy. Snapshot account looks good. Let's go back to the agency. Hit account snapshots. No, just go back to my snapshots. Refresh your snapshot. Yes, sir. And as long as this is the snapshot that you use to create your accounts, which it should be, you could just push the update to your accounts now.
So by pressing that pushes it, or
No, this
you then push.
refreshes it. So the changes you just made, this is now loading it into your snapshot link.
So your snapshot account,
Yep.
we made the changes, but we need to actually refresh your snapshot link at this point. So we're
Okay.
refreshing the snapshot link. When you hit push updates, it's going to push us updates. So to the right, push updates to linked accounts. Yes, sir. Awesome. Proceed. And
Do the same thing.
should see, yeah, workflows. Select it and just choose the two new ones that we just added. Inbound,
Yep. And
sir, and the multi opt-in. Yeah, you got it. Your money.
where's our conflicting?
Confirm. Just hit confirm right there. And that is it. That is how easy it is to push updates, you know. Just find whatever I changed, update your snapshot account, update your snapshot link. Go. So in the channel log, I'll record a video of whatever I changed and show you exactly, hey, just push these updates. You don't need to push like every single thing to your new account. But look at that. Both of our new things are inside of Matt's account here. Matt is going to want to delete his old opt-in.
Yep.
Yes. Yes. Delete that one and just put our new one in where it got to go. But that's beautiful. Simple as that.
Perfect.
We're right on the money.
Off.
Right on the money. Right on the moolah. Go ahead and activate that new one. And we're good. So I'm going to go to your account now. And I should be able to add the new tag to me. This is update super base. Update super base. And I haven't made workflow for it yet, but that's okay. We'll make it in a moment. Update super base tables. Let me actually, I don't know if it's loaded yet, so before I start adding stuff. I should see it in here. Yes, sir. Easy money. Hmm.
What?
I don't know. No, I don't know if I hit save on my side. When I No, it's saved. It's definitely saved, but or maybe it wasn't. Let me just hit back. Because it's empty. The one that you just loaded. But it shouldn't be because just I, that's
It's empty in here.
yeah. Which is why we check when we
Oh my.
when we add things from our super base or from our snapshots, we check to make sure that they actually have the information in there because GoHighLevel is freaking stupid sometimes and it's okay. So Matt, I'm just gonna rebuild it in yours real quick.
Okay, go for it.
But just make sure that you go back and try loading the snapshot again. I'll refresh my snapshot again and double check. Let me just go ahead and check now real quick. If it's empty here, it means it was empty when I shared it over, which it's not. It's in there. Yeah, so it's just weird that it did that. Let me just refresh the link again. So ideally it doesn't happen for everybody else. but whatever. Doesn't take long. You guys can see me build it again real quick.
I think you just share your screen.
Date, base, tables, tag, added, update, super base, tables, save trigger.
Are you doing this in my account or did it actually not save?
This is in your account now.
Okay.
Instead of you having to go back and do this later, we'll just do it. It won't take long. It will be quick. It will be quick. I love being a tech guy. It never has any frustrating moments ever. Everything always works the first try, and we never have to do the same thing 6 or 7 times. I'm really excited for browser automation, and I hope that eventually we get to the point where I can just like do this one time and then share the loom and say, "Hey, can you do this again?"
Yeah.
or something like that. So then it just does what I'm doing right now for me. Like I know that there's going to be a way to like semantically explain what you need it to do and it can do it, but I haven't played around enough with the like computer use stuff to know how it works and works right yet. But that's going to be something I work on eventually. Because then this would save. I don't know if it would save any time. It would just save the effort. I could just watch it, do it, play games on my phone.
Mhm.
I have one game on my phone and it's chess.
I have 0 games on my phone.
Live a little, Matt.
I know.
Look at that. Now we're lined up. How easy this is. Oh, name. Okay. Email. Cool.
And guys, be careful when you're moving this fast. It's easy to make a little mistake and accidentally like paste something in somewhere twice. So I've just done this thousands of times, literally thousands of times that I feel decently confident that I'm not gonna fuck up, but I still fuck up. So if I can fuck up, be careful. All right, it is done. Saved it. That's in Matt's account. Let's run this bad boy. Go back to the contacts. Go back to me. Go back to myself. Back in myself. Update. Super base. Super base. Tables. Nice. And now I should see myself added to that automation. Look at that. Boom, added myself to the automation, which also means we should see a request over here inside of our workflow, which we do, right? Just made this one. We're going to create a new path on the switch. So let me just grab that data, copy it, head back to the editor, pin it, save it, run it, add a switch, step, routing rule if. Oh, I should have added the name of the workflow. Oops. Matt, do you have phone numbers in those custom values on in that account? If not, can you add those real quick?
The Verge funding.
Ah, workflow name. Cool. We'll just do the name of the workflow here.
I have numbers in that account.
In the custom values? Then maybe I no.
Oh, no, it's not.
Yeah, you don't. You definitely
Yep. That's
not. Do not. So I'm just gonna map this. If the workflow name from GoHighLevel is inbound call phone pit. No, I'm gonna change that because if you guys I change the name of the workflow for some reason, this won't map correctly. So again, don't do that. But if you were to, I understand and these things happen. So I'm just gonna add another note here that says it's called event name, and we're gonna say update Supabase. Yeah. Add Supabase tables. Save, save. We're gonna test the workflow again. Send me back through it one more time. Run it. Go back. Try again. Because that's not how we're gonna map this. Save. Executions. Latest execution. There. They are mowing, or not mowing, vacuuming the hallway. Which I think is funny because there's no carpet in the hallway. So what are they vacuuming right now? You know?
those numbers are now updated.
Okay, I should probably have waited until you did that. That would have made sense. Let's refresh and run it again. I have 29 minutes. We need to be done. 29 minutes. Because there's not going to be a part 16. No, there is not. This is it. We're down the home stretch. I'm actually excited though that we figured out how we were gonna make this work. Not gonna lie, I was a little nervous there for half a second. What happened? Why am I? Error. What? Why? For what? It didn't let me add the event name one. Event name. Add to base table. Okay, let's try it again. Now you better work. All right, let's just check. Bro, what?
Saying skipped on the execution logs.
It says it skipped here though. It's not the. Oh, it just skipped adding me completely. Allow re-entry wasn't turned on, that's why. Which is weird because that's usually already on by default, but make sure I go switch that in the account snapshot. That's where I'm talking about when I say like little things that I don't check, and then now we need to make sure that that's on for everybody. Before I skipped it. Okay. This time added to the workflow. I should have been added. It's being so weird right now.
Maybe try adding the tag again.
Yeah, that's probably the easier way. Sometimes you got to turn it off and turn it back on. Update, Supabase, tables. Okay. Now, for the love of all things beautiful, there we go. Okay. Now we should have everything we need in here. So let's copy it, go back to the editor. I don't like that this is not a straight line. Oh, that's awful. Everything hurts. All right, boom. New flow at the bottom. We're looking for event name is add Supabase table. Step. Got it. Add Supabase table. So we're going to add a new flow down here, Supabase. And this is create row. Create row inside the table, inbound calls, phone, pit, blah, 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 blah. Define auto map input data comments. Define flow each add. Field name, phone, field name, pit, field name, metadata, field name, location ID. Awesome. John, are you forgetting anything? No, you're not. You're good. You're good. Save. And we actually need. I hate that this is crossing. Yeah. We're just gonna go down. All right, we'll do it once, and then we'll just duplicate for the other phone numbers. So this is for phone number 1. So we're gonna map phone number 1. Actually, we probably could put all the phone numbers in here, but and then we could just do when we're trying to get the table, we could probably just no, which it's fine. We'll just put 1. Please stop playing games. That's my feelings. All right, phone number 1. Private integration token. We're gonna get all of our metadata in here, and we're going to make this a JSON object. 1, 2. Let me map. Oh, it's because it's not an expression yet. There we go. All right. There we go. All right. This is location ID. No, I'm doing it from the wrong one again. Again, I don't like to use the previous node. I like to grab it from the actual source of where it's coming from, just in case we end up rearranging the order of these things later. And also I'm going to change this to first. If you do things the right way, when you're supposed to do them the right way, you'll save yourself the headache later. This is a count time zone. Oh, I don't actually have to do it this way. Duh. I can literally go grab this object here, which has all of the stuff that we need in the metadata. Perfect. We just won't be using contact ID because it's not necessary. Go back here. I would probably help if I actually grabbed the whole object. That would be easier. Let's delete the stuff we don't need from there. Okay. Cool. We don't need any of that. And we don't need any of that. And we won't need any of that. I thought we had less. That's good. How much of this? I know that we just strung this out over like 2 days and 5 meetings, but how much of this has made sense? Like, I know that because like we are a little bit all over the place and making updates because we had to get a little creative here at the end. A lot of this was pretty much in order before we had to add new stuff. But are you picking up like how we're doing the mappings in ADN and how it's all like kind of connecting from GoHighLevel to the rest of the systems? Why we need to connect metadata?
Yeah, I can understand why, but if you asked me to go and like do this for someone else, I'd have no idea. I mean, I could follow along the videos and be like, right, okay, I remember why, and da da da. But see, like all the specific, like all the stuff you were doing with the JSON and taking parts out, like you're obviously doing it the fast way that makes you, like, because you understand it. But if I was to try and do it myself, I'd be like, what?
Do you think if you watched the video and went like through it, you could do it though? I'm just curious.
Probably, yeah. It would take you a while because this has been like
It would take me
maybe
a
like
while. Yeah,
5 or 6 hours of content. Um,
but it would be possible.
yeah,
Okay, that's all I care about. As long as it's possible, because there, while you might not be the one who has to take the time to do this, there are going to be other people who have to take the time to not. I mean, just so they have the skills to do it. Like literally, just so that when we want to build new things, there are other people who can also build new things on top of like the foundation we have. Like if somebody else was like, oh well, I don't want to use Vapi or Retell. I want to use Bland. You know, it would be cool if there's somebody in the program who say, okay, cool, I'll just you know, I kind of feel like building a cool new automation today, and you know, I have 6 hours blocked out. I can go switch everything over. The first time it would definitely take more than 6 hours. Like, and bear in mind when I was building that account creation workflow and all of these workflows, like it took me a month. Um, the account creation automation took the longest. So, I mean, these workflows didn't really take super crazy long. Probably a few days. But that's kind of because I was going back and forth from the account creation workflow back over to these ones to make sure it was all mapped up and aligned. Um,
Mhm.
and I was also like figuring it out as I was building it.
yeah.
I was just going in order, but I don't even know if I was just mapping the right things here. I was just kind of brain dead. Account company name, lead disposition, conversation, call outcome, call outcome reason, summary, recording, duration, count, ended reason, appointment, contact name, phone, email. All right, timestamp, type, follow up date and time, add call, follow up date and time, sales calendar. Which again, these parts aren't super necessary, but I add them anyways because eventually we might want to do rescheduling, like not only scheduling in the first place, but also appointment rescheduling. Which, if we have the calendar IDs, we can make it happen. Count time zone, but it's not. I'd rather not have to do that if we don't have to. But if it's a special request, usually that's going to be like a dentist office or a healthcare office of some sort who wants to let their clients reschedule. But there's our JSON object. It's all built with the right values. You can easily see what we've done here on the right side. That should be all the information we need. Cool. So we're passing that object in to Supabase. We'll also pass the location ID as its own independent thing too, just for convenience. It'll be in the metadata too, and that's fine. So location ID, metadata, private integration token, phone number 1. If I test this, it should work. There it goes, working. Yeah. And now that's just one, right? We have 5 phone numbers, so we're going to just duplicate this 5 times. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll duplicate it 4 times because we have 5 total. Make it look pretty. Yeah, something like that. Just a wiggling snake.
Do we need to do them separately like that, or is there a way that you could do them all at the same time?
No, because we're adding 5 different tables. What we could do technically is we could just add one table with all of the phone numbers in it, and then we could just update that table anytime we want to add a phone number.
Hmm.
But then we'd have to do some sort of filter here, right? Because we're looking for one specific number in a specific field.
Yeah.
Right? We're looking for phone, and then whatever phone we're passing.
Yep.
We could just say pull the field that contains this number in it rather than like matches it exactly. I'm sure we could do that, but uh I'm not. It's just easier to just make separate tables for each of them and just do the regular get. So just get the one phone number, one table with the one phone number.
Okay. Oh, so is this actually producing like different tables? There's not like all the numbers are in the one table.
Yeah, it's going to be one number, one table per number, because again, when we want to use this get tables node here, sorry, when we want to use this get tables node, we're only going to be looking for one number, and it's going to look for a match. Um, it's not going to. I think I maybe could have it look for the field the table that contains that phone number, in which case we could put all five numbers in one table, but I'm not sure that I can do that, and I'd rather just set it up the way I know can work.
Okay.
Yeah. And then later what you could do is you really could just go into your Supabase, duplicate the table, and just change the phone number manually. Like you don't have to run this whole thing. This is just to make it easier the first time you do it, and then beyond that, just make sure you're updating your custom values and everything else you need to be updating. Um,
Yep.
if you're not sure what that looks like, which I'm not even sure what that's going to look like yet because we're building this right now and haven't fully thought through like what happens when you want to add more phone numbers. Sure, you have to change phone numbers, but really that should just be go change the custom values to the new numbers that you want to use, run this automation, and it should add new custom values. Uh, or should add the new tables based on those new numbers. And you don't necessarily have to delete your old ones. It shouldn't really make a big difference. Oh, also, I literally don't even have to. I can just hit 2. That's the only thing I'm changing. All right, 2, 3, 4. And again, usually I would change these all to say first instead of item, but whatever. I'm a bad boy and I'm not following the rules. That sounded sus, but boom, 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 boom. Look at that. If we go pull up Supabase again, and I refresh, we should see 5 tables. Look at that. 5 tables, all with our private integration token, location ID, and the metadata object. Now, when I save, unpin, oh, unpin, and I call, not going to work the first time because step, that's good. JSON, copy.
Why is it not going to work the first time?
Because it didn't make it to the respond to webhook step where it's still at Supabase because I have to map it still.
Okay.
All right, here we are. We're looking for,
Oh, the phone number.
yep. Oh, I don't know why that says undefined because it's literally right here, but whatever. 2, excuse you. I'm staring at it. I am literally looking right at it. Let's try again. Run, click. Okay, there we go. Get the field. So let's just test it real quick. Oh, well, it's because the phone number that we're calling right now wasn't one of the 5 numbers that you had connected inside of. But I might as well show you guys how easily we can solve this problem. Look, boom, Supabase. Um, there should be a duplicate somewhere on here. Dupe, dope, boom. Yep, there we go. No,
Right click? I don't know.
usually it would just be an option at the top, but right click. No. Anyways, whatever. I'll just copy. No, new. I should also be able to add just new row, maybe. No. Yeah, insert. Okay. Yeah, let's just insert a row. Phone number is no, the one that we're calling now. Yep. So if I wanted to do it manually, this is what it would look like to do it manually. Now that that is solved, test step. Boom, returns the stuff we need. Next step is just to respond. This, I was hoping that this would come as an actual object that was separated so we could map it as separate stuff. I'm gonna see if I can make that happen still. Is Postgres recommends against using the data type unless you have very okay, let's use this one then. Define as array, allow column to be defined as a variable length multi-dimensional. I don't know. I don't know about that. I'm just gonna leave it like that for a second. So now these are all a different type of JSON, and maybe that's gonna fix and do what I want it to do. I don't know if it will. But I think it's still coming out as, yeah, just one block of text when I want it to be an object. Let's see if defining it as an array will do what I want it to do. Fine. Let's look at the other types. Fine. Array allow columns which finds array. Let's see. Fail to update PG columns with given cast object, cast type object to JSON. Okay, nope, it hates me. That's fine. All right, so we will have to do a code step, which is fine. It's not a big deal. It's just I don't have a lot of time to make this work, but we're gonna make it work anyways. Test step. I want to separate that stuff so that I can have it all as its own maps over here, um, which means we're going to grab our metadata stuff again from here, just so that I have the keys and I don't have to redo that. Contact ID, we're going to want to keep all that stuff. We're going to want to keep. Oh man, we're so close to being done and I only have 4 minutes. You're like right there. So guys, pretty much to wrap this up, what we're doing is we're gonna get this stuff from Supabase on the search. We're gonna add it as a variable value so that in the end of call report we can just we still have the stuff that we can map. The difference is we're not gonna map it from metadata. We're gonna map it from variable values, which does mean we need a filter on the end of call report. Not a filter, split path here. I'm just gonna add it real quick while I'm thinking about it. We need a split, not a split, a switch. And if the analysis, the call direction is add if call direction is equal to outbound, and if call direction is equal to inbound, inbound. Cool. So outbound is the normal flow as we've already set it up. The literal only difference is we just have to map it from a different path because it's going to be inside the variable values when it goes down, when it comes in from an inbound call, because we can't attach it as metadata. So here, where we're mapping, right, metadata, contact ID, private integration token, all that stuff, we're just going to probably have to just change this to variable values. I think that's probably the only difference. Body, let's see, where do we see metadata? Here, metadata, but we should also see variable value somewhere. Variable. Yeah, I just want to see what the structure looks like. What is this? Body, call. Yeah. Here where it says metadata for the inbound ones, we want it to say Retell. It's going to look something like that. Right. The big difference is just this is what it'll say where it says metadata. So I'm just going to go ahead and replace these now. And I am pretty much out of time. Yeah, all of this other stuff will be the same. So we're just changing the stuff that has metadata in it. All of that is custom, or yeah, the call outcome stuff. No. Metadata. Oh, and I passed this wrong. This is the ID, which is not supposed to, this is supposed to be outcome reason, which is, so I'll come fix this later, but we're almost done. I'm 1 minute late. Matt, do you want to do part 6? We're almost done. We're like right on the 5-minute line.
What time are you available? Because I'm out tonight with my girlfriend,
It's you.
but I'm available in 2 hours. I'm available in an hour and a half, or and I will be available for an hour and a half.
Okay, cool. Guys, we're gonna wrap this up. Me and Matt are gonna schedule, but we'll see you in 3, 2, 1. And now we're back. Okay. Let's keep this party rolling like we never left. No time has passed. We are gonna jump right back on in. So, uh, we need to finish getting the dynamic variables passed to this respondent webhook, and we need to finish switching from metadata to the dynamic variables for the inbound calls and the end of call report. I am not tired. You're tired.
That's a state of mind.
You're right.
We are we are electric. We will conquer this.
Dude, you're right. We are electric. What am I talking? We have infinite energy source.
We've got infinite energy source. Oh shit! I did that. I did that. Hydration.
Okay, so again, dynamic variables, whatever you guys want to pass in your prompts, that just gets added here. So we're going to add some defaults here. Username, I think, is a good default. User email is probably a good default. I'm just going to call this name, though, and email. We'll go ahead and add phone. Let me just look at the Vapi ones because I already have variables for the Vapi setup stuff. So let's grab those ones too. If you already got it, why make new ones? If you guys listen to music and you're looking for an artist to listen to Brevin Kim because it goes hard.
Bread. Kim.
Brevin Kim, Brevin space Kim. They are a group that I've been listening to for like a decade.
Brevin Kim.
Check it out. Check it out. All right, we're gonna
They look.
address.
They look.
So they look. What do they look like?
They look funny.
They are funny. I don't think they're. I don't actually know where they're from. Maybe St. Louis or maybe the West Coast. Actually, I get West Coast vibes. Not that
They look. I go. Underlay. Oh.
full name. Past, like we have name, which is usually first case, and we have full name.
Let's get it.
Is there any other variables that you think you would want? Name, email, phone, address. I'm going to add call history.
Yeah.
Because we can pass that. It's just like a summary that we're passing. So yeah, let's do.
See the call history summary. Would that be just like the summary of the last call or all of the call summaries?
No, it would be just a summary of the last call. If we wanted to pass all, how would we pass all? We'd have to save. We'd have to
Yeah.
save all the summaries inside of a custom field.
Yeah. I was just wondering how that would work, but it's
Yeah,
not really.
it just have to be like because we can't. Right, we have that call log, which is the notes, but we can't dynamically pass the notes in as anything. So have to be somehow we're updating a field with every single summary without overwriting it, right? We'd have to append it.
Yeah.
That's the part that's annoying. It's like trying to figure out how to add and not replace.
Yeah.
But it's in there for now. Name, email. Oh, this one of these is supposed to be phone. Name, phone, address, call history. What else might people want for a variable?
Let's look at GoHighLevel.
Like we could do form results, but that would be custom based on whatever the form is. So it's not something that we can just assume right now.
What about lead disposition?
Lead disposition. Yeah, we'll just call it there for now.
Yeah.
So all these mappings we need to now map variables to. So Supabase, right? We're getting the response from Supabase. We're gonna add a code step or something that turns this object. Yeah, let's add a code step. I think that's what we're gonna need. We're gonna get our good friend, our bestie. Hey Claude, I need you to help me write a code step, code node stuff for the N8N node. That can take a JSON and extract it as an object so that we can map the individual key values inside of the JSON and turn it into something that we can select. What are we even looking at? Screenshot. I need to map this somewhere, but I can't. This is the expression that is passing the JSON. This is what actually comes out of that expression. Help us write the code step that converts this into mappable objects for all of the items, key value pairs. You can use this to use a specific value in later nodes. You can reference it like, okay, well, we don't have to do all that. I'm sure we could have also done this with an expression instead of with a whole code node, but it's the same. It might work. Either way, it doesn't matter. Oh, they have Ask AI in here now. That's cool. Let's see.
While that one's working, let's do this one too. The code node pretends object. I replace my code. I want to see if this works. That would be cool. No. Nope, that's not right. Why learn how to code when AI will do the work for you? Bro. Oops. I really don't want to have to put each of the metadata things into separate columns, but I might have to if we can't just do this. Yes. Perfect. So look at that. Look at all that.
Let's go.
Our stuff that we need. Okay, so now we are again, Supabase has all the metadata, private negation token, location ID that we need. The code step is taking that object and actually separating it so we can map it.
And that means in the we should probably also have our search GoHighLevel here now too. So next from the code step, we're going to go to search GoHighLevel. So here we are now mapping from the code step before. No, sir. These are being passed as 25 items, which we don't want because I can't map 25 different items at the same time. So let me just add one more little bit of detail.
Wait, why can you not pass through 25 items?
So it's going to create where we have one item coming in each of these steps. It's going to create 25 different items here. So these each would go through this step one at a time, which means we'd end up having like 25 different things coming through the rest of the flow. So we need one item as an output.
Which is the pit.
Well, no, we still want everything, but we just want it to return an object instead of individual items.
Right. I'll pretend to.
Return an object as one item instead of 25 separate items, please. So this here, so where we have the opening bracket and the closing bracket, everything in here is the object. So this is data, right? All as one outcome. And right now it's just putting these out as individual objects. So it's pretty much making 25 individual objects, which are now being regarded as 25 separate items in the output. We want one object output that has everything in it. And that this time, this was the output, which is wrong. This code gave the right output, but had 25 individual items when we want one to modify to pass as one item there than 25 separate items. Now you better work. That is, see, this is now one item. You see where it says one item now?
Mm-hmm.
The one item is metadata and the object. So now when we get here, look, here it is.
Nice.
Yes. Or it just had one. So before it was passing an array. An array can have multiple items in it. An array can hold multiple objects. Each of those objects is referred to as one item. Inside of the object, it can have several key value pairs. Now we have one object with the key value pairs.
Okay.
Search. Oh, look, and it's already. I didn't have to change anything. Metadata private integration token is coming from right here. Perfect. Location ID, same thing, coming from location ID. That's the benefits of not changing the way I label things. So if we search GoHighLevel for an existing contact now, it found none because what are we searching for? Because there's no value here. So this needs to
be from the webhook node. We're searching for the person who called. So the from number. This is just for inbound.
Yep.
So the from number. Now if I search, we should get something. Which we do. There's me. Yeah, true.
How did you know that was you?
I'm just assuming. Because it's my phone number.
Oh, not bad.
Oh. Let me actually go ahead and do the wrong path again. So I can map the create contact path. This needs to come from the code node. Private integration token is right. Location ID is right. Phone needs to be the from. And let's change this to first. And copy that.
Why are you changing all of them to first?
Because in some cases, some of our automations have a split, which means here, let me show you. Not that one. I'll have to use the big account creation form. I'll have to pull it in. Okay. So here you see there's a split in our which all of these before the split are coming in as one item, and there's only one path they could take. So when we're mapping them later, there's not like there's no discrepancy. Like if like this step, it can only be pulling from other items in this line. But whenever we make a split like this and we connect them back to the same point, this step is going to be confused about, okay, should I be going back down this line to find my mapping, or should I be going back down this line to find my mapping? It shouldn't be confused because it should just follow the line that the data came in from, but it gets confused sometimes, and it's like, oh, I don't know which item to choose. Literally, that's the error. It says can't determine which item to use. So if we just label it as first, item is just any item in general that's coming to you. First means if you get multiple items, it's just going to pull just use the first item that comes in, and that just I don't know why, but it just fixes it. It's like, okay, well, the first item is the one that's on the line, and that should be what item does anyways. But first just specifically indicates use the first item that you find, and it's going to find the line. It should already default to finding that, but it doesn't. So I'm just changing these, not because it's gonna break. Like there's no splits anywhere here that are meeting back to the same node, so it's not a problem. But once I find a best practice, I try to just drill it into my head to do that for everything, so I don't have to go back and fix it later for whatever reason. And I know that this changing it to first will fix it, even if it's not broken. It'll make sure it doesn't ever become broken. Great. So let's do it the right way. Oh, I should probably do it the wrong way again so I can map the last step also. My bad. Create contact. That's probably going to error out because the contact already exists. Yep, errored out. Location does not allow duplicated contacts. That's fine. The webhook response is whatever we need from this one. Yeah. So I'll just map it there, and then we need to attach the contact ID. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Let's do it the right way, and then I can just copy and paste. Number test. Okay, so now we're getting the contact of the person who called from GoHighLevel, and we're passing the dynamic variables to the assistant so that it can use them. We're also going to pass all of our metadata as dynamic variables just so we have them in the end of call report. We're not actually going to use those inside of the prompt. So if I go back to the code step here, we do need to use the search GoHighLevel step to get the contact ID that comes out, and we're going to drop that here at contact ID. Again, I'm going to change this to first. I wish I could make that a default, but I don't know. I'm not going to figure it out right now. Then we go to the code step, and that's where we get location ID. That's where we get private integration token. That's where we get account name, event ID, lead disposition, conversation ID. All right, I think that's everything. Lead disposition and the rest of that stuff would come from search GoHighLevel stuff. So phone, just search. Name. This is first name. I want full name, I think. I might not actually have my name inside, like my full name in the thing. That might be why I didn't see it here.
But we had name was the first name, and then we had full name further down.
I didn't add both, but I can.
Just so that it could actually, it would just address you by the first name, or is it,
Yeah,
that
that's
don't matter at that point?
I mean, that's why it's set up that way. Yeah, so we'll just do it that way. Let me check here. Make sure my contact is my first. Yeah, I may have both names, first and last. I'm also gonna put something in the email real quick so we can map that. Oh, it's not going to actually be passed yet. That's fine. I know how to do it. Search go high level contact 0. This should just be dot email. Should be address 1, I believe. Yeah. Address 1. We'll just do address. I don't know for sure. I want name.
Why does it say first name lowercase? I've never seen that before.
Neither. But it has first name lowercase and last name lowercase. So we're just gonna name will just be the first name, and full name will just be
Both of them together.
Yep.
I've never seen that lowercase before. That's weird.
call history. For now, we'll just use a summary. It's not in there. Search. Go to the wall. This is our summary. That's our transcript. This is our summary. Here are the IDs. It doesn't have a label. It should have a label. That would have been way more easy, but it doesn't do that, so that's okay. Phone, call history. We're gonna pass the summary. And I'm gonna wrap this in a JSON string file just in case. Just in case there's like a paragraph break or something. And it'll break the JSON format. So I'm just gonna do this just in case. Remove the quotation, remove the quotation. This is gonna automatically add our quotation, which I can show you here. Quote is added, quote is added. It'll remove any paragraph breaks if that call summaries have that for some reason. And lead disposition, which definitely isn't going to be in here because
That's it there.
here it is, yeah.
Let's go. Why is it saying custom field 9 instead of like the actual name of it?
It just does that.
That's fine.
Yeah, which actually is a problem. I don't think that's going to be accurate to what we need it to be. But I'm just going to map it in. And we'll cross that bridge when we get there. First name, phone number, email, there's nothing there. Address, there's nothing there. Call history, lead disposition, contact ID, location ID, private integration token, all of the metadata. And if I copy this and take it down here, and I say paste. That's actually the wrong thing. The only difference is the contact ID is not coming from the search go high level. The contact ID is coming from create contact. contact ID is the contact first JSON dot ID. Pretty sure that's what it's structured as when you're creating new contact. Well, I'll test this in a second. I think that's what it's supposed to look like. So the way I'm going to test this is I'm going to delete my contact and just call again and see if it creates the contact the right way. And then we'll do it as a rather. And if I call said number, actually, before I go ahead and call the number, let me go ahead and finish setting up the in the call report workflow too, because this should all be working now, which means our inbound assistant is all set up. But the end of call report is not done yet because it still has metadata. So all this stuff we're passing the metadata in as metadata. For the inbound call, the only way we could attach it again was if we did the assistant, the LLM dynamic variables instead, which we just finished connecting. So I'm going to copy Retell LLM variables and just replace anywhere I see metadata with the Retell variables, like here. And like, not that would be it. Call type is ID. Yeah, all of these IDs are going to need to change. Yes. Yes. Oh, looks like a Christmas tree. Same thing here. Changing everywhere it says metadata. This doesn't look like anywhere. Dynamic variable, change that one. Call outcome metadata. Oh, and I realized earlier I did that one wrong in general. This is not supposed to be. Oh, because I just put a placeholder in earlier when we were doing this the other day. So it needs to be. And what did you call this? You called this call outcome reasoning or something like that?
Hmm?
What did you call this on inside of retail? I'm gonna just name it reason like I usually do. I think you called it call outcome reasoning or something like that.
Yeah, I think it's call outcome reasoning.
It's just call outcome reasoning. It's fine. No more metadata. Cool.
Yeah, it's call outcome one word, but with a capital O and then underscore reasoning.
define, get pipelines. Going to be coming from variables. Variables. Code. Should be pulling it from. Well, that should work the same way. And this is the last one. This is it. This would either be the from number. This is going to be an inbound call. See any metadata in there? All right, that should work. Let's do an inbound call and see. So for something's obviously broken. It's just dialing and dialing. Get the syntax of the body. Okay, I just okay, I forgot a comma. Right there. Nope, I lied. It's right there. Comma, 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 chameleon.
Mama. Just wait on it.
All history was undefined. Yeah, those custom fields didn't come in right. All right, for now, we're just not going to use lead disposition or call history. I'll figure it out later. I just want to see if that's what's breaking it. If they're coming through undefined.
Wait, you just deleted contact ID, the name, like the first part of the name. See above location ID. As ID. Yeah.
brain is soft.
Oh.
That was not the problem then. But it's okay because we have AI that can fix this for us, so I don't have to look at it. I'm gonna paste the other stuff back in then.
On me.
Yeah. Explain to me what's wrong. JSON. Body. Oh, it looks like we just have an extra bracket. Yep, and I was right. It said it right there. Oh. Yeah, and I accidentally have an extra wrap. JSON stringify. JSON existing. What else did it say? Call history filled using JSON but wrapped in mustache brackets.
Mustache brackets.
Just curly brackets here. But I don't think I thought it. Whoever's gonna do it for me. That's the old one. It's not. It's literally not even wrapped in anything extra. That should just work. Let's try again. I think it was just the extra closing bracket. But it said no, fuck you, you're wrong. That's not okay. Oh, it's also I didn't need to save. So that's actually probably what the problem was. Check syntax. Yeah, it's still syntax is wrong. So I am once again going to just delete the extra stuff that's coming out as red, which is lead disposition and call history. Add that stuff in at another day or time. I hope that was the only issue. Please. Please.
My first name?
It is. It is. It's me. He said, "Hi, what did I say, dude?"
Oh, it's because it's a like dynamic variable. It doesn't have the dynamic variable.
Yeah, but it connected, and that's fine. So now we should get the end of call report next, the call analysis. So let's just go over. So inbound call just worked.
Did it say your first name, by the way?
No, because you don't have it mapped in as name, I don't think.
Oh yeah, it's mapped in his first name.
Yeah. But look, here's our most recent end of call report. And look at that. Nothing else to the output. I wonder why. Let's see. Oh, we did get something else output, and it was the right output. We did add the note, and it was correct. We did add a tag, and that's awesome. We did get the pipelines updated. We did do the update call, so that means when I went back and did all of the dynamic variables, I did it right on one try. Egg. Meaning if I refresh this, you're about to see my contact, and you're going to see all the updates. And that also means I need to update Baller alert. Somebody's a baller with call recording and everything.
Hi there. Is this my first name?
Here you can hear it.
It is.
I can't hear
Guys,
it
check
right
out
now,
your guys'
but I
first
can imagine you can.
Adam from Prime Valley.
But look, all the stuff got added correctly. Look at that. Look at all that stuff. Look at all that good stuff in there.
Yes, sir.
Easy. This is easy. And my guy is. Oh, and then the last thing I need to fix is this last webhook for inbound calls from people who don't already have. Just copy that, take this, paste that. Yeah, let's just drop this here real quick because that's the right one. And let me take the contact ID, which is there, and we're gonna add it down here. So this is when we're creating a contact because it doesn't already exist. We're just gonna get it from the create contact node. That one. And we're gonna delete. We're gonna delete this one. This is wrong. We don't need it. Okay, so our final test is just to delete my contact one more time and make sure it actually creates the contact and everything works right. And then that is officially everything that we need. I can't think of anything else that we're missing. I'll make the account creation form stuff later for Retell. It's just going to be the same thing that we're doing for Vapi. And again, this is going to make everything easier because there's less there's going to be even less manual steps if we switch to Retell. Yeah. I might just honestly, I'm probably just gonna take out the prompt generator and just provide more examples of how to prompt well instead of relying on AI to write a prompt.
Yeah, AI prompts are.
Yeah.
Did it just ring out?
It's still ringing, I just probably mapped the contact ID wrong is all. Right. So it created a contact. This location does not allow duplicate contacts. Yeah, I must not have refreshed. Wait, no. Oh, it's because that was the second flow. Yeah, it did create it the first time. And why didn't it oh, again, it probably didn't connect because I just didn't map it right. So let me grab that output, go back to the editor, map the output. And contact
ID. Gimme. Right here. Let's see what I did wrong. Create contact. Oh, dot first dot JSON. Create contact dot first dot JSON. I forgot dot contact. I skipped the contact. Went straight to dot ID. Okay. This time, save, unpin.
Is all that metadata red because they're not a contact yet?
It was red because it just wasn't coming from the code node, right? Like I didn't. There's no connection here. Like you don't see this green line, so it's not. This step wasn't actually connected to this step to be able to pull that data. I just pinned the output from the execution and mapped it manually instead of going back to run this again. So if this means it's not connected to this path, and it's not pulling the mappings from this path. It's because the information, the data went this way, right? The item that way, not this way. Because this was a second run. Contact ID was already created because it already run that node once. But this time, if I delete once more, one more time. Yeah, it's really cool that we were able to get all of this done in one session, and we didn't break this up at all. This was all one one solid session. Good stuff. Good stuff. Show me the mother freaking money. It is a first name punch. Sounds like now might not be the best time, is it? All right, so here you go. Went down the flow, created the contact, responded with the stuff we needed. This is the successful output. Obviously, the call connected because we just had the call. And now, if I go look at this is the end of call report probably. No, what the heck? This is a trigger outbound. Oh, it's probably because I'm in another workflow that's doing a multi-call. I don't know. I couldn't tell you at this immediate moment. But let's see, because it's right here. I don't even know where that came from. User hangup. Yeah, user hangup went down. Why? JSON custom data call type. Okay, so Retell just sent an extra event called user hangup. But it's fine. I don't really care that it triggered the outbound because it didn't actually make the call anyways. So it's just sending extra events that won't do anything. That's my synopsis for this immediate moment. If it becomes a problem later, it's a problem and I'll solve it then. But let's check the contact. Boom. That's me. And now look at this.
Boom. That's all of our stuff being automatically updated. Boom. That's a note in the record. Boom. That's custom fields being updated automatically with all the information we need. Boom. That's tags being added to my contact as well. Boom. That is a whole entire retail system for outbound calls and inbound calls, completely set up to work the same way that our Vapi systems were working. And you guys got to see every single step, every literal single step for switching the accounts over. So if you want to learn the tech and understand how all of our automations work in the back end, watch this video again, because like I literally exposed like everything. I showed you, I mean, just to go through and switch everything over, you guys got to see a very intimate look at how we're mapping the entire system. Like this was the first time I actually showed it to this level. We did it some in account testing when we were troubleshooting, but this was really like a custom build, built off the back of something I'd already built. But a lot of this was, you got to see us thinking through problems, solving them in innovative ways, building new automations for the retail stuff, and now it should be just a little simpler than what we had to do for Vapi. Uh as long as I set up the account creation tool. Yeah, and we're gonna remove the auto prompting. We're just gonna get better at prompting in general, guys. So I'm going to, as we're building more assistants, we're gonna have a bigger prompt library. I'll also do a master class on prompting, probably a 2 hour, 2 to 3 hour master class, so everybody's on the same page with how to create awesome prompts. And since we're most likely going to be using retail anyways, we need to do a master class for the multi-state prompting anyhow. And everybody's going to be happy because they're going to learn something really cool, and I won't cry at night. Uh, yeah. All right. Questions, comments, concerns? Did we skip anything? Did I miss anything? How do you feel? What do you think?
I don't even know at this point. It's such a journey. It's been such a journey. I think literally for people that won't, or hopefully if they don't have to go through that, I think just the key things is learning about where to actually swap out the API stuff for retail, compared to Vapi, API keys, webhook responses.
So all you're gonna have to do, right? Assuming that you already did an account set up with Vapi, all you would have to do to switch is import the retail workflows instead of the Vapi ones. So import the innate in workflows that are custom for retail. They're gonna have parentheses retail in all caps, so hard to miss. Go into your custom values on their sub accounts that you've set up. You can just manually change the assistant ID from the Vapi one to the retail one. You can change the voice AI API key from the Vapi one to your retail one. Uh, and make sure you change all of your assistant IDs now, because there's also your opt-in ID, your pre-appointment ID. So change all of your assistant IDs to retail. Uh, change your Vapi or your API key from Vapi to retail. Change the webhooks. Your call webhook needs to be changed to the retail call webhook. So that's the AI call webhook. Again, that's inside the custom value. So just go to the custom value, change that call webhook. Um, if you built the assistants using the account creation form that I'm going to create eventually, then ideally the webhooks and everything like that will already be attached. But if you're just switching your system from Vapi to retail, then you're still going to want to go into retail and add that inbound webhook. Make sure that that's pointing to Vapi or pointing to innate in, this call webhook. Outbound webhook from retail. Make sure that that has the production URL from our call webhook workflow. So update those. Make sure your structured data is all in there inside of retail. Just look at what you had in Vapi and build the same thing inside of retail. If you're doing this manually without the account creation tool, same thing with the prompt. Go write your new prompts. But as far as what needs to switch inside of GoHighLevel, again, just change the
custom values for assistant ID, all of the assistant IDs for the different types of assistants, the API key, and your call webhook. Yeah, I think that is it. And then go run the add super base table workflow. So if you have different numbers, if it's the same numbers, then just leave the same numbers. No, if it's the same numbers, that's fine, but you still want to run the add tables to Supabase workflow so that all of those phone numbers with the metadata, with the private integration token, with the location ID gets added to Supabase. So when we're doing an inbound call, we can find the phone number that the person is calling to and pull the private integration token, location ID, and the metadata that's associated with that phone number in the Supabase table, which we did together. So I know that you get that one. That's it. Swap the custom values, run the add Supabase tables automation, and your inbound assistant is going to work. Your outbound assistant is going to work. We did all the work for you. Can't think of anything we're missing because we just tested it and it worked. So if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Oh, we can also add more. We didn't add those variable values for the outbound call, so I guess we could do that real quick. Right, because we just did the variable values for the inbound call. So here on trigger outbound, we would want here at Retell dynamic variables, we're just going to want to add the same ones that we had for the inbound assistant.
You're not sharing your screen.
Because it's a secret, and although you saw everything else, you're not allowed to know. You have to wait just like everybody else. Just tell me to shut up sometimes, Matt. It's okay. Say
No, never shut up.
too nice. Okay, full name. We'll just go down to full name. And go to trigger outbound call and add the other little pieces of stuff we wanted. That. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Um, we're not using first name, we're just using name. So make sure you update that in your side, buddy. But also, I don't. Let me just grab this as the example, because that's gonna be pasted there. Delete that now. Comma, 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 no comma. And these need to be coming from execute workflow. Let's grab that. These are all coming from execute workflow. It's coming from execute workflow. It's coming from execute workflow. And this is coming from execute workflow. These mappings are going to be just a little bit different because I don't think they're going to have contact dot something on them. Yeah, realistically, I should go run another outbound call so I can map this the right way. Fine, since we literally did every single other thing correctly. Why finish at 99%? We're gonna finish strong. We're going to. I think we were just doing this one for it. Yeah, so we are going into. It's it's easy. It's super easy. Watch. Phone rings. Well, actually, I don't even need my phone to ring. I just need the execution to happen so we can go map it. And it probably won't ring because the JSON body is probably wrong. Who knows? No.
Oh, I'm probably on a wait step. Bad. My bad. Yep. Now, we go back here. We should see in just a second. Just a moment. There we are. And I hadn't saved before that call was supposed to go out. Cannot find phone number under given API key. What do you mean? Oh, is that are these this phone number's in a different workspace than the one we've been testing with?
Say that again.
Is this phone number in a different workspace? The phone. So this is a 239 number. It's your client's number, but I think we're still using
Yeah.
it, and it's not in the same workspace that we've done.
I don't. No, I've not connected that number up to like the retail assistant.
Yeah, so that's why it's not doing the outbound call because the
Yeah, it's not connected up to the agent.
yeah. So just do that later, and your outbound will work.
Yeah. See like the way like Vapi work or like the number rotation thing works.
Yep.
How does that work in like retail, or like how did it work in Vapi? Did you have like one phone number for loads of different people for outbound? For loads of different agents, sorry. Phone number.
Well, no, we just have the five phone numbers that we put into the rotator. It's going to connect that phone number to the contact, right? So the contact, regardless of which agent is calling, is always going to be called from. So even if we have three different agents, they were attaching the phone number that we're calling from to the contact. So they're always going to get called from the same number from our business. We're not attaching the phone to an assistant or anything like that. We're just putting it on the contact, and there's a custom field called Twilio phone number, and that's the phone number we're going to call the assistant or call the user or call the contact with. And it's being passed from your custom values, so that's why we fill out the form with 5 different phone numbers so that the custom values are updated, so that when they enter our workflow, the first step of that workflow is to attach one of those 5 phone numbers to a contact at random. I'll show you that. That's what this is here. Right? They come into the workflow. If they don't already have a phone number attached to the contact, then they go down phone number rotator, which is a random split between one of these 5 paths, where we're going to update their contact with one of the phone numbers from our custom values. Right? Phone number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And they go. Once there's a phone number attached to the contact, they're going to skip the phone number rotator, no matter what workflow. Okay. They're just going to skip right over and over, right on over it. Trigger phone call. I do want to just make sure that this is all mapped right real quick. So, and then we will say good night. Yeah, see, like I said, I thought these were mapped wrong. That was right. That's phone, email, address, full name, which we are passing somewhere, I think. Yeah, here we go. Contact phone. Contact phone. Contact email. Contact address. And contact full name, which It's one of these ones. Contact name, business, contact name. Is this contact first name? Yes, so this is full name. All right, baller. Now all of our variables are attached to the outbound and to the inbound. And life is good. That's it. I mean, let's do a quick review. End of call report is good for both inbound calls and outbound calls. Trigger AI call has all the dynamic variables we need. And the call webhook workflow works for the inbound flow. That is, I hate the way that this looks. Let me just make that look a little prettier. But it works for the inbound flow and for the outbound flow. Now, we didn't test tools yet, but we're probably not going to do that right now. We're definitely not going to do that right now. I'm just going to save. See, the actual last thing that needs to happen is here. These tools are still set up to work with Vapi. The only difference, literally the only thing we need to change is to respond to the webhook. Fine. 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 Function. Custom function response. Custom functions are retell extend your agent's capabilities, add, configure function details, add endpoint, define parameters, use JSON schema format to define the parameters, configure speech behavior, update the prompt. When the custom function is called, Retell sends a post request to your with the name parameters. This allows you to integrate external systems and enhance. Well, it's not telling us the response, so let me click on. Okay, we're supposed to go to custom functions documentation. Functions. We need a tool call response, right? We need to be able to respond back with see if in this function calling tutorial. That's definitely not it. So right, when we're calling a tool with Vapi, we have a tool, when we're responding back to that tool, we're using the tool call ID and the response.
Yep.
But I thought you told me something earlier. You said I don't know if you, have you?
Yeah. With on make.com with Retell, you literally just type the response, like you type the result.
No, nothing else. You don't have to put it in front of, it's not a result key and then the value is the result. It's just the result itself.
Literally, that's what I've been doing. It's working.
Yeah, I mean, if
I saw a YouTube video and it worked. So
if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So watch this. Watch it. We don't even need the JSON stringify this shit. We're just gonna. If it's just a response, hey, I'll take it. JSON stringify will put it into quotes. I might as well leave it in quotes. It's not gonna hurt anything. We're just gonna delete all this other stuff because we don't need it apparently. We'll leave it in quotes because don't hurt. Actually, let's take those quotes out because I don't want it to say that verbatim. We don't need none of that stuff. Cool. Oops, not that one. And look, if I had just given up and said, no, we're not going to do it,
and actually meant it and not done it, then we would have finished at 99.9%, and then I would have come back later and been like, "Oh, I feel silly for not just finishing." But me and Matt, we stuck it through, and we are now officially done.
So that's our tools working. That's our
Cool.
that's our everything. Uh, I lied. I lied. This frick. This creative or this get free slots needs to be pulling calendar ID from. This is set variables, which means I probably said it here. Yeah, we're gonna have to map the calendar ID. It's a part of the metadata. So if we're using the tool call, oh man, um, yeah, we're gonna have to actually test the tool call so I can see what the response comes through like, and we might just end up having to do the same thing we did for this super base step to get the metadata. We might just have to search, add that super base step here so we can search for the metadata and then map it the same way that we map the stuff up top. And since we have Retell and we can very easily test, let's just do the test. No, 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 no. We're good. We're good. Everything's working. You just believe it. Just believe us when I say everything's working. If we need to, I'll no. We have to stop. Um, because if we don't stop now, we literally have to go do we have to go do another call with the outbound assistant. Create the tool on Retell first, make the call. And we didn't write a prompt on Retell. We didn't create any tools on Retell. We literally just switched all the accounts over. So I think that's it for this video. If you guys want to see prompting and custom tools with Retell, that's a part two. We're gonna have a master class on the prompting anyways. We might as well just wrap in the tool creation. I'm not editing any of this out, so you guys are getting to see this decision being made. I'm ashamed. I won't lie. I am ashamed. But I know that you guys are probably content with everything we built here if you want to learn it. You won't ever have to build the stuff yourself, but if you want to build custom solutions in the future, like this is how it is done. And watch this again if you want to learn even extra good. Matt, can you do the outro, please? Just give the people a 60-second outro and some motivation.
This is the end of part 6. Me, Trejon. Hope you enjoyed it. Yeah. Cut. Oh shit.
Okay. All right. You already knew when we were wrapping up the last video that we weren't gonna just stop there. We have to finish it up. Started strong. We're gonna finish strong. All we have to do is attach some tools at this point. Super chill. We are gonna add a super base step in there in the same way that we needed super base to pull the right assistant. We're doing the assistant request to get the metadata and stuff. All of our metadata with the calendar IDs, etc., yada yada, is also inside of that same Superbase account. So that we can pull the availability from the right calendar. We just need to add a little Superbase step, and the rest is probably going to be pretty much the same as what our tools already look like. So this is going to be pretty chill. Let me just pull up the. This is your account. Yes, it is. Okay, I'm gonna share my screen. And as you know, me and Matt like at it again. Worked. And maybe, I don't know. It hurts to think about it too hard. All right. Um, yeah, so let's just go ahead and jump right in. all we're doing is we're going to get the tool set up. So we already have our inbound assistants working, pulling dynamic variables. We have our in the call reports working. We have our trigger outbound calls working. We have this Supabase update automation set up so that we can, again, attach the private integration token, location ID, and all the metadata inside of Supabase so we can access that for the inbound assistant. We're also going to use that to access for the tools. So just again, highlighting what we have already set up already. Base. Let's overwrite. Someone saved this workflow while you were editing it. You can view their version in a new tab. Yeah. That
That's what I'm talking about. I was like, "Are you on this right now?" It was earlier. Like I think it was before we got on the call.
I haven't shut this. I just leave it up pretty much until we finish recording these videos, and I don't shut anything. So,
But
yeah, I wasn't actually working on it at that time, but I don't know if I'd saved it at that time, so I don't know what you have. Oh, were you making you made the single path in here? Like,
no, I made it somewhere.
okay. Then I don't know what you might have changed here. So can I just overwrite whatever you changed, or do you know?
Yeah. I was literally just like copy and pasting stuff to then make it somewhere else. So I wasn't fucking around with this.
All right, cool. Then we're yeah. All right. So we need to first things first is Matt. We need to send a, a get appointment request over here so that we can start mapping some stuff. So I need you to go to Retell or call your assistant and get it to send us send a HTTP request. The tool call. Send the tool call to do get availability. Do you already have
Alright.
tools set up inside of Retell for?
Making up the get availability tool right now.
I need you to share your screen while you do that so people get the context.
Okay. Okay, so in retail we have retail's version of tools is just functions. So I already have schedule appointment function set up. So we have name, description, we have the URL, which is going to be the any webhook, and then we have the properties. So like I said at the very start, retail does it a bit differently. Instead of just being able to say the name of the property and write a description, you need to put it in this like JSON schema, which is a wee bit annoying, but I've got a custom GPT that writes it for you, so I can share that as well. But I need to do the get availability one. So this is for schedule appointments. So in this one, I'm getting the full name, email, appointment date and time, business name and phone, because we might have to create a contact for this person. But for get availability, it's a bit more simple. We only need to get the time that they're looking for. So I've actually just started writing a description. So I've taken this description, which I already had, copied it, come into ChatGPT, say to ChatGPT, I have a function description for scheduling appointments. Wants to create a function to just check calendar availability. This function only has one property.
The function has, which is the we use in the tools we use start time or start
Okay.
for get availability we use start date.
Perfect.
For the appointment tool we use start time, but yeah, that's right. Start date. We also do time zone. Like if you're calling in different time zones, you can also add start date and time zone.
Okay. Designed to check calendar. So the get availability function is designed to check calendar availability for specific dates and time zones. It retrieves open time slots or confirms whether availability exists within the specified parameters. This function does not schedule appointments, but simply checks the calendar. Perfect. Copy that. Come into retail. Fuck off, Matthew. Come into here. Paste that. Lovely. For the properties, so I'm going to come into the custom GPT.
Mm, oh, I can also give you something to paste in there.
I'll take 2 seconds. It'll be quite cool to show people how it pops out anyway.
You're gonna want to make sure that that's in ISO 8601 format also, because it's easier for it to pull in ISO 8601 format and then convert it to time
Yeah.
timestamp, Unix, epoch, whatever you want to call it. It's crazy that it has like 3 different names. Unix MS, timestamp, epoch. The number of seconds or milliseconds since January 1st, 1970.
There we go. So we got that. Come into here. Copy that. Perfect. Now,
Sorry, can I see how the required section looks? Okay, yeah, I was looking at yesterday. I wasn't sure how to do that. Yeah,
what happens is like a list.
yeah. I just couldn't figure out where the quotations went, so I didn't do it right yesterday, but I'll fix it. Anyway,
And also time zone in Guyana time zone, isn't it? So New York instead of EST.
yeah, that's what
Or-
yeah, that's right.
Okay, cool. So now we're going to put the webhook in here.
And
So where that function calls are going, which is AI call webhook. Production, copy that, paste, and then just hit save. Perfect. Oh, easy. Thank you. I need to quickly change the prompt to tell it to get availability first. Request the preferred date and time for the appointment. If the caller gives multiple, please ask them to choose a specific date and time.
you can oh yeah, you should probably do it the right way.
Yeah. If the caller gives multiple times on the same day, okay, we actually need this. I need to word this because it can check like one specific day. So request the preferred date and time for the appointment.
Do you want me to give you mine, or do you want to figure it out?
Let me think.
So right now Matt is just rewriting the prompt to be able to naturally have a conversation about, oh, well, what day would you like to book an appointment? Great, I'll go check our calendar for that date. Awesome, we have availability at that date. Would you like to book that? Great, I'll go ahead and put that on the calendar now. Cool. It sounds straightforward, but there's a few ways that can go down. So
Yeah, it's like for these conditions, you have to give the AI like the different kind of scenarios that might happen so it doesn't get confused. So if we request a preferred date and time, someone might say, "Oh, I can do Monday or Tuesday." So then we would get AI to ask them, "Okay, which out of those days would you prefer?"
we technically could just look for availability for Monday and Tuesday.
Could we?
Yeah. Just expand the
What
range that we're.
what was your instruction say? So just to speed things up, and then we can test it.
Pull up.
This might take me a couple of minutes to figure this out.
I just wrote this yesterday. I just spent 3.5. No, I spent 4 hours writing this prompt yesterday and recording all of the stuff. So, uh, appointment setting. Yeah, you still have to kind of, tweak it for yourself, but put it in WhatsApp.
Right.
All right, there you go.
Okay, just make sure. No country.
I also included I included the step before that with collecting contact details also.
That's fine. I'll just take it out.
Yeah, so what we're gonna do to be able to check multiple days is right now, whatever date is requested, I have the AI just searching 6 hours before and 6 hours after, but we can just add it to say, okay, search, like 30 hours before and 30 hours after and pull all availability in that range, which I'm gonna go do right now. Yeah. Or I'll wait until you finish this and then we'll do that so that we're both seeing the same thing. I am gonna go change that to the program workflows though, real quick. Yeah, cool. This is start date time. Subtract 30 from date time. Add 30. That was easy. Cool. What would that be? Minus 30 is a day, and a day and 6 hours, and then plus 30 is a day and 6 hours.
just go with this.
Actually, I think I'm just gonna not do plus and minus 30. I think I'm just gonna do this. I'm gonna leave this.
I did the whole day.
Huh?
I just did like the day of the person, like the day of.
Yeah. That's what this does. It just I sometimes the time zone doesn't come through right, so it like they'll say a date, but the AI forgot to collect the time zone, so the date is actually the wrong date, and then it doesn't look. So I just added -6 hours, so it kind of covers all potential. That's why I gave it that range. I'm like, this is your start date. It's -6 hours of whatever was requested. This is your end date. It's +6 hours of whatever was requested. So we'll definitely catch, regardless of what time zone somebody's in, we'll definitely catch like the date that was requested somehow. But I think I'm just gonna leave mine for adding more a bigger range. I'm just gonna add like looking -6 hours of whatever date was requested and plus 30 hours on the end date of whatever was requested. Or maybe 48 hours. No. Yeah, we'll probably do 48 hours. Fuck it. I haven't thought of why not to do that yet, so we'll just do it. And I'll think more later. Yours. Alright, cool. That's our program one for Vapi, and I'll change the one for Retell that you are using. Nope, this is the one I'm using. All right. All right, so Matt's adding condition blocks because that's how he likes to prompt.
Yeah. Just makes it more organized in my mind. Like when I look at the prompt, I'm like, right, okay, I know what's happening.
I understand. You have two 6.2s though, but yes.
I know. I think I can change that.
Leave you alone.
Let's just that should be fine. Right.
Right. We're getting there.
So just to explain, these instructions that I had before now don't work because I set it up to have one automation that just runs. So if someone gives me a date and time automation will run, and if it's available, it will automatically book, and if it's not available, it will suggest alternative times. But when me and Trajan were speaking about that last night, for the edge cases where someone might say, "Oh, I can do next week," "Oh, I can just do Monday," or "I can just do like Monday or Tuesday," when it's ambiguous like that, basically the AI, it can't just go and check availability. It has to book something if it's available. So what I found after testing was that it was going to check availability, but it had to book the appointment to check. And then when the person came back, it was like it was double booking appointments pretty much. So we decided to carry on with the get availability and then schedule appointments. So if you see anyone else using an automation that like does both at the same time, just know that that might be an issue that you run into. So that's why we decided to go for the other option and why I'm deleting this stuff here.
Second question I have for you: are you just using the multi-prompt, but not actually using the multi-prompt in this agent?
Yeah, pretty much.
Cool. That's what I was talking about yesterday when I was recording a bunch of like solo prompting. Was I think I'm just gonna default to using the multi-prompt, but when I want to use it as a single prompt, I just will use it as a single prompt.
Yeah, that's what I do.
Yeah, I like that.
Okay. Then we have the function usage guidelines.
It underscore availability.
So I've got it set to your time zone. Okay. Let me have just phones at my door and everyone else is ignoring them.
He just said something in Scottish. I don't know.
All my family are just lazy. Someone rings the doorbell and no one goes to get it. Okay. Use the schedule appointment. Option. Once the assistant has confirmed it. That's not it's possible, but we'll keep going. Okay. This should be ready now. Okay, let's do it. Check. Got a webhook.
Oh yeah, and I realized yesterday that when you're testing the audio, you're not also testing the LLM. It's like two separate things,
Yeah.
which was a little annoying, but I figured it out.
Okay. Right, let's do it.
All right, all right, all right. Let's do it. So Matt's just gonna send some text messages here.
I've actually got a pre-written message I was using last night. I'm Grant Cardone.
All right, let's see. I don't know what you're doing, but I'm gonna check the tool.
I was checking my calendar to see like what slots were available, but I didn't remember. It doesn't matter.
I just need the tool request to go through.
Yep.
Which not on the right. These are my workflows. Why am I on? Okay, not the right ones. None of these are the right ones. Let me just get those out of here. Maybe this one? Yeah, there we go. What time is it? 18. Did it say that a function call went out?
No, it's not working at the moment. Let me refresh my page. Double check. These are all right.
No, I'm just getting playground web calls.
My text earlier wasn't working. Ma, what? Where are your keys? I leaned against the cabinet, am I? I don't know. They're not or something. Why is this not fucking working?
Uh,
I don't know why this isn't working.
try refreshing the page. Oh yeah, that works too. And if you delete the testing prompt and then try again.
Yep.
Yeah. It's just like, yo, you're trying too hard. You're doing too much.
What the hell?
Yeah, let's just go one by one. So you just hit the delete at the top right.
Oh my god.
Let's just go one at a time. I don't know who froze. Somebody froze. Let me change my Wi-Fi real quick.
Slapped it all in.
Oof, that's not good.
What?
I disconnected from the meeting for a second because I switched Wi-Fi's, but we're good. Perfect. Thank you. Would you like to schedule an appointment? I have a specific date and time in mind. Let me know.
It's not even running the tools now or the functions. I think it's getting confused, which was my fear in the first place.
All right. Let's look at your prompts real quick.
Right.
All right. If you call, so just follow up for blah blah.
Will that keep coming up? This network error.
Yeah, it means it's trying to do that. Well, actually, if it was trying to do the function call, it would have said Axios error. But scheduling consultation, request their preferred date and time for the appointment. If the caller gives.
Might split this up into two.
Yeah, I usually do that. I usually do get availability for one and then schedule appointment for the next one.
Yeah. Target notices, okay. If the call is untrue, okay. If the call is 50, use get available function.
Yeah, it's just an Axios error. I think maybe your function call, yeah, your actual function call itself might not be right.
Yeah.
because it's still trying to run them right now. Oh, actually, it might have sent it. Let me see. I can't remember if I was, because I was getting those yesterday, and I don't know if it was no, that's the web call. I should see the tool name. Okay, yeah, it is sending the get availability request. I'm getting it. It's just not hooked up on my end yet, so you're good.
Let me just fix this anyway.
Okay, yeah, you do that. I'm gonna start mapping our.
Yeah. I'll stop sharing my screen and then you can share yours and I'll fix this.
Here we go. So we're getting the requests in from the tool call. It sent a bunch because it kept failing. But right here you'll see the name of our argument is get availability with the start date and time and all that stuff. So I'm just gonna copy this output here and we're gonna map it in real quick so we can do our stuff. Setting up tools now, super easy. Watch this, boom, run it. Stop. We're gonna use this. Come on. All right, I might need to refresh, or maybe the Wi-Fi is really bugging now, but let's try this again. It's having a hard time just doing what I asked it to do. All right, let me just refresh real quick. All right, cool. Let's try again. There we go. All right, so we need to make sure that it's going down the get availability path. But as you know, we've had this set up for Vapi before, so the structure is a little different, right? We're still looking for tool calls with a function name. That's not what we do here. We just are looking for body name, I guess. So get availability. And I might as well just grab the same thing because when we do this schedule appointment, it's going to look the same way. So if that thing that's coming out is get availability, or if that thing that's coming out is schedule appointment, test steps, then go down the get availability path. Look at that, get availability. Set variables. We don't, again, all this stuff was being mapped for Vapi before, so we're going to be grabbing our integration token and our calendar ID from the Supabase metadata. So I'm going to go ahead and add a Supabase step here. Actually, I'm not going to add it from scratch. I'm just going to copy the same one I had earlier. Oh, but Matt, since this is, we were getting the Supabase stuff based off of the phone number, and since we're doing a web call, this is not going to work because
Oh,
yeah, we don't have a phone number to search with. But it's okay. Just give me a second because I'm gonna. No, let's just do it the right way. Let's go ahead and call the. Is the inbound assistant attached, or the inbound phone number attached to this assistant?
so I'm just fixing this prompt.
I,
Should be.
it's okay. I think it's I think I have it.
Because the numbers for this Verge client aren't connected up to a retail account yet. That was the issue we had as well.
Yep. What are you
We're having to.
what are you prompting right now? Like, what account is this for?
This is for like my inbound assistant. So I have a phone number that I can use that we can use to test this. Do you want that phone number?
Yeah, what's the number?
Hmm.
Is it the 778264?
I can make it that one, yes.
That's the one I already have. I was just curious. I don't really care. But
Uh,
that one is already in Supabase as well. Remember, we like
okay, let's just do that one then.
and just attach it to this assistant real quick so we can run that sucker.
8264 inbound. Sorry, I've made this quite confusing by switching around the numbers and stuff like that, so I apologise.
You're good.
Right, okay, let's phone this thing.
Keep going.
Let's see if it works.
Yeah, I just want to book an appointment.
I'd be happy to help with that. Could you please share your full name and the name of your business?
Tiger Woods, legendarygolfpro.com.
Got it. Could you please spell out your full name for me to make sure I have it correct?
Tigerwoods. Tiger Woods.
Thanks, Tiger Woods. Just to confirm, your business is Legendary Golf Pro. Could you spell that out for me as well?
No, you got it. You'll figure it out.
All right, no problem. Could you share your phone number so I can note it down for the appointment?
540-834-8866.
Thank you. Just to confirm, your phone number is 540-834-8866, correct?
That's the one.
Could you also share your email address and spell it out for me to ensure I have it correct?
Tigerwoods@gmail.com.
Just confirm, your email is tigerwoods@gmail.com, correct?
Right.
Great. When would you like to schedule the appointment? Let me know your preferred date and time.
Can we do next Wednesday? Oh, we got the request in. That's good. Vapi.
Did it still bug out when you asked for a date?
Huh?
Did it bug out when you said like a date and time?
No, it sent the request. Here, I got it. Are you looking at my screen?
Yeah, yeah. I didn't hear the assistant say back, "Oh, let me check that for you," or nothing.
It didn't. You must not have your message turned on, or maybe you do. I don't know, but he did say he did go for it. Anyways, now I just want to map it to. Shit, I didn't actually copy it. I'm gonna map the output. Let's pin the data. Run that sucker. Alrighty. We are looking for the. Well, these need to work for inbound or outbound. Gosh darn it, which means the from number or the to number might flip. Like it's not always going to be. It's not.
You could do an if else and then direction of call.
You're a genius. Yeah, you're right. If
That is a good thing about. I think Vapi did that as well. To be honest,
if no, no, I can barely speak on anything right now. Yeah, let me just ask Claude. I don't know why I'm thinking I'm gonna do this myself. uh, okay, we need to set up an expression inside of NAN that is going to say if the direction of the call is inbound, then use the from number, the from phone number to be able to that's the number we're going to put in that output. And then if the direction of the call is outbound, we want to use the the to phone number. Yep, that's right. So if it's out, if the direction is outbound, we're using the to number. If the direction is inbound, we're using the from number. Exit direction is inbound. If true, returns. If false, returns the to number. You can read this as if direction equals inbound, use from number. Otherwise, use to number. Okay. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's right. Inbound, my number. Um, wait, did I do that backwards? In Supabase, we're not storing shit.
That's. I thought. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can now. I can. I couldn't hear you before because my mic was on.
All right. Okay. That's what I was saying. Like the super base is our numbers. So if it's inbound, we want it for two. If it's outbound, we want it from. It's quite cool. You can put the if else statement like
Right inside.
in.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's sick.
Yeah, the expressions are like mini code blocks. Like you can actually do crazy stuff with expressions. Like anything from
Yeah.
is super cool. I don't know if you've already rotated your private integration token and stuff, but you're gonna have to rotate it again maybe if this is the one that we are. Anyways, because we are exposing it literally right now. Okay, well, I can just edit that part of this video out, I guess. If I So I just had to do that to get the audio to spike so I could see where the edit needed to be. Edit the thing out, Trey John. All right, cool. Should be good.
I can rotate it again. It doesn't matter.
Oh, well then I just yelled at you in the mic for nothing. All right. Let's map this set data field. Our authorization is here. Sorry for yelling at you. Supabase pit. Calendar ID is just Supabase. Oh, we need to do the same code step. I didn't copy both things. We need this little step as well. Because this is how we're taking that metadata,
Yeah, and splitting it.
making it look.
Also, I can give you the code expression for formatting the date and time, that all that Unix stuff.
Yeah, give it. Give it because I like making the things look prettier. But some people will say, what the heck? What do you mean? Reference node is unexecutable. because this is super base 6 now. Yeah. Easy.
Send you on WhatsApp.
I'll grab it. This is your sales calendar ID.
The name of the property in the code block that I sent you will have to be changed to whatever we have it as, which should be start date, I think. Start date.
Oh, it's because I put this super base in. It's supposed to be a code set. Time zone. Start date is coming from the function call. Oh, this is a. You said this is a code block.
Yeah, I sent you on WhatsApp. So literally, once you get, if it's a successful booking or not, if it goes to false, literally just put that in and then connect it directly to get free slots. The bit at the top, appointment date and time, will have to be changed to start date. Same with the, and it should just output, start date and end date in Unix timestamp, which is exactly what we need.
What the appointment date?
Oh, these.
Yeah. I could have done that for you. When it all gets tough. Do-do-do-do.
No, I just this no. Oh, this must one of these is probably end date. I declared start date. Oh, this is probably new date, I guess. I don't know.
Well, wait. See underneath the end date bottom. So see underneath that.
Right
Would
here?
they be end date? Up,
Oh, all these? Oh, my bad.
maybe. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I literally just put it into ChatGPT and it gave me something that worked. Like I don't exactly know how this works.
Appointment date time new is pulling from constant set start date. Fuck. Yeah, dude, I don't know.
It does work.
Hey Claude, I need to run a code step that is looking for the argument start date and time zone and reformatting that to allow us to get the timestamp and search for availability in a calendar. I don't know why I'm explaining all this extra stuff to you, but I'm just going to give you the code block we have and give you some of the what I need to change.
we need to grab the start date from the get availability arguments, and we need to be able to get a new start date in timestamp or Unix MS. And I want that to be that the new start date needs to be 6 hours before the one that we already that is coming inside of the thing 6 hours before and converted to timestamp. And then we need to create an end date that is converted to timestamp and 30 hours after whatever that start date is. So, or actually, no, let's do 48 hours after. Um, so again, just go look at the start date argument, convert that to timestamp, output a new start date of 6 hours before that timestamp, and a new end date of 48 hours after that timestamp. And that's just so we have a range we're looking when we're looking for availability, we can have a good range.
One issue I might see with that is that the AI then might need to be instructed to like give times as close to the time that they requested, or else will it not just list off like all the times on that day and the next day? And it might sound a bit weird if it lists off like 10 times if there is 10.
It might do that.
Well, I'll have to wait and see.
I mean, yeah, either way, it would be listing all of the, even if it was just one date, and if there were 20 availabilities on that one date, it would still do that, even if we were just one date. So
We can create a completion anyway.
I guess I don't need any of that stuff now, is what you're saying?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, we could technically just like filter for just return 3 of the available dates. We could do that in another code step. We wanted to, or an AI step. I don't really know. Start date. Again, if for some reason we start date, end date, time zone is still the same. Hit is still the same. Cool. Calendar ID we already set. So this should go. Invalid private integration token, whichever PIT we have in here is not the one that matches this calendar, I guess. I'll go look.
I thought I was being efficient, rotating them sooner rather than later, but
Nope. You probably not. Yeah, this is okay, this is the private integration token I have. So did you go update the custom value?
yeah, like updating the custom value.
So this isn't the one that's inside of Superbase right now.
No.
No, it's not. So I guess I can just go to Superbase directly.
Sorry about this.
No, it's okay. I'm thinking of in the future, if somebody else does this, what's the easiest way to update the stuff? And is it just to do it manually like I'm doing it right now? And
It probably would be.
probably, yeah. Because I'm like, oh, I could automate that somehow, but I don't know if that is easier.
Superbase is like the source of it. So if you just fix the Superbase, everything else will be fine.
You are correct. So just do it manually like this.
I think so, yeah. Takes 2 seconds.
Yeah, until you have
hella clients in here. But I mean, if you just look at your location ID and then search for your location ID, it's not hard. It does take 2 seconds. You're right. I'm a fucking freak. I'm like, how can I automate every single little thing so nobody has to know anything at all?
So see, my question about the superbase is actually, see how would you have one table with all of the phone numbers for all of your clients, or would they be separated into different tables?
Yeah,
So that you've got
one table for everybody.
right, okay, cool. That's fine.
Because we're looking for this one table name
Yeah,
when we're searching.
and then we find it by the phone number.
Exactly. So
Cool. Gotcha.
each location, every location just ends up in here.
Yeah, gotcha.
I'm gonna have to run this again, and this time it should work because we updated the. All right. Calendar is not active.
What?
It just says the calendar is not active because the calendar is not active. That's all. See, and it's also gonna say no user attached next. So, Matt, I'm gonna add you as a person in this account real quick. So,
Yep.
Matt, roles and permissions, add sub account, merge. Usually, this is something you would already have done during account setup. So, those videos to know in order what we're doing here, because this tool won't work if there's no team member attached to the calendar and if it's not turned on, because we're getting calendar availability. But obviously, you can't get the availability of an inactive calendar, you silly goose. So let's try this again. Watch this. My team. Let's go. Look at all those slots. Bunch of slots. A lot of them. So let's see if it. Yes, only is correct. And it responds with all the slots. If you want to see, this is all the slots. We can add an AI step here that says like, look at whatever availability is closest to
The time they requested.
I'm just gonna leave it and I want to see what it sounds like, and that's fine. Like we're just gonna
Okay.
because we can also just explain to the AI and like in this respond to webhook step, I could just like, say I could give it instructions here, I'm sure, instead of doing a bunch of extra stuff. I could just tell it here. Reply to the user with why is it suddenly invalid? Oh, that's why. It's because I need to put in quotes. Yeah, okay. Reply to the user with one or with two or three available times that are closest to the time that they requested. Sorry. Reply to the user with two or three available date and times to start the appointment that are closest to the date and time that the user requested.
And will it understand that?
I don't know. It's gonna. I don't know. It's gonna reply to it in a like. It's just gonna get this respond to webhook. It's gonna have it, and I don't know how it's in. I don't know how in Retell it's interpreting these respond to webhook steps. I couldn't tell. Reply to the user with two or three available date and time slots. And I'm saying reply
in a natural manner to the user. Also, I'm going to add this to the big. I want this at the beginning instead. So we're going to put it JSON stringify. Plus reply to the user in a natural manner with 2 or 3 point times that are user requested. Here is the list of availability.
This would be mad to me if this works.
Bet it will, bro. I'm a genius. What do you mean? What do you mean?
Let him know.
Output is reply in a natural manner for blah 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 blah. All right, well the output I'm getting is still I don't think it has the plus on it, which I don't like. Just check the syntax. I mean, it's wrapped in a stringify. There's what do you mean it's invalid? Let's give it a call real quick. Fix this. Do it with expression wrapped in JSON. It's because it wasn't. The output is an array, and it doesn't like that I'm trying to add text to an array. That's what the issue was. Excuse you. Why didn't you? All right, no, it's still just not giving me the extra text. So I'm not gonna do that thing that I said I was gonna do with all the extra words. We're just gonna output the list of all this stuff and see what happens. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they might be smart enough to if you put it in the prompt and say just reply with 2 or 3.
Yeah, if it starts rhyming off fucking 10, then we can fix it.
Yeah, here. You just add like this sentence after the get availability step in your prompt. Reply in a natural manner to the user with 2 or 3 available date and times to start appointment that are close to the date and time the user requested.
Add that to the prompt.
Yeah, just add that to get availability step. And then we need to do the same super base thing for this other one. So let me just copy that.
Right, it's in the prompt.
All right, cool. Now this time we need to run the schedule appointment tool so we can test that. So next step, we're gonna make a call once again. And then Matt, after you go rotate those keys again, make sure you update your super base.
Hi, this is Lucas from Futureful. How can I help you?
What up, Lucas from Futureflow? Just wanted to say and see if you could help me book an appointment. That's what I'm doing. Yeah, booking appointments. My name is Trey John. I work at the Infinite Official Consulting. My email is treyjohn.infinite@gmail.com. Phone number is 540-834-8866. You confirmed all that. We're good. We're ready to rock. I want to book for Wednesday.
I got everything right. Your name is Trey John Business, Infinity Official Consulting. Email, john.infinite. Email.com. Phone 1-540-834-8886. And you're looking to book for me. Let me just tell you. Hang tight. Great news, Vince. We have availability on Wednesday, February 19th. Here are two options in your time. 1 p.m., 2 p.m., 3 p.m. Which one works best for you?
Let's do 2 p.m., buddy.
Wednesday, February 19th at 2 p.m. It seems there was a technical.
Okay, cool. So that was good. Now we just need to set up the schedule appointment tool. But did you hear that? He had actually already done the tool call. Like as soon as I finished talking, that's when he sent the tool call. And then
Uh-huh.
explained everything to me naturally and immediately was like, also, by the way, we already have that availability and here's 3 available times on that day. Even though we gave him a bunch, he was like, easy, bro. With no hesitation either. There was no wait between like he wasn't like, oh, let me go get that, and we had to wait for a while because he'd already run it, and then he was just talking to explain to you what he had already actually done. I loved it. That was really good. I was actually quite impressed with that. Hey, that's just me.
Okay, so that's a schedule appointment.
Yeah, this is the schedule appointment, so we're gonna just go bada boom, bada bing, edit that ring ting ting, save it if you know what I mean. Run it again, run it again, run it again, and we should get our outputs. Yes, sir. That looks right to me. Run it again. Let's map it here. Location ID is coming from where that location ID. Actually, I think we're also pulling it from here already. It really doesn't make a difference, but I'm gonna pull it from here because it would be easier to locate from there. So, which also, let me just, I think I want to do that for this one too. Oh, that one doesn't need it. So yeah, it's just this one. Cool. All right, we're gonna pull location ID from the super base step because if we change the, I don't know, that should never change. The location ID will always be the same, but whatever. Pit, because the location ID and the pit technically are both usually in the metadata.
Yeah.
See, but right, and this is why. So in the metadata, we still have the old private integration token, which is not great. We will probably no. It's anytime we're triggering an outbound call, it's going to be updated. Oh, but our inbound calls, nope. Our inbound calls are going to be fine too because we're pulling it from this one. So that we don't have to go change the metadata stuff. We just pulled out the specific stuff that we want to make it a little easier to locate. I might eventually separate that object and the metadata to just be individual columns instead of one big object. That way it's even more clear what you need to go update when you change things. But really the only things that might change are these pits, the phone numbers. I mean, that's really it, those 2 things. So just extracting those from the metadata object, I think is enough because all of these custom field IDs, those really should never change. All right. Calendar ID.
I should probably pull out though and make that its own column because calendar IDs will change. So remind me to make it. Fuck, why am I saying remind me to do something when I can just do it right now? Calendar ID. We're gonna call this sales calendar ID. No, I'm trying to. I don't want to add new. I want to add new column. My bad. There we go. Sales calendar ID is text. Onboarding calendar ID. Do you understand why I'm pulling these out though?
Yeah.
Okay. Just because these are calendars that these things might, change in the future. Somebody renames something or whatever. So I want it to just be easy for you to be able to come into the Superbase and update it with the new ID. So you don't have to go back into this object. I mean, it would be almost the same thing here. You just have to scroll down to wherever that ID is. And then pull it from here, right? Customer success calendar ID, right? Onboarding calendar ID, sales calendar ID. So it's already in the metadata, but just for convenience sake, I'm pulling it out. Okay. And since I pulled it out there, we're also going to have to update it in here as well to have those three. Yep. Sales calendar ID, onboarding calendar ID. And customer success calendar ID. And then that means also we need to go update it over in our automation. Oh, well, no, we already have those three values coming out. So that's cool. I did a good job there. This is the value we're looking for. So if I just grab this custom data block and I paste it here, just paste those suckers in and change this to sales calendar ID, right? That's what I believe I named it here. Sales calendar ID, onboarding calendar ID, customer success calendar ID. Customer success calendar ID. I'm just going to copy and paste just to make sure that I don't accidentally spell something wrong. I'm going to have to come back and do this later. And I'm doing this in Matt's account, so remind me to do this in my account. And then life is easy. Again, the hardest thing to do is to set this up right one time. Once everything is set up right one time, it's cool. And since we're building it together, and I'm just thinking of like new ways to make it a little bit easier for the future, which does mean you have to go backwards and kind of fix the things that you already set up. But it doesn't take that long if you remember the stuff you set up. I mean, if I didn't remember where I set all this stuff up, then maybe it would have been not so easy. But fortunately, we have been doing this nonstop for like the last few days, so it's not really been too much time in between to remember or to forget like how we had already set it up because we just did that like 2 days ago. Okay, So the super base blocks are now set up right. I would say now for this search existing, what we were doing here. I was just searching for the location ID and whatnot. Create contact. Yeah, so I don't really think I have to change anything else because we weren't using calendar ID anywhere else. We were just using it here at get free slots. So I should be able to just change it from here. It's not going to pull it from the code step anymore. It's going to pull it straight from the, oh, okay. It's in the set variables. So here in set variables, calendar ID, where we were pulling it from the code because we're just extracting it from that metadata object. Now instead, we actually have a field dedicated to it. So calendar ID, this is our sales calendar ID. I'm just gonna put in sales calendar ID. And now we're not pulling it from the metadata anymore. We're pulling it straight from the Supabase step. Cool. Account time zone is another thing that should never really change, so I'll just leave that. I'll just leave that in the metadata. I guess. Yeah. Yeah. Trying to think of why this might fuck up later. But it won't, because all of our tool calls, whether it's inbound calls or outbound calls, are always going to go through this Supabase step first. Yeah. Okay. Let me go ahead and just update this. If I run. I'm thinking, what if I were to run that Supabase automation again to add more tables? I think it would add duplicates of the stuff I already have in here. And it wouldn't delete the old ones that are wrong. So that's going to be a problem in the future if you run that Supabase thing more than once. I'll have to think of a way to block that. Anyways, fuck it. We'll figure that other stuff out later. Calendar IDs. Am I making sense though? Like, are you? I just so that I don't, I know for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I'm just trying to prevent. Oh, shit. Prevent future errors that haven't happened yet. And this isn't really a problem when you are starting an account from scratch, but if you're importing this stuff into an account that somebody else is already using, that's when it kind of gets a little bit annoying. And I just realized that yesterday while we were setting this up for somebody else. Like it didn't take long, like it took 5 hours to get their full account set up, and that's pretty short compared to. I mean, if we were starting from scratch, it would have taken an hour and a half or 2 hours. But even having to go and customize it, this only took 5 hours, and that was for prompting, account setup, and everything. And they're demoing it today, and it's going to be fine. Oh, thank you. That was nice of you to put the reminders in there.
I thought it was just more efficient.
What a guy. What a guy. Okay, run this again. Great. Now you see that we have our IDs pulling. Run the code block. Even though technically I don't think we even need the code block anymore since we just put the stuff that we need actually inside of the, but whatever. Maybe we'll delete it later. I don't know.
Yeah, so that kind of removed the need for that code block because we don't really have to separate all that stuff. At least not in the tool sections because we're just using calendar ID, etc. But okay, argument name. What is this? Body arguments. Oh, okay, this is the name, which I don't think we actually need anymore. But I'm just gonna leave it. Start time. Your your property is wrong. It's just named wrong. You have it named as start date and it needs to be start time. For this
Okay, so schedule.
for scheduled appointment, yeah, just change it to start time.
Okay.
Mm. And we need the same phone number thing we did earlier. Where did we do that?
What?
Switching the phone numbers for inbound versus outbound direction calls. Oh,
It's for the code blocks.
we did it in Superbase. Here it is. Because I like to map the number that we get from the arguments, like the number that is actually collected during the call, and the number of the customer straight from like the person who's calling.
Mhm.
For the customer number, we need to flip this. This is the to number. This is the from number. Because right, like the one that it collected on the call was wrong because I mumbled it. Right, I said 8866 and it got 8886, and my actual number is 8866. So I usually just use the number of the person calling to book the appointment. But I have both mapped here just for convenience for later. Um, if somebody prefers to use the number collected in the function call, then they'll still be able to do that. It'll be an easy switch. They just change the mapping here at this step, the search GoHighLevel step. Since we're collecting both, they would just have to change this search to, instead of customer number that they're getting here, they just change it to function number if they want to flip it. So it would be pretty easy to change that. Anywho, uh, create appointment. Yeah. So this will work now. We'll do a real test. Right. Yeah. 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 And start time since you just fixed it inside of your stuff.
Yeah. One last thing before we go off today. Would you be able to give me like the Superbase table so I can have it in my Superbase account and not in yours? And then
No.
I can.
Yeah, I got you.
Thank you.
I think I could probably just export this. Honest, we might not need the whole. Like we'll leave the metadata because we do need it for the inbound assistant still to attach it as a variable value, but the rest is just so we can easily kind of switch things if they ever get changed. Is there anything else in the metadata that might change that to have? Location ID is constant. Private integration token might change if you have to change it. Account company name,
Nah.
event ID, lead disposition ID, conversation ID, all that stuff is going to be normal. Same with all the custom field IDs will be normal. Calendar IDs might change. Account time zone, that's probably not going to change, right?
No.
And yeah, we got everything that we need. Location ID also doesn't change, but it's just convenient to have right there. Okay. I like it. So you can easily see the location that you're working with. I might also pull out account company name too, just so we can easily see what.
Yeah, numbers are for what account. Yeah, that's a good idea. Because then someone will, they'll have, if it's the one table for everything, they'll be able to see all the numbers for,
The
yeah.
location ID is still something you could technically just search for, but it would be more convenient for our users to be able to see account name. Sorry, not that. Did I cut that or did I copy that? If I cut that, I should not have cut that. Just let me just make sure. Okay, no, I think I just copied it. Yeah. Account company is text. Look at us. And we're going to move that all the way to the left because we're just using it as something that people can easily use to identify what account are we even looking at. And this is oh shit. Okay, cool. Yeah. And I think yeah, if I just export this, you should be able to just import it into yours.
Yeah.
Just insert import data from CSV.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Is there an export button?
This row should be the headers of the table, and your header should not include any special characters. Yeah, I just wanted to make like I don't know if it's actually going to create these tables for you, or if you're going to have to go through and create the tables.
Okay.
But yes, there's an export button right here. Ah, export to SQL. Actually, that's easy, even easier. So, Matt, you'll take this file that I just exported,
Mm-hmm.
and you go to SQL editor.
Mm-hmm.
Just paste it in here.
Okay.
Yeah, paste it in here, and then hit run, and it'll create that table with all the details for you.
Legend. Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
Just paste it here is what I'm talking about. SQL editor, paste it. SQL editor, paste. Yes, sir. And I got paid again yesterday. Let's go. It's been a good little week. All right. We getting stuff done. Everybody happy. We're all in one location. Let's do one more test to make sure that this sucker is ready to fly. And Matt, if you have any questions by the time we're done with this, I think that would be good for you to be able to wrap us up. But I think this is the last test we need. What's up, Lucas? We're gonna go ahead and book a motherfucking appointment. Let's do this thing.
Share your full name, business name, phone number, and email address so I can set it up for you.
Sorry, John Edmonds, Infinite Official Consulting, 540-834-8866. My email is spelled TREJON.INFINIT at QUITYOURDAY.com.
Thanks, hey, John Edmund. Let me confirm I've got everything right. Full name, hey, John Edmund. Business Name Infinite Official Consulting phone number 15408348866. Email Hayden.infinite@quityourday.com. Does that all look correct?
How do you spell the email?
Here's how I have it set up. TREJON.UITYOURDAY.com. Does that look right?
No, there's no E at the end of infinite, just trejon.infinite with no E at quityourday.com. I trust that you're going to get that right this time. You don't have to confirm it. I'm just going to spell it one more time. TREJON.INFINIT with no E at quityourday.com. Trejon.infinite at quityourday.com. But go ahead and let's get this appointment done. I want to book for Wednesday.
Got it, Trejon. I've noted your email as trejon.infinite@quityourday.com. Let me check availability for Wednesday. One moment. We have availability on Wednesday, February 19th. The following time zones: 1 p.m., 2 p.m., 3 p.m. Which one works best for you?
Let's do 3 p.m. in my time zone. I love it. Thank you for converting that to my time zone. You're a gangster.
Scheduling the appointment for Wednesday at 3 p.m. your time. Your appointment is all set for Wednesday, February 19th at 3 p.m. your time. Thanks for booking, John. Let me know if you have any other questions.
Thanks, Lucas. I appreciate it. You're the GOAT.
John, you're the real MVP. Have a great day, and we'll see you Wednesday.
Look at that, buddy. Appointment.
Drop the W's in the chat. Drop the W's in the chat.
All right, yeah, that only took us like maybe 30 minutes total to do everything, I think. So,
How did the assistant get your time zone, by the way?
because you have the property. Oh, it just assumed. Like it just guessed.
Yeah, I'll need to put that in the prompt.
In your prompt to make sure that you're telling it that for time zone. I just happen to be also in Eastern, and that's where time zone was, so it was correct. But yeah, just having the prompt to ask. You know, and the way I used to do it is ask the user what city they're in so that we can get the best time zone.
So that also means that we need to pass through the time zone as well, which we haven't done yet.
What do you mean? It's already a property.
Where?
Didn't you add time zone as a property inside of? Oh, you're right. Maybe we didn't map it here. Let me see.
Wait, it's appointment.
No, and get availability. Remember, we had two properties: start date and time zone.
Yeah, it is mapped. Sorry, I just need to get the user to. I just need to get the AI to ask.
Yes, and yeah, time zone is right here, which again we set in the set variables.
Yep.
Here, let me just make absolutely sure. And only two requests came through: the get availability and the book appointment.
Yep.
Appointment. Yeah, time zone here.
Yeah, perfect. I just checked it. I did put.
I mapped this as account time zone, and it's supposed to be the argument time zone. That's my bad. I did map it wrong.
Also, just for clarification, on the get availability, the property name is start date, but on schedule appointment, the property name's start time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you know why?
Yeah.
The GoHighLevel HTTP request for get free slots is going to pull free slots for the entire date range that you're looking for. And
Yeah.
asking to check availability. Usually we're saying, hey, are you available? When do you have availability on Friday? Right. So there's it's a whole date, not just, but when you're booking an appointment, you're not just booking an appointment on Friday, you're booking an appointment on Friday at a specific time. So
Yeah.
date for
Well,
availability, start time for.
so with the way that we do it right now, the get availability, say for example, someone doesn't say Wednesday, they say Wednesday 2 p.m.
Fun.
will it then go and just check for Wednesday, come back and be like, yeah, we've got 1 p.m., 2 p.m., 3 p.m., rather than being like,
No, it'll probably just say, yeah, we have that available.
okay,
Because it'll
I'll
be
test.
it just has a list of available times, and it should be smart enough to know. Oh, they wanted Wednesday at 2 p.m. Cool, I see Wednesday at 2 p.m. available in the list of times I have here. And I mean, it should. Like,
I'll test that. I'll
yeah.
test it.
Oh, yeah. But webhook arguments time zone. Why? I'm getting Europe, London as a time zone of the arguments. All right, so it's assuming that you're that we're calling in from London. Uh,
Well, no, yeah, sorry. That was just because it was my inbound assistant.
yeah. Well, make sure that we're asking, and it's good. Availability came back still, and now it's mapped correctly. Let me see if there's a time zone over here also. Uh, start time. Yeah, everything should be cool. Application ID. So I'm actually gonna probably download this and steal it from you. And but by steal
What?
it, I mean just use it myself.
No, no, you're not allowed, mate.
Oh, I already
It's
did.
mine.
I already took it. I just now that we did more stuff. See, this is my copy. I think. Yeah, this is my copy of it. But we added to it, and I don't feel like going back to do it myself. So it's done. It's already done.
Okay, I'll forgive you.
Just let it happen. Okay, look at all that. Look at all that stuff. Look at that. Ooh, she looked good. But it imported it. Look at it. Fucked up the import. What the heck? Oh, it's because I already have stuff in here. Let me just do that. Let me just delete this old one and start from scratch. URL. File. All right, look at that bad boy. That looks good. Yeah, just make sure to switch your credentials over.
Yep. I just need to go switch my superface.
And look how easy it is to update your workflows, guys. We don't have to make it out to be a big deal. See, everything's already working in Matt's account and in my account now. I just have to go actually add my own accounts to the Superbase stuff now, which we have an automation for. Um, yeah, now you guys are gonna just have something out the box that works because we've already built the end of call report for retail. We've already built the trigger outbound call for retail, and we just built the call webhook for retail. We've already tested to make sure that all of those things work. We do have this thing that's updating the Superbase thing, the Superbase tables automatically. But if you don't want to auto update your Superbase tables, that's fine. Just go do it manually, and that's cool. Also, Matt, I forgot after I duplicated the Superbase steps here, I didn't change the phone numbers to be looking for. So can you you still see my screen, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're just gonna need to do what I'm doing right now. You see, just changing the phone numbers from all of them were still looking for phone number one in the custom values.
Okay.
I'll just do it for you real quick. I'm literally already right here.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir. So Superbase stuff is again being automatically stored. So all of this the metadata that you have in your custom values, the phone numbers you have in your custom values, the private integration token you have in your custom values, all that stuff. When you run that one tool we built yesterday, that one very simple automation from uh, from right here, run this simple thing, and it's gonna store all of your metadata stuff inside of Superbase for the first time. If you run this again in the future, I'll have to come up with a way to block the runs or to overwrite old runs instead of just adding new ones. But if you change stuff in your metadata, just go to the super base and change it and change it manually. Like run the first time to do it automatically the first time, and then after that, go change it manually. It's all in the super base stuff. Anyways, that's it. Life is good. Everything's working. Retell is set up. Tools are functional. Automatic. You can use these same workflows for all accounts. So the hardest thing to do is to set it up right the first time, and then after it's set up, literally you just create new GoHighLevel accounts. It's all already working. Run this little thing to get the metadata in the super base. It's going to be hooked up. Yeah. Make sure that you update your on Retell. Make sure that you're just using this same production URL for your
Everything.
inbound and outbound stuff, and you're
Actually, in retail, you just set that as the inbound and the agency webhook, and it will do everything.
that is a good point. You're accurate in that statement, my friend. Yeah, and then just attach the phone numbers to the assistants you want to use for whatever you want to use them for, and everything else should be just like hunky dory. Anytime you add a new phone number to your client's account, just make sure that you add that phone number inside of Supabase. Just do it manually real quick. You can duplicate all of the older, the older stuff, and just add your new one. Or if you just change a phone number and you're not using an old one, okay, just go update it manually. Super easy. If you need to customize any of this stuff for whatever reason for a client specifically, then just duplicate this workflow and customize for your own client and update the webhooks appropriately. Ideally, you're storing all of this stuff in your client credentials page from the Notion document I gave you, so you can keep track of like, okay, well, these are the credentials for these ones. These are the credentials for those ones. Everything's in one place, so it's super easy to just duplicate and run with it. And in the future, if you want to hire somebody else to do it, they have a set practice for storing all of the credentials in one place so you can review conveniently. So just make your life easier and do it right now.
Yes, sir.
We cover everything. We just fucking killed it. Like I feel like we just did that thing. I have no better words to put it in.
Yeah, mate, like if someone wants to watch that 8 hours of content, they will be able to set that up. They'll be able to sell that system because they will literally know it inside out.
Which is absolutely insane. Like if I do put this on YouTube, that is ridiculous. And there's a good chance I'm going to put this on YouTube. I don't think now. I think we'll wait like 3 or 4 months and then drop it. But
Yeah, because it's a fucking mad system. Like no one else on YouTube is putting content like that out. It's all so surface level.
yeah, yeah.
But yeah, it's fucking exciting. I'm buzzing to show this to the Verge client, and then also that Glenn guy's got another 2 deals in the pipeline right now. Which, if they close, like, literally just make the assistants. That's it.
That's it.
Set up the GoHighLevel, set up the Twilio, make the assistants, test the assistants, and then everything else is handled.
You feel
That's crazy, considering how much goes into actually setting up an account, like, and everything that could go wrong. Think about all the custom values, all the GoHighLevel automations, pipelines, like, oh, mate, yeah, I've done it the other way and it ain't pretty.
we're here to make
Yeah.
it.
Yeah. Right. Okay.
That's it. You can do the outro today if you want.
Nah, it's your turn to do the outro.
Hours of content like it was nothing. This jump was easy. It only took us 4 days to do it and almost freaking forever. But because we wanted to actually complete a project and not walk away half finished, we decided to go all the way to part 7. Thank you so much for being here to watch. If you did watch this whole thing, start to finish, I love you. You have some incredible skills. I love your determination. And also you now understand how the best automated system possible could be built from scratch. Like, yeah, you have some crazy resources here. So go back and check it out if you missed anything.
no worries. You have 8 hours of recorded content to go back through. You can find whatever you're looking for, I'm sure. But seriously, if you really do need help, take the transcript from this call or this video, paste it into Claude, and just ask your question to Claude for whatever you're curious about in our build, and you're gonna be able to find your answer that way. So another little trick just for you guys who stick around to the end, making your life even simpler. Growth is simple. If you want to join our partnership program, that's why me and Matt are here hanging out. Because we partnered up in the program, and that's my guy. If you want to come hang out with us, do some co-builds, the link is below. If you are running an info product business, digital product, SaaS company, also schedule a time with us and we can show you how to grow your business easily. And it's because we'll grow it for you. You don't have to do nothing. Just keep doing the thing you love. Go hang out with your family on the weekend, whatever, go on vacation. Obviously, still, have the vision for your business, but we're going to grow it for you, make your life simple. If you are in business acquisition, I super am interested in meeting with you. I do love working with family offices or anybody else doing the M&A process, buying, operating, or selling businesses. I'll help increase your valuation with some AI powered awesomeness. And that is all. So hit the link if you want us to grow your business, find the growth partner opportunity if you want to partner with us to grow other people's businesses, and have a beautiful, blessed day. I love you. Peace.